Shafeng Liao, humanity's greatest warrior, spoke his name with a pride worthy of his legendary status. Victory over the last demon was to be crowned with marriage to his beloved, but fate had decreed otherwise. The last battle turned out to be a monstrous accident that robbed the hero of everything he held dear. The horror of realizing his own rebirth into a demon flashed through the once great warrior's mind. The desperate cry to return to his beloved was accompanied by the straining of blood vessels in the former hero's blazing eyes. The system alerted to the possibility of human rebirth through death, ruling out suicide, giving hope for a return. A stream of system messages about level ups, new skills, and items made the hero read every word carefully. The red-haired beauty spoke words of the all-consuming power of their love with tears of hope and confidence. The beautiful demoness with cat ears, a long tail, and graceful horns radiated unearthly charm. Sincere joy lit up her face and overflowed her heart at the realization of the reciprocity of their feelings and the depth of their love. The strength of friendship that came after love filled the hero with new power through the support of a loyal comrade. The commander's stamina was demonstrated in a moment of universal adulation by subordinates praising their leader. But that wasn't all. Further rapid development culminated in recognition from the 200-year-old demon lord. Shafeng Liao, looking at his newly appeared horns, made the decision to evolve as a demon since death wouldn't accept him. A battle cry accompanied the powerful attack that descended upon the enemy from that most loyal friend of the protagonist. The colossal force of the blow did only a paltry 150 damage to a creature with 100,000 life reserves. The hero's unwavering equanimity was evident as he stood unperturbed under a hail of thundering attacks and an onslaught of armed opponents, as if everything was as it should be. Putting all doubts aside, he gestured defiantly at his opponents to come closer to him, showing his newfound confidence. Mocking provocations were accompanied by mocking gestures, despite the grueling heat of battle. Admiring cheers rang out as the protagonist's friend appeared on a magnificent horse, silhouetted majestically against the sun. Shafeng Liao's beloved Shafeng Liao watched the scene with a gaze full of love and admiration. The hero's triumphant march was accompanied by a defeated enemy behind him and a mysteriously shiny object in his hands. The beautiful princess of Haojing's human race gently whispered a promise to her lover to wait for his triumph over the last demon and arrange a grand celebration of their union. The mighty warrior of humanity, Shafeng Liao, confidently assured the chosen one of imminent victory, radiating unwavering determination and fortitude. In front of the hero towered the colossal fifth-level demon lord, Okyang Baolo, whose sinister space was decorated with countless human skulls of fallen warriors. The fearless hero proudly met the gaze of the monstrous foe, proclaiming his imminent doom with the unwavering confidence of a true warrior. 18 years of service brought the young commander to the top of the military hierarchy, bestowing the honor of leading an elite unit against a powerful demon. The enthusiastic warrior proclaimed the imminent end of the millennial war, inspiring his companions with a fiery speech about the coming greatness of mankind. The hero's resolute cry was accompanied by a confident motion of his hand toward the weapon ready to bring victory to the human race. The demon's mocking interest made the young warrior freeze halfway to the hilt of his sword, suddenly feeling a vague premonition. The system's alarming warnings diverted Shafeng Liao's attention, allowing the wily Okian to proclaim their mutual doom in the coming battle. The shocked young man froze in a daze, realizing the fateful turn of events before the impending disaster. A deafening explosion consumed the space, accompanied by the merciless countdown of the brave warrior's final minutes of life. The half-dead hero could barely make out through the bloody veil the message of a well-deserved reward, the possibility of a single rebirth for outstanding achievement. The wounded warrior activated the revival system with a last effort, hoping for the favor of fate in his new life. The awakening was accompanied by insistent voices, causing the hero to exclaim triumphantly about his return to the world of the living. A jubilant Shafeng Liao leapt to his feet, proclaiming victory over the demons, completely ignoring the puzzled observers. Strange looks from those around him caused the young man to interrupt the celebration and turn his attention to his unusual surroundings. Bewilderment was replaced by shock when the hero realized the presence of demonic beings around him. A bald archer with small horns insistently warned of the Blue Alliance's approach, hurrying the immediate retreat. The bewildered Shafeng Liao clutched his head, trying to comprehend what was happening in his place in the changed world. The gunman's puzzled look accompanied the hero as he approached the small mirror, preparing to behold the horrifying truth. The reflection revealed to the shocked warrior the appearance of an E-rank demon, Gan Leo, shattering all previous perceptions of himself. The realization of the monstrous transformation caused a torrent of desperate screams to shake the air around the confused former man. Furious curses at the system shook the air as the transformed hero mourned his lost humanity and shattered dreams of marriage. A system alert appeared apologizing for the irreparable error in the rebirth process, only causing the desperate young man's anger to grow. The vehement demands to rectify the situation were shattered by the relentless apologies of a system that reminds us of the disposable nature of rebirth. A sudden insight pierced the hero's consciousness. A new death in battle could offer a chance to be reborn as a man, bypassing the prohibition on suicide. Demon observers continued to discuss the strange behavior of the newcomer, not noticing the bitter tears flowing down the cheeks of the warrior longing for his bride. The meditating Lao Meyer abruptly interrupted her concentration, warning of the 12 Blue Union warriors approaching within a kilometer's distance. The absence of a key warrior and the superior strength of a B+ ranked opponent left the demons with a ghostly chance of victory. The only salvation was a path of retreat, for falling into the hands of humans meant an agonizing death for every demon. Feverish thoughts of the proximity of the human squad spawned an unexpected plan in the transformed hero's mind. The insane laughter and call for his own death at the hands of humans caused the demons present to question the sanity of the newly converted fellow. An unfathomable determination pushed the young man towards the enemy squad, ignoring attempts to stop the reckless impulse. The panicked outrage of the three demons echoed off the walls as the hero headed straight for mortal danger. The calm refusal to take cover masked the hero's true intention, to die in battle to regain his human form. Gan Leo, pulling on a desperate smile and smugly pointing at himself, portrayed a hero, offering to hold off the enemies while the others fled. Astonished exclamations of self-sacrifice from the newcomer froze in the air, reflecting everyone's confusion. An ominous noise drew the hero's attention to a magical dark pink circle spewing a stone stream from the ceiling. In a matter of moments, the exit became an insurmountable stone barrier. A rank B galactic mage, daughter of the demon lord Lu Bingi, proclaimed the inviolability of the martial brotherhood that had grown from a childhood friendship. Gan Leo's inner cry of interfering with rebirth burst out with a furious cry, accompanying a swift dash with his fist forward. The desperate attempt to break through the stone rubble with her bare hands elicited a perplexed look from the powerful sorceress. A furious cry of "bug" contorted the hero's face, masking the piercing pain in his bruised arm. Disbelief and resentment were reflected on the face of the demon lord's daughter upon hearing the derogatory nickname. Lao Tu exploded into an angry tirade, defending the honor of the offended girl against the ungrateful newcomer. A smug smile and ostentatious show of strength accompanied the bravado of a hero trying to hide his true intentions. A rank B galactic mage clenched her fists and stomped her foot, suddenly catching the tantalizing scent of a guy while the others were calling for the drop of the death wish. Gan Leo angrily shouted at the departing demons about their powerlessness against humans, blindly heading forward while the others hurriedly packed up their belongings. The feigned heroism in the words of self-sacrifice hid the true selfish intentions reflected on his face, which thankfully was not seen by the astonished demon standing behind him. Unsolicited tears clouded Lu Bingyi's eyes, mentally begging her companions not to notice her sudden weakness. The gunner's insistent call for retreat was met only by Her Majesty's quiet, shuddering refusal through unshed tears. The protagonist ran out of the cave, exulting in the anticipation of imminent death and rebirth. The armed men froze with their mouths open, unable to comprehend his sudden appearance. Spreading his arms, the rebirth-obsessed demon challenged his opponents, ready to take 999 blows. His provocative shout finally awakened the men to action, and they rushed to the attack with the hope of capturing the strange demon. The anticipation of returning to human form clouded the mind of the hero, who closed his eyes in anticipation of the death blow. The sudden shouts of ambush and the whistling of arrows caused him to open his eyes, revealing a picture of arrow-struck attackers. The mighty gunslinger Lao Te, who had reached the highest rank due to the strength of the demon clan, recalled the 3-year feud between the races. Bewilderment froze on the face of the protagonist as he watched the towering figure of a familiar warrior rise to the top of the cave. The gunslinger's bitter speech recounted the endless invasions of humans after the demon lord's death, bringing only death and ruin. His violet eyes radiated hatred and glittered with anger as he remembered the ruthlessness of people rejecting any attempt at reconciliation. Lauda patted the bewildered hero on the shoulder, recognizing the rightness of his actions, although he was in complete confusion. The daughter of the demon lord, towering over her companions at the entrance to the cave, proclaimed the beginning of a determined resistance to the oppressors. The surviving warriors of the human squad shrieked in panic, not realizing the sudden turn in the balance of power. The hero turned around to face his comrades, unable to see the surviving enemies scattering around in fear, saving their lives. An angry exclamation caught in the former man's throat as his gaze stopped at the incredible sight before him. The mighty Liu Bingying, who had reached the legendary BA rank, floated above the battlefield, proclaiming the demon's unyielding will to win. Panic distorted the blue-tinged faces of the remaining warriors, who realized the monstrous difference in strength at the sight of their opponent's unexpected rank. Soaring through the air, the demon heiress raised her hand to the heavens, summoning a crushing magical power from the very heights of heaven. The crushing divine destruction spell collapsed into a purple-pink vortex, shaking the ground with incredible force. The legendary Blue Alliance has fallen to the onslaught of demonic power, forever changing the balance of power in the age-old clash of races. As he approached the epicenter of the devastating spell, the young man contemplated how the once formidable foes were reduced to a handful of ashes. The bitter realization of the collapse of plans is reflected on the face of the hero, realizing that the desired death is becoming increasingly unattainable. A new system alert about reaching rank D has thrown the hero into despair. Now he can only be reborn into the human clan after death. The alarming news reached the Ho family mansion in Yungo City, where the top representatives of the demonic administration had gathered. The indignant cry of Demon Lord Assistant Chang Dukao shook the walls when he learned of the failure of the carefully planned operation. The sad messenger bowed deeply, confirming the disappointing news to his master. According to the plan, Her Highness was supposed to be surrounded by the Blue Alliance precisely at the moment of highest despair. Noble Master Wujin had to appear at the head of the rescue squad at the critical moment. The perfect plan involved demonstrating boundless bravery and courage in front of an impressionable princess. The romantic rescue was to culminate in an embrace amongst the defeated enemies, awakening the inevitable feelings in Liu Bingyi's heart. The princess's unexpected elevation and independent victory over the Blue Alliance ruined the carefully laid plan of seduction. Du Cao, after hearing the news of Her Highness's royal power awakening, suddenly found a positive side to what had happened. General Hoan, sitting on his throne, recalled the concentrated military might of the demonic court in his hands. Confidence in his own status allowed the general to count on the forced marriage of the princess to his heir. Irritation showed on the face of the warlord, ordering immediate preparations for the matchmaking, anticipating in advance the failure of the original plan. The princess, lounging in the bathtub, reflected on the young man's unexpected bravery, which fit perfectly with her own plans. Peeking out from behind the curtain, Her Highness asked Maid Mel to bring Xiaogan over for a well-deserved reward. The playful laughter of the maid accompanied the interjection about the nature of the supposed reward. The bewilderment was reflected on Liu Bingyi's face as she looked at the maid fleeing with a mysterious smile. A system alert of 120 characterization points interrupted the hero's solitary drinking session. Despair pushed the guide to a fierce cry against the system that does not allow to realize the desired self-sacrifice. Analyzing the characteristics of an elite rank D demon, the hero was aware of the increasing difficulty of achieving the coveted death. Mel's sudden appearance with a caustic smile and news of the princess's summoning made the demon warrior blush with embarrassment. The unexpected address, sis, and the drunken young man's persistent flirtations caused confusion for the princess's assistant. Mel's protesting screams accompanied her forced advance under the insistent pressure of the tipsy demon. Despair distorted the young man's features as he led his companion to the mysterious objects spread out on the floor, begging for a speedy deliverance from the torments of life. A sinister smile lit up the girl's face at the sight of the scattered instruments of torture, handcuffs, collars, and other implements, while the naive hero rejoiced at her supposed agreement to help. The assistant's sly gaze slid over the figure of the confused Xiaogan, trying to figure out the reason for the young warrior's unusual behavior. Vivid visions filled her mind. A huge steel sledgehammer weighing 100 tons bearing down on the defeated young man, causing time to stand still. Forced reality interrupted the bloodthirsty fantasy, reminding him of an urgent audience with a dignitary. The majestic princess sat on the throne, graciously granting Gan Leo, who had impressed her, the privilege of free access to the palace. The sacred robes of the assassin king shone in the princess' hands as she handed them over, promising to transform the gifted young man into a legendary hero. Mel's delighted exclamation broke the solemn silence, betraying a holy awe before the relic of the demon king's past. The demon warrior barely contained his disappointment as he studied the characteristics of the gift he had received, seemingly a useless acquisition. The resolute figure of the young man leaving the throne room with his reward elicited the unanimous admiration of the remaining ladies. The galactic mage looked thoughtfully at the handsome young man, noting the striking change in the once young warrior. The hero's quiet footsteps echoed in the deserted corridors as three mysterious silhouettes watched him leave the palace. The fierce indignation of Wei Ming, one of the three great legislators, erupted into an angry tirade about the unworthiness of rewarding a mere soldier with royal relics. The bitterness of betrayal and unrecognized merit pushed Wei to the desperate decision to join the Demon Ho, shattering years of loyalty to the crown. The unexpected address of the protagonist broke the stream of bitter reflections of the legislator. Fury distorted Wei Ming's noble features, offended by the insolent youth's familial treatment. The outstretched reward cut short the elder's angry tirade, plunging those present into stunned silence. Conflicting emotions overwhelmed Wei Ming, floundering between the joy of gaining and the rage of being disrespected. The demon warrior's brief reply hid the grim thoughts of impending death, rendering the possession of a powerful artifact meaningless. A friendly pat on the shoulder was accompanied by faux words of highest recognition of the legislator's accomplishments. A careless wave of his hand ended the strange scene as the young man vanished into the night's darkness. Awkwardness restrained Wei Ming under the gazes of his companions, silently assessing the scene that had occurred. Remorse and shame burst forth with the bitter sobs of a legislator vowing to atone for his ingratitude. The hero's heavy sigh dissolved into the night air as he contemplated finding a new place to die with dignity. Ganleo's strained hearing caught the distant conversation between master and servant, making him inwardly wary at the mention of his father's urgent order. The lurking warrior cautiously peeked out from behind the stone wall, watching the servant revealing the general's plans to Ho Wujun. An insidious plot unfolded, in the words of a bowed subordinate, describing the impending proposal to the princess and the bloody elimination of dissenters. The grim realization of what was happening was reflected in the pensive gaze of the eavesdropping young man, mentally analyzing the plans he had heard. A sinister smile contorted the warrior's features as the long-awaited plan to become human began to take shape. The tense atmosphere of Yungguo's conference room thickened over the many gathered soldiers, frozen in anxious anticipation. The majestic throne of the Demon Lord's daughter's daughter was surrounded by influential figures, creating an imposing picture of power. Ganleo's weary look betrayed his impatience to end the prolonged, gloomy meeting, arousing an inner desire to speed things up. Qiang Dukao, the Demon Lord's assistant, bowed respectfully before the princess, praising her increased power over the past 3 years. The general's diplomatic successes in preventing a human invasion received special mention in the aide's speech. An ardent Liu Bingyi interrupted the speech, demanding a generous reward for the loyal general who had served her grandfather. One of the three great representatives of the military, Ho An took the moment to voice his own proposal, breaking established protocol. The general's commanding gesture urged his son to come closer, creating a tense anticipation among those present. A daring marriage proposal from a military representative took the court by surprise, disrupting the usual flow of the ceremony. Ho An's insistent arguments about the young people growing up together were accompanied by expressive glances from those present at his son. The galactic mage's curiosity erupted with an inappropriate question about romantic preferences to Wu Jun himself. The general's repeated suggestion caused obvious confusion on the face of the surprised princess. Liu Bingyi's indignant protest broke the ceremonial atmosphere, accompanied by vigorous gestures of denial. Ho An's cold-blooded political arguments about women's rule and popular trust sounded an ominous omen. The latent threat of interclan strife resounded in the words of a general who envisioned marriage as the only way to keep the peace. The warriors' enthusiastic voices merged into a unanimous praise of Mr. Wujun's virtues, extolling his beauty and bravery as the ideal challenger. Lao Te's sharp protest cut short the general cheering, while the brooding hero considered the situation with strategic insight. The princess's suppressed gaze staring at the floor betrayed deep confusion and inability to resist the pressure. A demonic smile lit up the protagonist's face when a sudden insight suggested to him the possibility of decisive action. The alarmed cry of the gunner accompanied the determined movement of the young man, who headed toward the throne with frightening purposefulness. The rush ended with a grasp of the king's wrist and a fiery speech about the freedom to choose a consort. Confusion and frustration mingled on the princess's face as she tried to express her doubts. Ganleo's defiant challenge interrupted Her Highness's uncertain words, hurling an accusation at the overbearing general. Recognition flashed in the eyes of one of the three great legislators, recalling a recent encounter with this daring young man and his mysterious gift. An agonizing indecision restrained the princess's speech, turning her apology to Hoan into a barely audible whisper. The general's angry tirade about his own merit and greatness filled the hall, seeming to enlarge his figure to gigantic proportions. The warlord's blazing gaze accompanied the imperious demand for Liu Bingyi to carefully consider the decision. The archer's taut bowstring and his determined gaze marked his readiness to resist any attempt to seize power. Grand Legislator Wei Ming joined in the warnings, requiring Hoan to watch his behavior. The boastful mention of military might sounded like an implicit threat from the mouth of a general trying to show off his power. The warlord's defiant question about the confrontation sounded like a direct threat to everyone present. The princess, averting her gaze and realizing the hopelessness of the situation, quietly acknowledged the general's rightness and the necessity of agreement. The hero's mocking laughter broke the tense atmosphere, accompanied by sarcastic hints at cowardice and reminders of her royalty. Ganleo cast a mocking glance at the princess and mockingly inquired about her sudden fear, smirking contemptuously at the situation. The general, his face contorted with anger and his eyes bloodshot, turned fiercely toward the impudent young man, ready to tear him apart for such insolence. An attempt to intimidate the hero by approaching failed when he responded with a serious look and a surprised spit. The offending clot of saliva on the great warlord's cheek was the spark that fueled the flames of his uncontrollable anger. A mocking grimace accompanied the hero's sarcastic mockery of the general's status, comparing him either to a herd of cows or to the leader of a street guard. The young man's fiery speech about the princess's superiority over thousands of warriors made her freeze in amazement, not believing what she heard. The father's furious cry in defense of his son echoed off the walls of the hall as the heir silently watched the scene unfold behind his parents' back. The unexpected confession about the secret meeting in the cave was accompanied by a dreamy expression on Ganleo's face, hinting at romantic overtones. The intimate intonations of the cave story painted pictures of tender embraces and romantic moments in the imagination of those present. The hero's inner jubilation gave away the success of his provocative plan, inexorably approaching the desired denouement. The young man's swift verbal parry shattered attempts to justify Wu Jun's absence during the Blue Alliance's attack. Confused joy lit up the face of the princess, touched by the hero's selfless intercession. The general's murderous rage materialized in a menacing approach to the defiant foe. The young man's deliberate provocation achieved its purpose, inciting the warlord's anger with calls for assassination. The power of the general's force caused the soldiers to scatter in terror as the furious threats turned into deadly action. A crushing blast of magical energy knocked the hero back, causing his body to arch in pain as the general continued his unstoppable attack. Wei Ming rushed to the young man's aid with an outstretched arm, realizing the hopelessness of his attempt to prevent imminent death. The protagonist, caught up in the general's attack, joyfully shouted the name of Hao Jing's beloved, anticipating the imminent meeting. Memories of tender moments with his beloved filled his mind, giving him his last moments of happiness before his expected rebirth. The powerful explosion shrouded the space in an impenetrable shroud, hiding what was happening from the eyes of observers. The general's son and Chang Dukao were able to distinguish the silhouette of one of the three great warlords in the dissipating smoke. Ho Wujun, without taking his attentive gaze away from the epicenter, noticed something strange that made him tense up. In the center of the waning flames, a second silhouette appeared, the standing figure of a young man. The general's son's face contorted with rage, his eyebrows coming together on the bridge of his nose as he squeezed out a curse in disbelief. A system alert heralded the protagonist for averting a fatal injury thanks to the demonic order. Gan Leo scrutinized the system messages about reaching level 40 and rank A after defeating an army unit. The warriors shouted enthusiastically about the unprecedented case. For the first time, someone was able to resist the general's blow and survive. The triumphant appointment of Gan Leo as the leader of the army came from the lips of the princess to the defeated general. The official proclamation of dual command of the demon army cemented the new hero status. After saying that, the warlord, in his gloomy mind, had insidious plans to seize Liu Bingyi's strength. Smug reflections of his own superiority filled his mind as the others made their way up to the throne for the ceremony. The ceremonial raising of the banner standard by Wei Ming was done to welcome the new general Gan Leo. The gunner sincerely congratulated the newly appointed general, bowing respectfully. The unanimous kneeling and recognition of the new general by the troops contrasted with the silence of the demon warrior Ho Wujun, standing alone and looking at everyone with disdain. The protagonist muttered frustratedly about the increased difficulty of the trials, followed by a quiet curse at the whole situation. Sarcastic doubts about the demonic order's ability to lead an army with no combat experience sounded from the majestic general's mouth. Hoan's fiery speech about ancient traditions and ancestral approval was accompanied by a threatening approach to the throne, demanding that the new general pass a test. Lao Te and Wei Ming resented the dangerous suggestion, recalling that no one had survived in the ancestral shelter for the past 100 years. Liu Bingyi desperately protested against entering the forbidden cave, trying to prevent the protagonist's imminent death. The young man instantly grasped the main point of the conversation. If no one came out alive, then it was a sure way to die and achieve the desired goal. The majestic general, feeling superior, burst out laughing loudly in front of the dissenters. Gan Leo, unexpectedly, excitedly raised his hand and shouted out his immediate willingness to go to the trial. The surprised exclamations and wide-eyed expressions of bewilderment from those present, even the general was astonished, though less so than the others. The story from 200 years ago about Lord Lu's sacrifice to protect the demon clan from a grave danger echoed in the memories of those present. The sealed soul of the ruler held the possibility of passing a deadly test, unconquered by anyone so far. Realizing that the lad could not be persuaded, the great lawmaker judiciously reminded of the need for a minimum of 2 participants to enter the cave besides General Gan. The young warriors chattered confusedly about the danger, unwilling to risk their lives. Watching all of this, Hoan scornfully spoke of the inability to find a partner as proof of being unfit to command an entire army. But suddenly, a raised hand appeared from the crowd. The volunteer who had volunteered was rank a demon Lieutenant Ho Wujun. The angry father blocked his son's path, but the son, with his hands at his waist, questioned his father's assessment of his abilities. Protests from the military about the unacceptable risk to Yongo's future were heard all around him, but it was impossible to change the heir's mind. The future ruler's ambitious declaration of a desire to prove the power of his ancestors sounded an unyielding promise. The admiring whispers of the warriors chattering about Mr. Wujun's determination and expressing their desire to possess such strength spread throughout the hall. The father's despair expressed itself in a powerless gesture, finding no words to change the resolute son's mind, for all thoughts were confused. Qiang Dukao persistently cautioned young Master Ho Wujun, who was frozen at the window, reminding him to eliminate the dangerous opponent. A sinister smile distorted the features of the counselor's face, suggesting he used the cave for reprisals without noticing the hidden disgust of his interlocutor. The irritated look in her rolled eyes accompanied the careless movements of the iron through her hair, betraying her inner contempt for the intrusive advice. The concerned girl warned the protagonist about the perfidy of Ho Wujun, known for his cruelty and treacherous stabs in the back. The sudden insight brought a triumphant smile to the young man's face as he discerned in the danger a long-awaited opportunity. The appearance of the great legislator interrupted General Gagne's musings by a sudden intrusion into the room. The caring counselor held out a small bag of healing potions, emphasizing the importance of staying healthy in the dangerous cave. A frown replaced the welcoming expression on the young warrior's face, annoyed at the overprotective nature of those around him. The majestic cave of the ancestors gathered under its vaults all the significant participants of the upcoming challenge. The young man's insistent attempt to hand over the bag of medicines met with silent resistance from the demon lieutenant, who realized their futility. The lady's authoritative voice from the dais interrupted the awkward scene with a firm question about the readiness of the participants. A tense atmosphere enveloped those present as Her Majesty expressed her alarm for the safety of the new warlord. Secret knowledge of the coming birth of the true demon lord lurked behind the main character's enigmatic smile. The powerful maiden activated a shifting magic circle, enveloping the warrior standing within it with radiant energy. An ancient cave of ordeal greeted the young men with ghostly bats, capable of remaining invisible for long periods of time, hovering beneath the vaults. His companion's astonished gaze went to the ceiling, expressing surprise at the unexpected dungeon dwellers. The warnings of Ho Woo-jun's treachery flashed through the protagonist's mind, making him remember the danger of a surprise attack. A theatrical exclamation of his own defenselessness was accompanied by a demonstrative raising of his arms as the warrior stood with his back to the demon lieutenant. The Air General's irritated remark betrayed concern about a deliberate provocation endangering them both. The tense anticipation of a treacherous blow pulsed in the mind of the warlord, who had deliberately put his back to the treacherous companion. The magical activation of the sword that appeared from Ho Woo-jun's wrist caused a secret joy in the protagonist's soul. Anticipation of his own demise and subsequent rebirth as a human was reflected in a wary glance over his shoulder. A bewildered exclamation broke the tense silence as a tiny flower appeared instead of a death blow. The young man's surprised exclamation was interrupted by the powerful whoosh of a flying object, accompanied by Ho Woo-jun's battle cry, "Cut!" After regaining his balance, the hero noticed a strange monster studying the flower in its paws thoughtfully. Ho Woo-jun's powerful cry of instantaneous killing accompanied the appearance of a sharp blade that pierced the soaring dragon from below upwards. The protagonist froze with his eyes and mouth wide open, trying to comprehend the battle taking place in front of him. Eliminating one enemy didn't bring relief. The two guys found themselves surrounded by a swarm of invisible bats. The Lieutenant Demon's battle cry summoned flower magic, releasing a glowing bud with spreading petals from his palm. Tactically waiting for the flower to completely disintegrate allowed the bats to be enveloped in a magical shroud. A snap of Ho Woo-jun's fingers activated the poisonous technique, entangling the creatures above their heads with green deadly threads. Praise erupted behind the hero's back at him. The plan to use himself as bait and let the strongest demon deal with his enemies had been successful. His opponent's furrowed brow betrayed disbelief, refusing to acknowledge the suddenness of the attack. A strange grimace on the young man's face and an upraised finger accompanied the sworn assurances of complete ignorance of the enemy's presence. The companion turned his head slightly, displaying the deadly weapon in his raised hand, preparing for another attack. A battle cry of kill accompanied the swift movement that struck the huge bat as it attacked. The warrior's crossed arms created a new spell, a flower storm of incredible power. A blazing ball with green flashes of flower magic rushed forward, bringing destruction to the enemies. Ganyaleo's bitter realization, a simple attempt to set himself up, had turned into a forced partnership. The monsters rushed towards the source of the powerful damage, driven by instinct to protect their fallen brethren. Relief filled Ganleo. Instead of death at the hands of the enemy, he received the protection and destruction of potential assassins. The sudden thought of having to provoke his own demise was reflected by the frown on his face. A system alert of 480 unallocated points interrupted reflection, demanding an immediate solution. The demon lieutenant broke the guy's concentrated reading of the system message by pointing out their location in the depths of the map. Ho Woo-jun continued to stand back, annoyed by his partner's inaction in the most dangerous part of the location. Doubting the companion's strength made the son of the majestic general turn around with a displeased expression. The wobbly figure of a young man and a sudden alarm interrupted the warrior's musings. A system message heralded the battle with the Demon Lord's envoy, demanding the destruction of the enemy's defenses in 20 minutes. A swift cry from the demon lieutenant summoned flower magic, directing it against the monsters that had appeared. The flying flower began to catch fire, approaching the monster whose body emitted incredible heat like a living flame. The lieutenant demon's spell proved powerless, and the monster, arms crossed, was enveloped in an even more fierce fire glow. The concentrated fireball arced in the air and flew towards Ho Woo-jun, who barely had time to let out a surprise cry. The future Yungguo heir showed a lightning-fast reaction, dodging the deadly attack that landed from the side. Through the shroud of flame and smoke, the warrior discerned two sharp stalks of plant rapidly approaching his position. There was no way to dodge the plant bindings as they instantly entangled Ho Woo-jun's body, turning him into a hostage of the approaching monster. The demon lieutenant grudgingly shouted the call to action, watching his partner immersed in studying the system alert. A quiet chuckle escaped the young man's lips as he continued to read the message that appeared. Reflections on weak defenses and the need to divert attention to himself were accompanied by a calculating glint in his eyes. The warrior bound by the sharp stems loudly announced the preparation of the strongest attack, proceeding to release it. The power of the blow stunned the observers. The fetters shattered into tiny particles, giving freedom of movement. Because the release was preceded by a powerful attack from Ho Woo-jun. Sharp shards crashed into his opponent with incredible force, but he remained unperturbed, not even feeling the blows. The huge monster with sharp bones along its spine inspired terror, but the brave warrior shouted a deadly curse without giving up. The prepared magic lurking behind the fighter's back collapsed forward in a powerful blast at his command. But things didn't go so smoothly, and the young man's self-confidence evaporated when the monster, unharmed from the attack, came close, showing 90% defense. Confusion contorted the face of the general's son. Realizing the invulnerability of the messenger with his impenetrable top-level defenses, a desperate cry broke out from the warrior as the demonic magic lifted his trembling body into the air. The death grip loosened and then disappeared as the monster's attention suddenly shifted in one direction. The strange behavior of the creatures interested the rising Ho Woo-jun, who gazed at his partner over the defeated enemy. The mental realization of his own power, which had destroyed the demon with a single blow, was reflected on the hero's face with a grimace of hatred and anger. The general's observant son concluded the envoy's weakness was that impenetrable defenses existed only in the front. The admiration of Gan Leo hiding his true might and waiting for the moment to stab him in the back overwhelmed Ho Woo-jun's mind. Now the protagonist found himself in a ring of monsters attracted by his crushing attack. Despite being surrounded by a multitude of creatures, including the giant monster behind him, the young man remained unperturbed. A defiant glance over his shoulder confirmed the success of the plan. All the demonic creature's attention was now focused on him. A mental analysis of the situation confirmed that A+ ranked demons possessed crushing power, capable of destroying his current defenses in a single blow. The hero's bold gesture and defiant shout teased the monster and provoked it to approach. The joyous anticipation of being reborn as a man overwhelmed the young man at the sight of the ferocious beast bearing down on him. Ganleo froze with his eyes closed and his arms spread out, savoring the last moments before his desired death. The devious plan is thwarted by the intervention of his partner, who summoned flower magic against the approaching monster. The harmless flower turned into a deadly weapon, entangling the creature in green threads with poisonous thorns. The stunned collapse of yet another attempt to die was reflected in the frozen expression on the protagonist's face. Coming to his senses, Gan Leo looked ahead, where the confident figure of Ho Woo-jun towered among the bloody stalks of the defeated monster. The quiet mention of the Demon Lord's 3 remaining envoys sounded like joyous news from the general's son, but the young man's blue face expressed a different emotion, or rather shock. The chances of rebirth were vanishing with every monster he killed. The partner praised the strategy of exploiting the enemy's weakness, appreciating the distraction trick. A system alert confirmed the monster's change of target, while the demon lieutenant marveled at his comrade's cleverness. An inner cry of despair and thoughts of poison interfering with his plans tormented Ganleo's mind as he clutched his head in silent sobs. Ho Woo-jun's noble dash dragged the monsters away, saving his confused partner from imminent doom. The stubborn young man rushed after, shouting to the elusive monsters demanding they return, as they were his rightful prey. Realizing that no one could hear him, the young man decided to act more decisively. The ominous picture of a bloody guy over a defeated monster caused the rest of the creatures to break off their pursuit. The 2 surviving demonic creatures turned their attention back to Ganleo, though their diminished numbers boded less certain death. The warrior's desperate, provocative shouts and grimaces were aimed at inciting the rage of the remaining creatures for a speedy rebirth. The joyous anticipation of near death lit up the hero's face as he watched the furious monsters approach. Ho Woo-jun's sudden appearance with a crushing blow to the head almost destroyed the vitality of one of the opponents. The brave warrior's tactical retreat dragged the weakened creature away from the screaming fellow, menacingly begging not to leave. An overly powerful blow from the hero's fist accidentally but definitively drained the remaining life force of the interested monster. The realization of a last chance at death flashed through the young man's mind as he stood before the only surviving creature. Ganleo's desperate calls of attack echoed over the battlefield, trying to provoke the demonic creature. Formidable magical energy concentrated over the head of the halted monster, preparing to punish the impertinent kid. The thrill of the long-awaited end was reflected in the wide-open eyes of the young man, frozen before his mighty foe. The sudden intervention of his partner with a devastating spell turned the last demon into dismembered remains. Ho Woo-jun's triumphant declaration of victory contrasted with his associate's bitter disappointment as he contemplated the defeated monster. A delighted appraisal of the joint strategy came from his partner, noting the unexpected fruitfulness of their joint action, unaware of Gon's true intentions. An inner cry of despair burst from the hero's soul, childishly lamenting the destruction of the monsters he so desperately needed for his much-cherished rebirth. The son of the illustrious general pointed a finger at Leo and responded with a salutary phrase, recognizing the potential of his future rival. A mysterious glow and crackling of the floor interrupted the awkward dialogue, causing the stone floor to shudder beneath the warrior's feet. A mocking voice from the bowels of the earth welcomed the first daredevils in decades to venture into forbidden territory. The majestic figure of a serpent towered above the split floor, illuminating the heroes with a glint of ruby eyes and congratulating them on their success. The presentation of the ancient creature revealed its essence, an illusory incarnation of the legendary dragon Liu Yun, the SS rank lord. The dragon's huge head leaned toward the warriors, announcing a cruel condition. One winner would receive the title of lord, or both would perish. The red-haired demon warrior froze, comprehending the ominous meaning of the dragon's words. Fury contorted the warrior's face as the true meaning of the challenge became apparent. They were to destroy each other. Ho Woo-jun turned his back to his opponent and proclaimed his right to live as Yoongo's future, disdainfully noting his opponent's weakness. A secret joy lit up the face of the young man who saw in the deadly ordeal a long-awaited opportunity. Determination to die at the hand of the enemy filled the hero's heart as he methodically disposed of his protective clothing. His opponent's wary gaze followed the young man's relaxed posture, activating the deadly blades for the decisive fight. Ganleo deliberately weakened his defenses, dropping his armor and lowering his defense stats by 50 units. Perplexity gripped Ho Woo-jun as he watched the strange disarmament ritual, lowering the hero's combat performance. The mocking words of the young man, who remained in only his pants, were accompanied by a demonstrative abandonment of the last elements of defense. The hero's rousing cry echoed around the arena, urging his opponent to take the title of Lord and become the greatest warrior of a generation. The cautious approach of the red-haired demon was accompanied by incredulous questions about Gon's hidden plan. Irritation at his opponent's slowness tormented the protagonist's mind, longing for a quick denouement. The tip of the blade froze at the young man's neck as Woo-jun listed his impressive accomplishments and recent victories. The opponent's despairing shout expressed his incomprehension of the strange behavior of a hero who could easily win a victory. Gan's sad words about the importance of the Ho family to Young-ho's future sounded unexpectedly sincere and heartfelt. The hero's bitter self-deprecation contrasted with his piercing gaze staring into his partner's eyes. The noble decision to sacrifice himself for the prosperity of the race shook the enemy to the core. The heir to the illustrious general sank into heavy reflection, unable to lift his gaze from the ground. Mother's words about the power of demonic unity surfaced in the warrior's mind, tormented by doubts. The mother's silent oath was accompanied by the disappearance of the deadly blade, ready to pierce the defenseless hero. Suspicions of cunning strategy struggled in the heir's soul with admiration for the selflessness of the enemy. An internal conflict between personal ambition and the good of the race tormented the soul of the demon warrior. The dragon's threatening reminder of the 8-minute deadline broke the tense silence of the arena. The fierce scream of the protagonist, driving the slow-moving opponent on, stained his eyes with a bloodshot glow. Ho Woo-jun's repetition of the dragon terms was met with a strangely indifferent response from Ganleo. A mysterious intent flashed in the gaze of the Ho family's heir, cautiously assessing the situation. The warrior's focused pose was accompanied by the appearance of a mysterious orange-green glow emanating from him. The mystical transformation turned the hero's body into a source of pulsating energy permeated with green threads. Losing clarity for a moment, a powerful flower spell rushed towards the ancient dragon, carrying destructive power. A series of powerful explosions followed the hero's next battle order, showing the true power of the attacker. The SS-ranked Demon Lord's fury unleashed a scream at the defiant warrior who dared to defy him, shaking the space around him. The 8-minute deadline was still in effect when the A+ ranked Huo Wujun, who had reached the A+ rank, suggested that Gan Liu unite against a powerful enemy. The evil dragon Liu Yun let out a disdainful laugh, mocking his opponent's pathetic attempts to overpower his immeasurable might. Strengthened by the new magic, the warrior felt an unprecedented surge of energy. His characteristics doubled and his speed tripled, filling his body with incredible power. The protagonist silently watched the swift leap of his opponent, who, pushed off the ground, rushed towards the huge head of the ancient serpent. Irritation reflected on the watcher's face, his eyebrows furrowed at the sight of yet another complication of a simple situation by his opponent. The warrior approaching the dragon head understood the value of every second and instantly activated flower magic, preparing for a decisive attack. The dragon released the energy stored in its mouth. A stream of blue flame rushed towards the flying demon like a river of magical power in the night sky. Wanting to destroy the pesky mortal for sure, the scaly lord released a thin stream of concentrated magic following the main attack. Astonishment swept over the dragon when it saw Ho Wujun dangerously close to its head, surrounded by the green magic circle of the spell being prepared. The young man's lightning-fast attack hit its target before the creature could react, draining the monster of 150 life force. The red-haired demon, realizing the need to continue the onslaught, did not hesitate to summon a new blood spell, preparing for the next strike. Extending his arm forward, as if in a trance, the warrior rushed into a new attack, radiating incredible determination and thirst for victory. The savvy and vicious Liu Yun immediately responded with a flood of ice magic, refusing to tolerate his opponent's insolence. The nimble red-haired warrior dodged the attack while simultaneously entangling the creature with green threads of magic, consistently draining its life energy. The enraged dragon had chosen the red-haired warrior as his primary target, preparing to unleash the full force of his wrath upon him. Sage Liu Yun swished his tail, raising clouds of dust that instantly hid the scene from the eyes of those present. His opponent's concentration staggered in a puff of dust when, instead of the expected frontal attack, a strange noise sounded behind his back. Terror filled the warrior's eyes as he turned around and realized his fatal mistake at the last moment. The dragon's mighty tail swept down on the young man before he could take defensive measures. The crushing blow threw the body right back at the feet of the protagonist, who was silently watching the battle unfold. Thoughts of the title of Lord flashed through Gan Liu's mind as he looked at his injured partner prostrate on the ground. The dragon, without giving time to think, began to concentrate the magical energy in its mouth for a powerful cloud effect spell. Directing the destructive stream at the potential killer, the monster did not anticipate the self-sacrifice of the protagonist, who took the blow upon himself. Frozen with outstretched arms, the young man heroically defended his defeated comrade, who watched the unfolding drama in shock. Gan began to cough up blood, his vitality rapidly melting away, leaving only a fraction of his original power. The exhausted young man collapsed to his knees beside the pool of his own blood, as the Ho family's heir watched from the ground with a hazy gaze. The realization of his partner's help caused the warrior to react violently, realizing that it was only because of this intervention that he was still alive. His gaze fell on a regenerating potion with the effect of regenerating 10,000 life units, and a plan of action instantly matured in his mind. With a decisive throw, he sent the cherished vial into the back of his exhausted ally, wasting no time in thinking. The guy's life force had recovered to its maximum, and he glanced at the system notification of his condition with mild disappointment. The enraged young man turned sharply to his partner, his voice shaking with anger and the realization of the missed opportunity for ultimate death. The red-haired demon silently retrieved another vial, and his hand darted forward, sending the potion on a swift trajectory towards his ally. The air was filled with the clinking of flying vials as the first potion was followed by other magical elixirs. Fury overwhelmed the protagonist, who clenched his fists despite the significant increase in characteristics. Regeneration, defense, and strength soared to unprecedented heights. The demon, having activated a temporary enhancement from a small vial, urged to continue the interrupted battle with redoubled fury. The kneeling Gan, resting his hand on the ground, sobbed in gratitude as he felt the magic potions transforming every cell in his body. Astonishment froze on the young man's face as, behind his back, His comrade summoned an orange-green magic that pulsed like a living thing inside his body. Moments after activating the magic, the red-haired warrior soared into the air, leaving only his stunned partner on the ground. The huge foe instantly noticed the approach, turning its muzzle toward the warrior with blazing scarlet eyes radiating blind rage. The demon lieutenant clenched a fist shrouded in green energy, from which magical petals burst out, ready for a deadly attack. The perfect plan to use the portal turned to bitter disappointment when out of the spatial rift, the warrior saw a reflected stream of enemy magic flying straight at him. A blinding blue-white flash was the last thing the warrior's consciousness registered, before plunging into darkness. Electric discharges pierced the fighter's body, and the dragon was already preparing the final blow, intending to finally destroy the enemy. The protagonist once again stood before his defeated comrade, spreading his arms in a protective gesture, and announced his decisive entry into the battle. Another stream of blue light rained down on Leo, displaying the relentless power of the dragon attack. The lad's resilience was severely tested under the hail of blows, his vitality rapidly melting away with every passing moment. A sudden movement behind him made him turn around, and a new vial of potion restored 5,000 units of energy to the exhausted warrior. Irritation overwhelmed the hero as he shouted a request to stop to the red-haired warrior who was persistently trying to save him. The Ho family heir replied with a sincere smile, seeing nothing wrong in his actions, as if repaying a debt to an old friend for saving him. Ho Woo-jun and Leo continued their furious battle against the mighty demon, joining forces in a deadly confrontation. When the monster's health dropped by half, its furious roar became even more deafening and ferocious, shaking the surroundings. The exhausted red-haired demon exchanged determined glances with his partner, their will to win remaining unbroken even in the face of danger. Losing half of his health triggered a new phase of the Demon Lord's transformation, preparing something terrifying. Activating the SSS rank skill instantly restored 100,000 health points to the monster, demonstrating the true power of ancient magic. The red-haired demon realized with horror the futility of their attacks against the enemy's ability to instantly recover colossal damage. A disdainful grin distorted Liu Yun's dragon face as he looked at the weakling's desperate attempts to resist his strength. The deafening sound coming from the dragon's open mouth made the partners clamp their ears, but their vitality continued to melt away. The system alerted to the critical condition of the warriors. The poison had weakened their strength and defenses, rendering them helpless before the absolute power of the enemy. Leo collapsed face down, followed by his partner, falling on his back with almost no signs of life. With his chin on the ground, the protagonist kept a grim silence, realizing the hopelessness of the situation. A system alert warned the young man's partner that death was near. The next blow could be the last of his life. The warrior cautiously lifted himself up, holding his stomach, bitterly noting the lack of healing potion in his inventory. The evil dragon, reveling in the anticipation of victory, began to concentrate energy for the final crushing blow. The son of a stately general grimly assessed the critically low vitality level, realizing the inevitability of defeat in this unequal battle. The protagonist's eyes shone with unexpected joy as he spoke of one last chance to win in the remaining 10 minutes. The young man placed a hand on his partner's shoulder, speaking of the possibility of being given the title of Demon Lord, causing a perplexed look from his comrade in arms. The red-haired warrior turned around sharply, his face expressing a mixture of disbelief and dismay at his comrade's strange words. While a blinding ball of pure energy burst from the dragon's mouth, the protagonist managed to throw his partner aside from the deadly attack. Gan's last words sounded a heroic call for the demon clan's hope as he took the full brunt of the blow. Ho Woo-jun, forgetting his demonic nature, watched in despair as his comrade dissolved into a stream of murderous energy. The warrior's desperate cry tore the air as Leo's name echoed off the invisible walls of the magic arena. Reaching forward, his hands grasped the void where his friend had been a second ago. Now only blue energy was swirling there. Suddenly, the lone figure of a warrior in the midst of the chaos was illuminated by a mysterious beam of light that broke through the dense clouds. Astonishment was reflected on the young man's face as he looked up to the heavens, his ajar lips trembling with a rush of emotion. The Demon Lord solemnly announced that he had passed the test, promising a generous reward from the ancestors of the past. Illuminated by the light beam, Ho Woo-jun rose to his feet, heeding the dragon's words of self-sacrifice of a true friend. The ancient being recounted 2 centuries of trials where no one dared to sacrifice themselves for a comrade. The warrior's face contorted with incredible surprise as his gaze caught sight of something extraordinary on the far side of the battlefield. The wise dragon announced his decision to award the title to both warriors for showing exceptional qualities. An unharmed Gon materialized in front of his comrades' astonished eyes, confirming the truth of the ancient being's words. Acquiring the title of Demon Lord had enhanced the young man's characteristics manifold, though his face expressed deep disappointment at the sight of the system alert. The general princess in Chiangdukao peppered the heroes with questions about the incredible passing of an ancient test unconquered for centuries. The assistant Demon Lord excitedly talked about the ancient prophecy, mentioning the legendary clan unifier, and the princess remembered Liu Yun's ancestor with awe. A rare occurrence in the world of demons is the birth of a true lord, whose special energy is indistinguishable from ordinary rulers, but who eventually conquers the entire world. Hoan haughtily crossed his arms on his chest, radiating paternal pride for his son, who was undoubtedly destined to inherit a great title. Wei Ming awkwardly interrupted the general's cheering, informing the shocked trio, the general, princess, and aide, that it was not Wu Jun who had become the lord. A radiant smile lit up the speaker's face as he said Ganleo's name, unable to contain his overflowing joy. The trio froze with bulging eyes and sagging jaws, unable to believe the possibility of this young boy acquiring the title. The newly minted lord languished at the bar, ordering another round of drinks while the admiring barmaid marveled at his stamina. The thought of an incredible regeneration of 100,000 health points haunted him even in his drunken state, making him practically immortal against his will. Bitter tears flowed down the hero's cheeks when the system notified him that 2 new skills had been unlocked, finally dashing his hopes of returning to his beloved. The wobbly silhouette of the drunken lord wandered down the busy street, resembling a homeless vagrant with a drooping head. Despite his foggy consciousness, he caught a glimpse of someone watching him closely from around the corner of the building. Turning around sharply at the source of the disturbance, he found a void. The mysterious creature had managed to escape with lightning speed. The drunken mind chose to ignore the strangeness, not realizing that the watcher was simply lurking around the corner, continuing his surveillance. The curious monster cautiously peered out with one eye from behind the wall, checking to see if the object of observation had indeed left the place. A sudden thunderous shout made the creature jump with terror, tearing off its disguise and revealing the presence of an uninvited observer. The calmed hero approached the creature trembling on the ground, intent on finding out the true reasons for the stakeout. The frightened little D-rank demon kid, Tian Xiao, tried to brave through his tears, denying his obvious fear of the powerful being. The demon lord loomed over the shrinking baby, demanding to know why he was persecuting him. The little demon, rising on trembling legs, held out a mysterious piece of paper, begging to be escorted to the mysterious lifeline. As the hero studied the document, an unkempt stranger silently appeared behind him, peering curiously over his shoulder. Astonishment was reflected on the young man's face as he read the text of the notice about the possibility of fulfilling 3 cherished wishes. The little demon hastily explained how he had been rejected because of his age after receiving the letter, and how he had spotted the powerful hero coming out of the bar. The stranger burst into loud accusations of naivety, pointing his finger at the hungover Ganleo. Hope flashed in the hero's eyes as he pondered the possibility of a cherished wish being fulfilled while folding the mysterious sheet, ignoring the cries of the skeptic. The young man excitedly speculated about the legendary demon clan's fountain of wishes, unable to believe his good fortune to meet its realization in reality. The kid excitedly explained about the tests he had passed and the 50,000 coins deposit he had made, dancing happily with the hero while the stranger continued to hesitate. The man's desperate cries of apparent deception echoed down the street, but no one paid any attention to them. The sedated stranger quietly reflected on his naivety and gullibility, while the protagonist marveled at the little demon's luck. Tianxiao's story about her sick mother and her last savings touched even the skeptical man, though his suspicions never left him. Gan's determination to help the little one caused joyful exultation in the boy and bewilderment in the stranger, especially after mentioning the reciprocal wish. A smug smile lit up the boy's face as he voiced his simple wish of being reincarnated as a human. The happy baby offered 2 wishes instead of 1, and the new friends set off toward their goal, leaving the frustrated stranger behind. The protagonist showed concern for the boy while the stranger watched their receding figures with envy. A sudden epiphany visited the man, causing him to stop in thought about the suspicious scheme with the boy and the life preserver. The baby's delighted exclamations echoed down the street as they reached an unremarkable building with a lantern-lit door. The door scanner reacted to Gan's note, emitting a distinctive sound and opening a passageway inside the mysterious room. Joyous excitement swept over both of them as they froze before the door opened, unable to believe their happiness. The sinister watchers behind the monitors noted the appearance of a new face, a fleeing protagonist caught in their trap. A majestic voice gave a brief order for the doors to close, sealing the fate of those who entered. The cold words of the administration representative left no hope of salvation for the trapped heroes. The ominous creak of the closing door caused the little one to turn around fearfully, drawing the attention of his brother, who also turned toward the source of the sound. The two froze in front of the sealed exit, unaware of the monster lurking behind them, ready for a deadly leap. Tenjia was the first to notice the threat and desperately shouted out a warning to his senior comrade, sensing the approaching danger. Slowly turning the protagonist's head toward the demoness was a fatal mistake at this critical moment. The stranger's fist, filled with magical energy, slammed into the face of the hesitant guy, instantly taking away 5 units of life force. Thanks to the passive reverse recovery skill, the energy immediately returned, leaving the hero slightly disoriented and muttering about the rightness of his chosen path. The irritated D-rank demon gritted his teeth, realizing the pretense of his opponent, who took his powerful blow with a nonchalant look. 3 demons materialized behind the first attacker, while the protagonist calmly reasoned about wish fulfillment while protecting the boy. Doubts crept into the lad's mind at the sight of the sudden cluster of hostile creatures in the supposed place of wish fulfillment. The D-rank demon burst into mocking laughter, pointing a finger at the young man, whose eyes reddened with rage at the sound of humiliating taunts. Anger distorted the features of the protagonist's face as he demanded that the promised fountain of desire be shown immediately, his eyebrows drawn together at the bridge of his nose. The hysterical laughter of the attackers echoed around the room as they mocked the boy's naive belief in children's tales of a magic fountain. Sinister smirks distorted the faces of the demons as they revealed the truth about Youngho's largest black market and their devious plan to lure victims. A cruel ultimatum sounded in the musty air: slavery for life or sale for organs. No other options were left to the captives. The merciless words about the insignificance of human lives echoed off the cold walls of the black market's underground lair. The self-righteous demon patted the young man's cheek carelessly, musing on the value of their lean bodies to the organ trade. The ill-considered action was instantly retaliated. The demon flew back before he could finish his boastful speech. Terror gripped the remaining creatures at the sight of the smoking fist of the guy who had sent their comrade into his final flight. The iron floor could not withstand the force of the blow. The arrogant demon's head pierced through the metal, cutting short his life in this unsightly grave. The protagonist's body emitted a deadly aura as he held his raised fist, attracting the vicious gazes of the remaining opponents. Bitter words of endless disappointment escaped the lips of the young man, whose eyes blazed with purple fire, ignoring the boy's startled exclamations. Fury clouded the mind of the first demon, whose body radiated readiness for mortal combat, eager to avenge the fallen ringleader. Mystical energy enveloped the 3 surviving warriors, summoning parts of their battlesuits, flying swiftly through space to their owners. Clad in highly ranked B+ class battle equipment, the demons emitted a formidable aura of readiness for the upcoming battle. The cocky fighter summoned magical energy into his fist, boasting the superiority of his armor and preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The 3 demons synchronously rushed to attack the young man standing next to the small demon, their speed surpassing any human's capabilities. The intoxicated hero staggered from the liquor he had drunk, each time coming close to success, but invariably missing it at the last moment. The system suddenly alerted to the increased susceptibility to attacks due to alcohol intoxication, while the hero was trying to focus on striking. A light turquoise wave of magic surged forward, accompanied by the annoyed cries of a stumbling hero, forming a deadly ring. A powerful wave of magical energy swept across the room with such force that it seemed like the entire floor would turn into ruins. The dust settled, revealing the defeated demons, their boasted B+ rank armor shattered, leaving them defenseless and disoriented. Tears of despair rushed from the main character's eyes as he gritted his teeth and clenched his fist with inhuman strength, trying to hold all the anger in. The defeated demons begged for mercy, while the delighted baby demon watched his mighty brother, whose foot was crushing a defeated foe in a fit of rage. The second demon, choking back tears, tried to justify their actions with the power of the mysterious organization behind their atrocities. The suddenly sobered hero was interested in the mention of a powerful force, continuing to hold back the defiant creature spewing threats. Pinned to the floor, the demon fiercely predicted a swift reprisal at the hands of the powerful generals, despite the humiliating position. Grim thoughts of possible death flashed through the protagonist's mind as he recalled the three creators of the original plan. Mysterious energy currents began to seep through the front door, interrupting my thoughts on the situation. The defeated D-rank demon burst into hysterical laughter, anticipating the general's appearance and the swift reprisal of his defiant foe. Tension gripped the protagonist, and the baby demon standing nearby screamed in terror at the sight of the approaching threat. The authoritative voice of the creature that had entered echoed through the room, demanding an explanation for the chaos that was taking place. The massive figure of the person who entered, despite appearing similar to the skinny Yang Dukao, radiated an undeniable superiority. Recognition flashed in the main character's eyes, causing him to react emotionally to the appearance of a familiar face. The warrior behind began to question in amazement at Gan Leo's insolence, daring to famously address his high-ranking boss. Cheongdopan, an Erang warrior and Chang Dukao's younger brother, glanced disdainfully at the people present, calling them pathetic bugs. Desperate pleas for mercy burst from the lips of the demon recently pinned to the floor by the protagonist's foot. The general ruthlessly activated the deadly trick, instantly cutting off the lives of the three surviving subordinates so that bloody fountains spurted from their heads. Terror gripped the baby demon at the sight of the brutal massacre, his scream echoing around the room. A contemptuous grin distorted Changdapan's face as he called the defeated demons useless trash. The quiet musings of the young man who had entered with the general betrayed his interest in the identity of the powerful warrior who stood in the center of the room. Chang Dukao's younger brother, towering over Gan Leo like a giant, ominously foretold his imminent doom for being too curious. The young man's thoughtful gaze slid over the imposing figure of his opponent, noting his impressive strength. A playful smile lit up Gan's face, challenging the general with unexpected nonchalance. The offer of a 10-minute fight sounded along with an outstretched hand waiting for the contract to be sealed. The ominous transformation distorted the warrior's face, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light as if trying on an eerie mask. The fleeting consternation was replaced by confusion on the giant's face, scratching the back of his head in bewilderment at the proposed time limit. Rage clouded the general's mind, summoning blue magical energy around his bent arm in response to the defiant humiliation. Concentrated power filled the warrior's fist, which immediately rushed forward, ready to deliver a crushing blow. The enemy's fury erupted into a barrage of 5 consecutive blows, each aimed at the young hero with murderous precision. The 5th blow was the most devastating, knocking the guy back and causing him to crash painfully into the hard ground. The giant, unbridled by his own rage, loomed over his defeated foe, preparing a new series of 8 crushing attacks. A sudden recognition was reflected on the face of the warrior who had entered with Chang Dopang, and cold sweat appeared on his pale face. Breathing heavily from fatigue, the general towered over the young man prostrate on the shards of the ruined floor, which had turned to stone crumbs. Thanks to his regeneration ability, the young man's life force regenerated 1,666 points, allowing him to defiantly urge the giant to continue the fight. The general activated the improved state of his strongest punch, enveloping his fist in a blue glow of magic before making a powerful leap. The enemy descended on the hero, unaware of his passive skill, which activated after 15 hits, reflecting all the damage received. The instant recoil robbed the general of 2,000 life force, causing him to choke on his own blood. Realizing the danger of close contact, Chang Dupan jumped back to his watching ally, ending up on the surviving section of the floor. The general's face contorted with rage and incomprehension of what was happening, his eyes radiating deadly menace. A sudden cry of recognition alerted his boss. In front of them was the very second general who should have died after meeting the ancestor. Changdepan contemptuously reminded his opponent of his low demonic status and dependence on the girl's patronage. Boastfully displaying 3 pulsing hearts through his body, the giant proclaimed himself a supreme A-rank demon and the future of the clan. Preparing to continue the battle, the enemy concealed their hearts and donned top-rank ice armor. Gagne, still lying in a pile of rocks, provocatively prodded the approaching giant. The young man's mocking tone fueled the fury of the general, whose eyes glowed with an ominous red glow. Concentrating the strongest magic in his raised hand, the giant loomed over his prostrate foe. Confident of his victory, Dopan took a decisive leap, preparing to deliver the final blow. Instead of the expected triumph, the giant froze in amazement, feeling his life force drain away and his armor crumble. The reflected force of his own blows threw the boss back, instantly depriving him of thousands of life energy. The soaring general would leave the astonished young man below as his energy rapidly melted from 10,000 to a pitiful remnant. The last reflection of the blow was fatal, causing a new flow of blood and finally shattering Chang's defenses. The giant's loyal subordinate couldn't hold back tears as he watched his boss fall. The giant's lifeless body collapsed between the protagonist and a sobbing servant, whose mind refused to accept the reality of what was happening. The battered Dopan, struggling to his knees, refused to believe what was happening, mentally counting down the last 10 seconds of his life. The internal countdown continued, but the warrior stubbornly knelt, refusing to fall until the last moment. The young man who had risen to his feet coldly stated the expiration of the 10-minute time limit. A rhetorical question and a gloating smirk reflected on the guy's face, revealing a complete conservation of his energy against all attacks. The protagonist stretched his fist with a careless grin, defiantly holding one to his open palm, assessing the situation in front of him with cold interest. The dying general, expiring the last drops of life, barely audibly exhaled words of remorse for his betrayal and powerlessness. The terrified opponent tried to defend himself with a trembling hand, desperately offering power, wealth, and influence in return for his pitiful life. Gan glared fiercely at his defeated opponent, his fist clenched in deadly intent, the lust for killing pulsing in every vein. Tears and snot streamed down the shaking man's face, and his cries for mercy were interspersed with hysterical questions about the identity of his tormentor. A silhouette that suddenly appeared at the entrance caught the young man's attention, causing him to look away from his intended victim for a moment. The loyal servant tried to appeal to the brotherly feelings, but the elder brother coldly handed over the right of last judgment to General Gan. Dukan leisurely approached the epicenter of events, his footsteps echoing as he explained the situation with the war factory and weapons production. Chang Dukang tried to justify what was happening with poor leadership, but the young man disdainfully turned away, dismissing all explanations as idle chatter. The protagonist plunged into somber reflections on the uselessness of those around him, while a loyal servant begged to spare his dying boss. The boy stopped suddenly and turned around, remembering the generous promises of the frightened puffball to give whatever he wanted for his worthless life. Gan brought his face closer to the shivering dying man, whose eyes widened with fear at the mention of multiple hearts. Kyungdupan's desperate screams echoed around the room as his bound body shuddered on the cold operating table. A doctor and assistant prepared for surgery, carelessly soothing the possibility of life with one heart, while their ominous silhouettes loomed over the doomed patient with surgical instruments. The little demon clung gratefully to the protagonist's leg at the door of the operating room, where the fate of his sick mother was being decided. A quiet sadness slipped into the hero's voice, reflecting on his unfulfilled desire, despite the opportunity to help others. Dukan anxiously inquired about the safety of the energy stores, receiving reassuring assurances about the safety of the demonic element. The general and his younger brother's loyal servant swore to protect Jungho's most powerful energy weapon from any encroachment. Kyungdukao was sharply alert. His heightened senses caught a glimpse of a huge army of people approaching their position. The great commander of the race of men gave clear orders as he lined up the armed warriors in several ranks for the upcoming battle. Hao Jing gazed fondly at the beloved Xiaofeng, who was supposed to command this battle, but was now lying lifelessly in front of her. The girl stroked his head longingly, whispering promises of a soon meeting in the other world. Several masked creatures ran to attack their intended target as their movements merged into a deadly dance. Ganleo heroically took the sword strikes, watching the decrease in his vitality scores with grim satisfaction. But all was not well. His energy was recovering at the same rate it was decreasing, causing him to scream furiously to continue his attack. The three assailants froze with bulging eyes as they heard the furious curses about the abomination from the lips of their indestructible victim. The protagonist collapsed to his knees, shuddering with sobs over his inability to find a worthy opponent for his death. The vision melted away when the young man suddenly woke up in his bed, returning from the realm of nightmares. He stood up, holding his head, trying to realize the recurring dream that haunted him every night. Mel respectfully entered the room, informing them of the upcoming meeting and the need for preparation. A sleepy and disoriented Ganlio perplexedly interjected about the meeting, trying to shake off the remnants of a disturbing dream. Two stern guards vigilantly controlled the entrance to the meeting room, allowing only the chosen warlords of the ancient race through. The princess, seated at the head of the massive table, began the meeting with disturbing news of changes in the leadership of the Human Legion. Anxiety was reflected on the ruler's face as she reported the impending threat. An army of men numbering over 10,000 warriors. All eyes turned to the young princess, who had summoned Youngho's top officials to decide the fateful strategy of the confrontation. Memories of the last major battle 10 years ago weighed heavily on those present, reminding them of the barely repulsed attack. General Hoan grimly recalled the devious and sneaky methods that had to be resorted to in order to save their people in the last war. The bitter truth of the doubling of the enemy forces forced the warlord to recognize the lack of significant progress in their own army. The majestic general placed the responsibility for the advance party on the shoulders of his son Wu Jun, entrusting him with the fate of the first line of defense. The young warrior accepted the order with military clarity, expressing his readiness to do his duty without further ado. Princess Liu Bingyi turned her gaze to General Gan, who was sitting on her right hand, waiting for his opinion on the situation. The young man's mathematical mind instantly began calculating the probable damage from 1,000 attacking warriors within 1 minute of combat. A strange wistfulness appeared on the boy's face when calculations showed that the continuous attacks would exceed the amount of his life force, meaning imminent doom. A sudden change swept over the young man. A gloating grin lit up his face and his fist struck his own chest with force. A fierce call for a vicious fight rang out over the table as the warrior jumped up, resting his hands on the ancient surface. Ho Wujin whispered a surprised exclamation as he watched his father contort with anger at the young general's words. The lieutenant demon's enraged father jumped up, bringing his fist down on the table, blaming the brash youngster for Youngho's possible death due to his reckless ideas. The protagonist's logic indicated an inability to deal with the growing threat, recalling a past battle with a halved army. The grim prediction of a future attack by an army of 20,000 hung in the air, tinged with bitterness and anxiety. A furious questioning of the trust of lives thundered through the hall as the young man pointed out the opponent of his plan among the generals. Gan's passionate speech of grandeur was interrupted by the princess's soft address. But the warrior, seized with fervor, continued his fiery tirade. An unhappy question about the forgotten power of demons burst from the young man's chest, ignoring the princess's attempt to stop his furious monologue. The warrior, pointing a finger at himself, questioned his own identity with defiance, preparing to reveal his true importance to their people. A triumphant smile lit up Gan's face as he proclaimed himself the source of their increased strength and power. Liu Bingyi, seated at the table, could not take her admiring gaze off the fiery orator, admiring his passionate conviction. The sudden realization of the first past ancestral test shook the hall, and the prophecy of a demon lord bringing light to the entire race echoed off the walls. The majestic general questioned the willingness to risk millions of inexperienced soldiers who had never seen the brutality of real battles. The protagonist parried the question of the possibility of victory with such a cowardly attitude, emphasizing the lack of hope for a bright future in the event of surrender. The young warrior, pointing his finger at the general standing before him, vehemently rebuked him for not understanding the true nature of the art of war. Desperately gesticulating with his hands, the young man tried to convey the importance of the moment, urging the audience to realize the momentousness of the upcoming events. General Gan issued a defiant challenge to opponents of his plan, offering his own head to the scaffold if they disagreed with his strategy. While the other generals and honorable figures froze in shock, Ho Wujun mentally admired the unprecedented determination of his extraordinary associate. The galactic mage rose swiftly from the table, her movements radiating determination and readiness for action. Liu Bingyi uttered the order with unwavering firmness, General Gan becomes the leader. His word is the law for every warrior. Her hand imperiously pointed out the direction of travel, her eyes sparkling with determination as she gave the command to begin the operation. The camp quickly grew amidst the wasteland, battle dragons circling majestically in the sky above, guarding the peace of the warriors preparing for battle. Near one of the tents, the guards watched the majestic dragon while anxious talk of the unprecedented power of the enemy army came from within. The majestic general assessed the situation in the main tent, recognizing the overwhelming superiority of the enemy in the strength of each individual warrior. The experienced commander bowed his head, feeling the weight of responsibility for the lives of his loyal comrades in arms who had fought under him for years. The general's sudden, thunderous order broke the silence of the camp like a clap of thunder in a clear sky. The fighters bowed in silent understanding, given the freedom to choose to go into the city and obey General Gan's orders. A furious outcry about the intolerability of Her Highness ignoring his person was the cause of more anger. An army of humans had already infiltrated Yungo a few days ago, methodically implementing their secret plan inside enemy territory. The 21st Squad of the human army was finalizing the last preparations for the upcoming battle, checking the readiness of each element. The general of the human army studied the results of the training through his binoculars with undisguised delight, anticipating a speedy victory. The warriors instantly reacted to the commander's brief order, lightning fast to the task at hand. After the order to destroy the demons, the first projectiles soared into the air, carrying the destructive power of human weapons. Several demonic creatures were the first to notice the approaching threat, their anxious cries echoing throughout the area. Desperate attempts to prevent the deadly shells from falling proved futile despite the best efforts of the defenders. Damaged but not stopped by the counterattack, the shells continued their deadly flight to their intended targets. Self-sacrificing demons defenders of the people were not ready to meet death, flying to them in the form of inexorable shells. The explosion of each bomb produced a pillar of fire and puffs of smoke, consuming the demons that had taken the first hit. A majestic picture of the devastating explosion was opening up before General Gan and his detachment, who had taken up a strategic position on the high ground. A sinister smile slid across the guy's face, secretly welcoming the long-awaited attack that fit perfectly into his hidden agenda. Through the clouds of smoke came an impressive armada of enemy vehicles, inexorably approaching the fortifications of the defenders. The massive wall, topped by warriors under the command of Generals Gan and Hoan, stood silent before the advancing enemy forces. The defenders of the human race warily eyed the squad of demonic beings clad in blood-red cloaks. The great warlord's whisper reached the ears of the nearest warrior, reminding him of the secret instructions handed out earlier. Uncertainty plagued the souls of the soldiers, whispering conflicting orders from the generals, not knowing whose will to follow. The main character's heightened senses picked up the waves of doubt coming from the whispering subordinates behind his back, forcing him to take some action faster. The air shuddered with an imperious order as the figure of the commander turned toward the confused subordinates. The young general's facial features contorted with demonic determination as he ordered him to hold his position, preparing for a single attack. The dumbfounded warriors and the illustrious General Hoan froze with sagging jaws, unable to comprehend what was happening. Ganlio, after giving the order to start the operation, crouched down to the ground like a predator before a decisive leap on its prey. The demonic warrior's mighty leap from the wall created a veritable storm of dust that hid him and everything that was going on from the astonished observers. The staggering audacity of the attack caused the generals of both armies to stand frozen in mute amazement, with eyes wide open, unable to believe what was happening. The settling dusk gradually revealed the silhouette of the demonic general, radiating unbreakable determination. The protagonist stood unfazed in front of the enemy's aimed weapon, methodically following his secret plan. The general of men mentally shuddered, carefully observing the inexplicable behavior of the demon, who was clearly up to something. The shrewd eye of the commander noted that the enemy had descended alone, which was contrary to all military doctrine. The experienced Lu Renjia sensed a catch in what was happening, for his combat experience signaled a hidden threat. The mage's gaze flickered to the wall where the warriors were frozen, and a disturbing thought of a possible trap flashed through his mind. The bewildered warriors on the wall exchanged perplexed glances, remembering the strange words about trusting their unusual commander. General Hoan mentally analyzed the situation, thinking his opponent's plan was insanity, Going alone against an entire army seemed pure suicide. 10,000 armed soldiers and enemy combat equipment made the general reassess what was happening below again and again. The demonic warrior began to methodically remove his outer clothing, mockingly commenting on the strength of the enemy army, deliberately lowering his defense by 50 points. Each new layer of clothing removed reduced the hero's defense by another 20 units as he continued to taunt the enemy. The demon's bare feet touched the ground, his speed dropped by 30 units, and his taunts became more and more insolent. The Blue Alliance mage froze wide-eyed, unable to believe the reality of what was happening. The opponent was indeed alone. A tense silence hung between the half-dressed hero and the mage perched atop the war machine. Their gazes crossed in silent confrontation. Ganlio's thoughts went back to the past when Lu Renjia was his subordinate. Now the latter had risen to the leader of the army. The demonic general defiantly turned his back to the enemy and began to provoke the enemies with his defiant behavior. Lu Renjia's face reflected a whole gamut of emotions, from rage to bewilderment, as he watched this humiliating performance. The fierce shout of the leader of the human army broke the silence, his face contorted with uncontrollable anger at the impudent opponent. At the imperious sweep of the commander's sword, the entire army was in motion, rushing towards the lone figure of Ganlio. The warrior urged the army to attack him, as if seeking his own defeat. A hail of bullets rained down on the demon, some finding their target, but the warrior remained motionless, taking the damage without resistance. The Blue Alliance mage, bearing his sword, prepared to join the general attack on the mysterious enemy. With a powerful leap, he covered the distance over the heads of his warriors, rushing towards the demonic opponent. The mage's sudden attack from behind robbed the demon of 150 units of energy, but he didn't even move. A multitude of warriors struck at the same time, draining various energy values, but the damage seemed insignificant to the mighty opponent. Fury gripped Gan when, instead of the expected drop in defense, energy began to recover and wounds began to heal magically. The hero, with a recovered defense of over 1,500 units, continued to provoke the attackers, his shout causing the surrounding warriors to retreat a few steps. Bewilderment gripped the men who had fallen back. Their attacks seemed futile against an enemy hungry for defeat. Lu Renjia, realizing the incredible power of the demon's recovery, turned to his warriors with a new order. The signal for reinforcements sounded in the headphones of the second squad, ready to engage. The special equipment activated under the control of the experienced warriors, lighting up with an ominous red laser. The guidance system circled the target in a red circle, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. The powerful shot signaled a general attack. The warriors surrounding the demon rushed forward with renewed fury. The demonic laughter of the hero echoed over the battlefield. His plan was beginning to materialize. General Hoan mentally shuddered at what he saw, amazed at his opponent's incredible regeneration ability. Bewilderment and rage overwhelmed the mind of the observer. The enemy, having barely begun the battle, is already ready to confront an entire army alone. The young man's provocative shouts only fueled the people's rage, causing them to strike more and more violently. The two warriors, without stopping their attack, feverishly pondered over the enemy's possible countermeasures, sensing a catch in their behavior. Ganlio watched his strength diminish with increasing joy, his smile growing wider with every punch he received. A sudden system alert of passive skill activation interrupted the young man's celebration, making him wary. The familiar ability activated after 15 hits, regenerating and reflecting all damage received back to the attackers. The powerful strike turned into a tragedy for one warrior. The reflected 8,000 units of energy instantly cut off his life. Horror and confusion swept the ranks of the brethren as they watched their foe's incredible abilities. The dying warrior, lying in a pool of his own blood, recognized the incredible resistance power of the unusual demon. The friends watched in despair as their comrade Aben let out one last bloody exhalation, his hand falling lifelessly to the ground. The Blue Alliance mage realized the gravity of the situation, mentally noting the extraordinary strength of the demon opponent. A swift order to halt the attack was sounded in an attempt to save as many allied lives as possible. Lu Renjia recalled General Shin's words about the appearance of an SSS-ranked demon with incredible regenerative abilities. A lone demon who had broken through many worlds by his own strength gave his kind unprecedented power. Bewilderment gripped the observers. The creature was displaying strength beyond that of normally strong demons. Doubts about the nature of the enemy flashed through the mind of an experienced warlord observing the incredible battle. The demon provoked the 10,000-man army with anger, annoyed by the full recovery of his energy powers. The warriors of the human army watched in horror as the wounds on the demon's body instantly healed, realizing its unnatural nature. The commander-in-chief relayed an order over his headset to the entire army, urging them to remain calm and cease attacks on the creature. Lu Renjia walked around the young man with a mocking grin, slinging his sword on his shoulder and contemplating the fulfillment of his true task. A sneering glance from the general, cast over his shoulder, accompanied his words of accomplishment. The order to retreat sounded clear and commanding, accompanied by the commander's pointing gesture toward the escape route. The protagonist froze in place as he watched the armed men suddenly stop their attack. General amazement gripped the demon watchers on the hilltop as the army began an organized retreat. Mel's indignant exclamation cut through the air, expressing disbelief at the enemy's retreat. The determined call to the chase was accompanied by a swift leap onto the dragon's back and the cheering of the army. The beast that flew up left behind a huge column of dust, rushing after the departing people. The warriors on the dais synchronously saddled their dragons, following Mel's determined example. A commanding cry from Ho Wujun, who was watching everything, called the army to advance, breaking the silence of the battlefield. The loyal warriors riding their creatures quickly expressed their willingness to follow the demon lieutenant's orders. Ganleo, still immersed in watching the retreating army, abruptly turned around at the sudden noise behind him. Fear gripped the young man as he saw the dragons flying directly over his head with the warriors of his army in pursuit. The mage's desperate scream tore through the air, his mind refusing to accept the suddenness of the demonic army's attack. The realization of the fatal mistake of disbanding the troops caused the commander to clutch his head in a fit of panic. Mel continued to inspire her demonic army, rushing off in pursuit of the retreating enemy. General Hoan mentally noted the cunning of today's youth, approvingly watching Ganleo's actions. The mighty warlord threw off his upper robes and transformed into the highest form of an A+ ranked demon, handing over command to Gan. The majestic general proclaimed the order to destroy the enemy army at all costs, his voice rumbling over the battlefield. The demonic army warriors synchronously saluted, their voices merging into a single mighty cry of submission. Hoen froze when he heard the dragon landing behind his back, foreboding bad news. Tension thickened in the air as the arriving messenger began his somber report. The warlord turned around with a heavy foreboding, preparing to hear the disturbing news. The scout told of the people's treacherous trap. While the main forces were distracted, the enemy had entered through the western gate. Horror and tears distorted the face of the warrior, reporting the brutal massacre of the generals on duty. The people of Yungo were victims of a ruthless massacre by an army of humans. The defenseless demonic child desperately resisted the cruel warrior trying to crush his face. The gloating laughter of the men accompanied their carnage of the defenseless inhabitants. A scout reported the encirclement of the capital by enemy troops, causing a new wave of rage to appear on the general's face. The ruthless invaders did not even spare the weakened Chang Dopang after the operation, beheading him without a shadow of compassion. A warrior of men approached the castle with a trophy head, mocking the desperate defense of the princess and her loyal subjects. The last defenders of the kingdom, Wei Ming and Liu Bingyi, fought off the remnants of the flag from the superior enemy forces. The wounded princess, cradling her injured arm, stared in horror at the powerful opponent frozen before them. The great lawgiver, gathering his last forces, ordered the evacuation of the remaining demons. The man sitting on the demon corpse coldly announced the defensive forces defeated, surrounded by 3 companions. The ominous promise of play sounded from the invader's lips as he looked at the tormented demons. The men who were soaked in victory did not notice the shell approaching from behind, continuing to mock the defeated demons. The bomb emblazoned with yellow flames rained down on one of the attackers, causing his companion to instinctively cover her head. The leader of the men maintained an unperturbed calm as he slowly turned around at the sound of the explosion. Panic gripped the men trying to rescue their wounded comrade as they realized the return of the demonic forces. The majestic general gracefully landed between friends and foes, emitting an aura of indestructible power. The leader of the invaders expressed his joy at seeing a really strong demon as he continued to sit on his creepy throne. The man stood up, holding his sword carelessly on his shoulder, preparing for a serious confrontation. The enemy mentally noted the violet glow emanating from the man, indicating his superior strength. Hoen began to summon a powerful force, realizing the need to speed up his transformation. The former general's lightning-fast transformation into a huge A-plus rank dragon increased his stats by 500 units, making the man look like a tiny insect. The Yongo Southgate had become the scene of a bloody battle, where the demons were desperately trying to hold off the onslaught of the superior forces of humanity. Despite the demonic creatures' desperate resistance, the humans demonstrated overwhelming superiority in this ruthless battle. Leaning back against the massive iron gate, the protagonist plunged into deep thought, hatching a mysterious plan. A sinister grin slid across the warrior's face as he slowly turned toward the opening gate, ready to begin his game. Being reborn in a new body activated strange abilities like achievements in a game, but even the coveted death kept eluding him. Suddenly, the quiet chuckle turned into an uncontrollable laughter, echoing around the neighborhood of the fortress. Tears rolled down the cheeks of the madly chuckling warrior, who threw his head back to the sky, covering his eyes with the palm of his hand in a strange gesture. Weeping eyes stared into the infinite heights as a desperate cry burst from his chest, full of unspoken emotion. The young man continued to gaze into the heavens, his screams mixed with laughter and sobs. Even the title of Demon Lord did not bring the desired satisfaction. Suddenly, a mysterious portal materialized in the skies, emitting a blood-red lightning bolt that rushed toward the ground. Horror distorted the young man's features, his face taking on a bluish hue from the unearthly apparition he had seen. All around stretched a sea of corpses engulfed in flames, causing bewilderment. After all, the battle was supposed to be taking place outside the city walls. Thoughts jumbled in the warrior's mind as he made his way through the field of death, trying to figure out how the enemies were able to enter the city undetected. The father's desperate pleas for his daughter's rescue caught the hero's attention, causing him to turn his eyes to the unfolding tragedy. The brutal warrior crushed the head of the defeated demon with his foot as his partner carried away the screaming girl, calling out to her father in hopeless despair. The kidnapper continued to taunt the defeated father, deliberately provoking him with his mocking remarks. The father, despite the threatening weapon, desperately reached for his kidnapped daughter, begging for his only treasure to be released. The merciless blade pierced his father's outstretched hand like a nail, nailing it to the ground in a brutal show of force. A sadistic smile curved the face of the victor, who held his sword in the pierced hand of his defeated opponent. An unexpected powerful fist strike interrupted the aggressor's smug speech, sending him flying. The force of the blow was so great that the cocky tormentor flew off a considerable distance, losing his bravado. The protagonist approached his assailant with slow steps, emitting waves of uncontrollable rage. The kidnapper set the girl on her feet, holding her tightly by her bound hands as his recovering partner rose from the ground. Quickly securing the captive, both warriors grabbed their swords and rushed to attack the unexpected defender. An inner voice whispered to the Lord that victory was imminent as the first opponent raised his weapon to attack. With one crushing blow, the protagonist not only killed the first attacker, but also used his body as a projectile that destroyed the second enemy. The defeated enemies collapsed to the ground, spewing fountains of blood from their shattered mouths in their last gasps. The thirst for revenge demanded continuation. The hero grabbed the tormentor by the throat, intending to prolong his suffering. Pressing the defeated foe into a pool of his own blood, the hero savored the incomprehension on the face of the one who had been defeated by a single blow. Horror gripped the dying man at the thought that this demonic foe could have been a glitch in the universe system. Clutching the victim's throat, the protagonist demanded information about his military affiliation. The dying man hoarsely squeezed out the squad and formation number, while his partner watched the strange interrogation in bewilderment. Astonishment was reflected on Ganleo's face as he repeated the numbers he heard, realizing their significance. The grip on his throat loosened as the hero realized that this was the very unit he had once commanded. Taking advantage of the strange demon's confusion, the two survivors hurriedly fled while they had the chance. Gan plunged into anxious reflection, completely losing interest in the fleeing enemies, tormented by a vague uneasiness. Trying to comprehend what was happening, the hero scrutinized the surrounding chaos, noting every detail of the carnage. His gaze locked onto a violent scene. One demon was furiously attacking the humans, the first holding on to a bleeding neck, the second taking the blows, prostrate on the ground. A vague sense of recognition swept over the young man. This place seemed eerily familiar from the distant past. The hero's journey took him through a battlefield strewn with the bodies of fallen demons, each step recoiling with the weight of memories. A sudden realization flashed through his consciousness. This was Yungo, the city that had forever changed the fate of both worlds. A child's soul-wrenching cry for a tortured mother caused Ganleo to turn around sharply, searching for the source of the desperate cry. The lifeless body of the demon mother lay on the ground, like an abandoned doll in this theater of war. The grief-stricken father comforted his sobbing child beside the body of his beloved wife, whispering words of encouragement through his own tears. A new rumble of thunder in the sky caught the main character's attention, causing him to break away from the heartbreaking scene. The warrior stood frozen in the midst of the chaos, gazing up into the sky, trying to understand the true cause of the nightmare. A realization flashed through the mind at the sight of Hoen's demonic dragon soaring through the cloud-covered sky. Memories came flooding back as Gon finally reconstructed the events of 6 years ago. Pictures of the past surfaced in his mind. Him, an army commander leading troops to storm Yungo. In that battle, he fought a huge, fierce dragon whose scarlet eyes blazed with bloodlust. Memory obligingly recounted the details of the triumphant victory over the demonic dragon in that epic battle. The bitterness of the realization pierced his heart. That victory had come too easily, so much so that he had almost forgotten about it. The system alert, the congratulations of the army, the fateful choice between life and death. Everything came back to mind with crystal clarity. Tormenting questions tormented the mind. Why was he 6 years in the past? Why couldn't he find his army? Panic gripped his consciousness as he searched for the answer to the ultimate question. Where was his true body? In another dimension, the princess of men tenderly addressed the soulless body of a lover whose soul wandered between worlds. Hojin gazed at her lover's features, realizing that the racial hatred was about to erupt with renewed vigor. Gently stroking his head, she pondered the difference between his noble war of protection and their brutal battle for power. The princess's bitter thoughts echoed in the mind of a young man wading through the field of death in a parallel world. Memories of the glorious 511th Army, its firm convictions and iron discipline, tormented the tormented soul of the hero. Memory obligingly suggested, after the victory, they showed mercy by releasing the defeated demons. The little demon's soul-wrenching cries for mercy for his mother were heartbreaking as the soldier held him down with his foot. The brutal warrior pinning the demoness's head to the ground mocked the victim's maternal status with sadistic pleasure. The mother's last look of hope and love begged her son to flee while there was still a chance. The ruthless warrior activated ice magic, enveloping the demoness's body in frost petals, wrenching the last agonizing scream from her chest. The executioner lifted the lifeless body by the arm. The victim's head slumped limply. Another innocent soul had almost left this cruel world. Bao Li, the deputy head of Unit 511 and the Blue Union assassin, was looking at the defeated demoness with a lustful grin, drooling his drool on her body. The picture of the brutal massacre was reflected in the dilated pupils of the protagonist, while the realization of the true reasons for what was happening filled his mind. The warrior's face contorted with rage and thirst for retribution. Such an atrocity could not go unpunished. The bastard had to pay for his crimes. Solemn shouts of the birth of the heir came from behind the door, where the commander and his military entourage were frozen in tense anticipation. General Hoan, seized with impatience, swung open the door, eager to see his newborn heir. The demoness from the general's retinue was surprised to note the unusual excitement in the usually reserved Hoan's demeanor. The happy father gently took the infant in his arms, his face glowing with genuine joy and pride. The newborn heir, surprisingly calm, sucked his finger and smiled, causing the attendees to gasp in amusement. A fatherly oath of protection echoed through the room as the general held his son to his chest, radiating boundless love. By the bedside of his exhausted wife, Hoan repeated his vow to protect both the baby and Yungo, hugging his son tightly. The majestic general in the guise of a ferocious dragon fought fiercely, remembering his promise, repelling the endless attacks of the enemy. The determination to protect Yungho was empowering as he approached the cocky warrior, surrounded by an ominous purple aura. The enemy coldly assessed the situation and relayed it through his headset, dismissively noting the demon's A+ rank as an inconsequential threat. The warrior of the human race confidently took up his weapon, anticipating the quick denouement of the unequal battle. A swift leap lifted the fighter into the air with the incredible precision and grace of a seasoned assassin. Yellow thunder magic enveloped the warrior, allowing him to fearlessly fly straight into the jaws of the demon, confident in his invulnerability. Hoenn froze in anticipation of the enemy's approach, unaware of the insidious plan capable of enveloping his entire body with magic in an instant. The man landed with unnatural calmness, clutching a magical weapon in his hand that exuded destructive energy. The mighty demon collapsed to his knees under the influence of the alien force, rapidly losing his own power. Huo-an, after returning to his original appearance, mentally recognized the lack of strength against this opponent, his dragon body covered in burns. The voice of the man himself suddenly sounded behind the back of the kneeling demon, interrupting his thoughts about the incomparable power of the enemy. The cold words of displeasure sounded with murderous seriousness in the hanging silence. The warrior of the human race brought the deadly weapon above his head, preparing to deliver the final blow. Resigned to death, the general waited motionlessly for the end, when a sudden metallic clang heralded the clash of two blades. The warrior froze with a questioning look, showing neither fear nor confusion at the unexpected intrusion. The kneeling general turned around at the sound, trying to understand the reason for the sudden halt of the fatal blow. Anger and fear mingled in the soul of the father who saw his own son blocking the path of the deadly blade. Ho Woo-jun met his gaze with his opponent, succinctly announcing his intention to end his life. The father's heart was torn with worry. Knowing the true strength of the enemy, he realized the hopelessness of his son's resistance. Furious words of denial reverberated off the walls, causing his father to freeze in amazement at Ho Woo-jun's unexpected reaction. The accumulated resentment erupted in bitter words about a father's eternal distrust of his own child's abilities. The memory of the childhood conversation suddenly flashed through the warrior's mind, bringing him back to the moment of the fateful question about the man he admired. Little Ho Woo-jun glowed with genuine delight as he proclaimed his father general as the greatest hero and object of admiration. The young warrior rushed home after the competition, overflowing with the joy of victory and eager to share his triumph with his father. The children's eyes shone with hope as the boy held out the first-place certificate to his father, waiting for the long-awaited recognition. Her father's indifferent look and dry affirmation pierced the child's heart sharper than any blade. The little heart shrank at the realization of parental indifference to his achievements and endeavors. The boy's shrunken figure fled to his room, taking with him his dashed hopes of paternal approval. Years later, the story repeated itself. The grown-up son was in a hurry to share his success at the certification with his eternally unapproachable father. The general met the news of his son's accomplishment with a cold comparison to his own youth, ignoring the uniqueness of the moment. Young Ho Woo-jun swallowed the bitterness of disappointment, unable to hide the pain of yet another fatherly neglect. Chang Du-kang enthusiastically announced the young lieutenant general's unprecedented achievement, while the culprit himself waited discreetly for his father's reaction. The impenetrable general continued to study the documents, dignifying the news with only a mechanical acknowledgement of awareness. The resentment accumulated over the years burst forth in a fierce cry, exposing a deep wound in the son's soul, yearning for paternal recognition. The human warrior watched the unfolding family drama among the demons with unexpected interest. The general's desperate attempts to chase his son away were shattered by the determination of a young warrior enveloped in pulsing magical power. Furious energy exploded around Ho Woo-jun as he proclaimed his judgment on the Yongo trespasser. Transformed by anger and determination, the young demon rushed towards his opponent, ready to prove his strength at the cost of his life. The father's desperate cry of human superiority was followed by an attempt to grab his son, preventing him from engaging in a hopeless fight. At the signal of the human commander-in-chief, his subordinates began to move stealthily, preparing to strike a treacherous blow from behind. Ho Woo-jun's lightning-fast movement left a bloody trail in the air as two enemy warriors lost their heads before they could attack. Astonishment was reflected on the faces of Wei Ming and the majestic general, not believing in the young demon's deadly efficiency. The warrior with the purple aura froze in a daze, realizing that behind him, back to back, stood the assassin of his companions. The realization of the unusual strength of the demon opponent caused a wave of anger in the man, turning sharply toward his enemy. The warrior's fierce gaze froze at the sight of the approaching demon, whose chest emitted a mysterious orange glow that flared to the sides. The disturbing signs didn't stop the warrior. His rage only increased, concentrating in preparation for a crushing blow. The heir to the majestic general activated the demon lord's skill, beginning an incredible transformation. Green energy swirled around the young man, forming a huge ball topped with the head of a purple dragon. The father watched his son's transformation while the princess and the great legislator shielded his head from the gusts of magical wind. The demon lord's power was concentrating around the young man, preparing to descend upon the defiant man below. Memories of the hurtful words tormented the father, who realized his son's superiority over his own power. Bitter moments of loneliness in the study after the distraught Ho Woo-jun left surfaced in the general's mind. Secretly, Ho-an was proud of his son's accomplishments, looking at his awards and excellent grades, whispering words of fatherly pride. The unexpected return of the heir took his father by surprise while examining his report card. The general tried to hide his embarrassment behind a stately pose when he heard himself suddenly addressed. The boy's brief words about the report card came without eye contact, betraying his uncertainty in front of his father. His father's inner torment over his choice of the name Woo-jun, not military, reflected his fear of losing his son to his growing interest in the military. A subordinate burst in with the happy news of young Master Woo-jun's superiority, interrupting General Ho's musings. The parent's ostentatious exultation over his son's accomplishments concealed deep contradictions in his soul. Bitterness and anger flickered across the warlord's face as Woo-jun's successes contradicted his carefully laid plans. The young messenger noted a strange pattern. Every military success of Ho-an's heir caused the general only anxiety and frustration. The warlord's secret grief after the death of his wife was brought out in endless monologues at her grave, hidden from prying eyes. Powerless questions to his wife's grave about his son's dangerous path reflected the father's doubts about the propriety of his upbringing. Paternal pride broke through the mask of austerity as he shared news of their son's brilliant success with his wife's spirit. Attempts to keep cool in the army and at home were given to the general more and more difficult with each achievement of the heir. Longing for his departed wife was mixed with a desire to provide the boy with a safe, happy life away from the dangers of war. The realization of his own delusions pierced the father when he saw the dragon roar technique performed by his adult son. The face of the human opponent contorted with the realization of the power of the approaching technique, causing him to clutch his sword tighter in desperate defense. The violet dragon's incredible strength exceeded the enemy's expectations, releasing a torrent of crushing energy. The enemy warrior found himself completely enveloped in a murderous energy that stripped away any hope of escape. The Hyo family heir hovered above the ground, carefully observing the result of his devastating attack. The determination to finish off the enemy was evident in the young man's serious gaze, ready to continue the fight at the slightest necessity. From under the rubble, the figure of a man appeared, clutching a giant sword pulsing with yellow thunder power. The manic laughter of his opponent, who had received only minor scratches, expressed the joy of meeting a worthy demon. The defiant gesture of a man with a gun drawn demanded that his opponent show true strength. The provocative words were accompanied by the assumption of a fighting stance convenient for a swift jump. Anger overwhelmed the watching Ho-an, barely containing his rage at his opponent's insolence. The familiar weapon in the hands of the enemy, standing with his back to the observation post, awakened disturbing memories of the map. Mighty Ho Woo-jun put his hand forward, summoning a mystic blade that was about to emerge from his flesh at the decisive moment. The father rushed in desperation to the man with his back to him, trying to avert the impending disaster. A sudden cry of sword danger caused everyone to pay attention to what was happening, foreshadowing the imminent threat. The raised blade left a blinding yellow trail behind it, causing those present to freeze in awe. The great general's son froze in a daze, realizing the incredible destructive power of the sword that could cleave through any matter. The majestic building behind suddenly erupted from contact with the light of the blade, splitting into two halves. The deadly sword mark that cut through the building hit the warrior himself, whose protective suit began to fade as he stood paralyzed with fear. The princess and Wei Ming watched in horror, their cries to Mr. Woo-jun cut through the air like daggers. Liu Bingyi's whispering about the strength of the blow was interrupted by the imperious voice of the great legislator, urging everyone to pay attention to the consequences. The dust from the ruined building slowly settled, revealing a young man with a burned shoulder who had miraculously escaped a deadly fate. The father who had taken the hit stood before his son, acknowledging his past mistakes with bitterness and determination in his voice. The heir to the Ho family, holding back tears, interrupted his father's confession, his voice trembling with overwhelming emotions. A paternal pride shone in the general's eyes as he turned to his son, expressing his innermost feelings. Woo-jun tried to gather his scattered thoughts into a coherent whole, but emotions overwhelmed his mind, preventing him from speaking coherently. Horror gripped the Ho family heir at the sight of his father's severed hand, a bloody reminder of the price of parental love. The general tried to diffuse the atmosphere with laughter, talking about his son's future greatness as the best demon. A protective wall began to form behind Hoan's back, creating a barrier between his son and the deadly danger. The mysterious opponent threw the deadly sword on his shoulder with a tired grin, contemplating the fight with the SSS-ranked demon. The general realized that no one in Yungho would be able to resist this opponent as long as the protective wall completely surrounded his son. The general's last words about protecting Yungho in the future sounded like a will addressed to the soul heir. Ho Woojun's sobs broke the silence as the reality of what was happening slowly crept into his mind. Hoan activated the final division skill, creating an indestructible wall of fire at the cost of his own life. His father's blessing sounded in a low whisper as the yellow flames began to devour the veins on his haggard face. The oath of eternal protection once given to an infant many years ago reverberated in the air, filled with the magical energy of the last spell. The memory of his promise to protect Yungo flashed through the dying warrior's mind, energizing his final feat. Wei Ming, one of the great lawmakers, rushed towards the young demon, realizing the need for an immediate retreat. The desperate attempts to steal away the resisting princess and heir of the Ho family became more and more persistent. The enemy mockingly watched the fugitives' attempts to hide behind the protective wall, preparing for the next strike. The lust for the continuation of the bloody spectacle resounded in the enemy's voice as he once again took up his deadly weapon. Insane laughter accompanied the sword raised above his head, heralding a new wave of destruction and despair. The mysterious silhouette behind made the warrior stop. Despite his obvious annoyance at the intrusion, the man who appeared restrained the warlord's rage, causing him to turn around with poorly concealed anger. Demon Chang Dukao spoke disdainfully about the group of idiot demons desperately protecting the mysterious artifact. The traitor held out an important object, inviting the commander to decide on further action, including taking it into his command. The man put the deadly blade to the demon's neck, demanding an explanation about the demonic element and reasons to trust his words. The traitor, blurring into a sly grin, hastily told of his clan's centuries-long possession of the element, trying to convince the truth of the words. The history of the clan went back to the time of the first demon king Liu Yun, when Dukao's ancestor was the Lord's most trusted advisor. While the wounded general stood against the wall, the traitor spoke of the three demon generals under each king: the mage, the ruler, and the warrior. Xiang Dukao hinted at his clan's special role under the king, despite having no outstanding combat or magical abilities. Holding out the artifact once more, the traitor emphasized his clan's ancient role as guardians of this powerful relic. Smugly claiming the exclusive right of the clan to activate the cube, the demon proceeded to demonstrate his words. Dukao detailed the nature of the demonic element, gathering the life force and spiritual power of the demon race. The warrior was suspicious of the ease with which the demonic creature parted with such a powerful artifact. Fury flashed in the eyes of the commander-in-chief of the human army, who had figured out the obvious trick. The warlord's anger generated an incredible torrent of thunderous energy that colored the sky and the weapon itself an ominous yellow. The mask of confidence on the demon's face cracked, exposing the true fear of an angry opponent. With trembling hands grasping its own horns, the demon dropped the cube, muttering a frightened apology. The cowardly Dukao bowed his head and begged for mercy, confessing his weakness and inability to wield the demonic element. The bitter truth about the clan's low status among the generals came out while the important people watched through the protective wall. Princess Liu Bingyi cried out in despair at Uncle Chang's betrayal, recalling her murdered companions and friends. The girl pointed with a trembling hand to the worst crime of all, the murder of her younger brother. Chang Dupang's severed head was lying nearby, attracting everyone's attention with its gruesome presence. Interest flashed in the human warlord's eyes as he made his way toward the gruesome find. Contempt was evident in the man's voice as he placed his foot on the head of the fat brother, mocking the feelings of the traitor. With a deft toss of the severed head, the warrior directed it toward the kneeling and begging for mercy demon. The terrifying gift landed at Dukao's feet, causing him to meet his gaze with his brother's dead eyes. Instead of grieving, the elder brother broke out into furious cries for the deserved fate of the deceased, renouncing the bonds of kinship. Frantic questions about the pointlessness of war burst out of the demon's mouth, clutching his head in a fit of despair. Dukao raised his gaze to the sky, spreading his arms in a silent question to the higher powers. The man's heartbreaking laughter was the only response to this gesture of despair. The commander of the human race mockingly noted the traitor's noble act, leaning over to the lying cube. The smugness was evident in the warlord's words as he considered the precious find in his hands. The eyes of the seated demon were filled with rage, and dark blood flowed down the vessels as he uttered the fulfillment of the mysterious order. Wei Ming touched the ground behind the wall with his palm and activated the ancient flower art, summoning absolute protection through the roots of life. Surprise reflected on the faces of the princess and Ho Wujun as they felt a surge of unprecedented magical power. The mighty spell of the great lawgiver diverged in concentric circles, penetrating even the massive walls. Kyung Dukao, after calculating the right moment, activated the demonic element, extracting scarlet spheres glowing with sinister energy from his mouth. A pulsating red ball collided with the wall of the cube and spread across its surface, knocking the artifact out of the man's hands. The magic cube, having found its own will, floated in the air, emitting a dazzling white and red glow from all its facets. Horror contorted the face of the warlord of men as the blinding light began to blur the reality before his eyes. The clan's century-long wait has been crowned with triumph. The supposed traitor has finally shown his true allegiance to the ancient covenants. Solemn words of benefit resounded in the air as the speaker's clothes slowly disappeared in the magical flames. Dukao, proudly accepting an agonizing death, spoke his last words of service to the demons as the flames devoured his body. The hovering cube, upon reaching its peak, exploded with waves of light, spreading out in giant circles of light all over Yongho. The supernatural waves, surpassing the height of even majestic buildings, carried on at an incredible speed. The deadly radiation mercilessly incinerated all humans in its path of propagation. Vain attempts to flee were cut short by an oncoming wave of retribution, punishing all enemies of the sacred Yungguo. Mel and Lao Te froze in amazement as they watched the incredible sight unfolding in the center of the city. The epicenter of Yongho lit up with a gigantic explosion, changing the fate of the entire settlement. A yellow glow emitting thunderous trails pierced the sky above the city, marking the beginning of a new phase of the battle. The creator of the destructive phenomenon was hidden behind a dense veil of dust, remaining invisible to most observers. Only Wei Ming and his companions knew the true identity of the creator of the disaster, having witnessed the entire process. The exhausted Chung Dukao remained conscious on his knees, accepting his fate while his body slowly deteriorated. The resignation to the inevitable end was reflected in every movement of the dying warrior who had given all his strength. A bitter grin slid across the man's face as he realized he had only used a fraction of the demonic element's true power. Ho Wujun, who saw the depth of his father's feelings, supported him under his arm, leading him away from that ominous place along with the princess and Wei Ming. The strength was leaving the selfless demon, his body slowly settling to the ground, unable to resist death any longer. The S-rank Thunder Dragon, Ji Ta, created an absolute shield, protecting all living creatures within range for half a minute. The warlord ordered the dragon to rise when the danger had passed, revealing to the world its true colossal size. The victor gloatingly noted his opponent's mistake of using his strongest skills without knowing his enemy's trump cards. The dying Dukao made one last attempt to reach for the artifact he had previously offered to his opponent. The cube seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving behind only a fading yellow glow. The demon's powerless arm fell to the ground without reaching its target, and its eyes slowly closed from exhaustion. Winter mockingly tossed the cube, rhetorically inquiring about his willingness to bear the consequences. The warlord of the human race contemplated the demonic cube in his hand thoughtfully, marveling at the unusual location of its discovery. Standing amidst the defeated Dukao, a huge dragon at his back and the Ho family, Wei Ming and the princess watching from afar, he pondered the unexpected birthplace of the Lord. The man carefully hid the ancient artifact in the folds of his clothing, determined to move on to the next phase of the plan. The warlord slowly turned toward the dragon, giving a silent but commanding signal for immediate action. The wounded creature let out a heavy, pain-filled sigh, its entire appearance showing a clear disgust at the cruel order to come. Guy instantly caught the noble dragon's desperate hesitation, understanding his deep reluctance to go against his former loyal companions. A sharp snap of his fingers activated a ghastly mechanism around the creature's neck, whose metal tentacles mercilessly pierced the scales, bringing unbearable pain. The dragon, unable to contain its agony, opened its mouth wide in a soundless, agonizing scream as its massive body shuddered in unbearable agony. Resigned to the inevitable, The creature turned its red-green eyes to the distant figures, preparing to follow orders. The great lawgiver instantly erected a protective dome over the group, anticipating the attack of demonic energy from the dragon mouth. The princess rejected Wei Ming's offer of protection, urging everyone to take care of their own safety. Yellow energy enveloped the human commander's body as he contemptuously assessed the demon clan's pathetic abilities. The space where the warrior had just been had emptied, as if his existence had been erased from reality. In the same instant, blood gushed out from Wei Ming's appearing wound, pulsing with a yellow glow, right in the middle of his ribcage. The wounded demon coughed painfully, looking at the glowing wound on his trembling body with growing horror. The man who had struck with the deadly sword was behind him, still holding the hilt of the weapon he himself had wounded Wei Ming with. With the edge of his eye, the warrior noticed the swift attack of the one-armed, desperate general, continuing to hold the bloody weapon tightly. With a lightning-fast movement, he easily intercepted the attacking general's arm, completely neutralizing the threat. Holding the captive with one hand, the warrior put on his protective goggles, instantly feeling a surge of spiritual power. The magic goggles instantly revealed all of the enemy's characteristics, providing full information about the general's capabilities. The commander of the human race scornfully assessed his opponent's characteristics. Strength 1,484, physique 1,466, mocking the pride of a weak demon. The ruthless warrior's steel grip dug into the general's flesh, fingers seeming to sink beneath the skin, showing true superiority. Hoan's agonized screams echoed across the battlefield as the warrior with inhuman strength began to twist his arm, leaving it mangled. The victor defiantly let go of the mangled limb of the defeated demon, laughing contemptuously at its helplessness. Suddenly, the warrior's gaze was caught by a floating white-green flower with spreading petals dancing in the air like snowflakes. Following the mysterious flower, its creator, Ho Wujun, appeared, ready to engage in mortal combat. Despite the demon's attempts to intimidate his opponent, the man remained one step ahead, confident of his inevitable victory. The warrior shrouded in yellow energy instantly moved behind the astonished Wujun's back, disappearing right in front of his eyes. The demon turned around furiously, not realizing that his opponent already knew all of his abilities and the true identity of the Ho family's heir. The enemy rubbed his chin thoughtfully, pondering the incredibly high-speed figures of the detected demon lord. Wujun's tense gaze darted around in search of the vanished opponent as he assessed his impressive speed figure of over 2,000. The commander of the human race arose behind the back of the frightened demon, whispering words about his outstanding speed among all creatures. A brutal kick interrupted the conversation, sending the general's son into a bloody flight as his body tumbled helplessly through the air. Shrouded in hostile magic, the young man continued his agonizing flight, performing forced somersaults under the influence of the damage-increasing energy. The painful landing stained the ground with blood, and the demon's body glowed with yellow light, reminiscent of the warriors of the legendary Blue Union. The ruthless man approached the defeated body, defiantly kicking off the demon's shoes, preparing to reduce its incredible speed. The victor pressed his foot into the young man's body, enjoying his pain-ballooned face and helpless screams, laughing triumphantly. A smug grin contorted the commander's face as he mocked the demon's pathetic attempts to resist his superiority. The warrior leaned on his deadly weapon, spreading his arms wide and loudly proclaiming his colossal superiority and strength. Father, princess, and the dying Wei Ming helplessly watched the tragedy, surrounded by flying lightning bolts of yellow radiance. Through the shroud of yellow energy, the wary demon picked up a strange noise as the smug commander continued to praise his incomparable power. Huo Wujun raised his bloody head, his gaze met with a multitude of burning dark silhouettes looming like an army of shadows. The Shadow Thunder technique materialized countless copies of lightning into living shadows, each with the perception and power of the creator. The wounded Wei Ming struggled to his knees, his hazy gaze staring ahead as he watched the nightmare unfold. A black shadow hand suddenly materialized, mercilessly grabbing Lu Bingyi's face, muffling her screams with its deadening grip. A sinister shadow lifted the helpless girl above the ground, mocking the pitiful weakness of the demonic race. The creepy voice of the commander-in-chief of the human army echoed in every shadow he created, filling the space with terror. A dark memory surfaced in his mind. A little boy with a rope, a defenseless kitten, and the two ends of a death noose. The string of life broke with the last breath of the unfortunate animal, leaving only a lifeless body hanging on the rope. A sinister smile lit up the young assassin's face, enjoying his first experience of taking a life. The commander-in-chief looked at the captive again and realized the true purpose of the demons, to be toys to satisfy his perverted desires. The princess's helpless body collapsed to the ground, her lungs convulsively trying to inhale life-saving air. Despair flooded the girl's heart as the last sparks of hope faded in her soul. The cruel shadows simultaneously kicked the demons to the ground, crushing their bodies with the weight of their merciless feet. The majestic general, the only one left on his feet, moved slowly through the field of defeat, recognizing the bitterness of losing. His path led past the defeated son in the great legislator, inexorably approaching his intended goal. The general's eyes blazed with the bloody fire of rage as he made the decision to share the fatal fate with his enemies. The overriding shadow noted the dignified demeanor of the public defender with a note of respect in the deadpan voice. Silhouette cast a defiant look into the demon's blazing eyes, emphasizing the futility of his last gesture. The evil creature had saved its last trump card. At a silent sign, one of the shadows proceeded to execute the cruel order. A familiar cry of pain pierced Hoan's heart, causing him to abruptly turn around at the agonizing sound. The commander-in-chief's shadow pointed to a young man whom his acolyte had ruthlessly lifted by the hair from the bloody ground. A cruel choice confronted the father: the life of his son or a joint death in an unequal confrontation. An ominous offer sounded from the darkness: his son's freedom in exchange for humiliating kneeling. The general's furious shout was interrupted by the despairing cry of the heir, unwilling to see his mighty father humiliated. The ominous silhouette pointed at Ho Woo-jun, giving him time to ponder the cruel choice between his pride and his son's life. Heavy thoughts caused the general to lower his head, weighing the cost of saving his only heir. The decision came instantly. The mighty warrior knelt before the human shadow, casting aside the last vestiges of pride. The great general's bowed head and plea for mercy, all to save his only son from a brutal reprisal. Horror and disbelief were reflected on the young man's face as he watched the unthinkable humiliation of his great father. The shadow mockingly offered his son the same deal: humiliation in exchange for his father's life, enjoying their torment. Ho Woo-jun's fierce shout spread across the battlefield, expressing all the hatred for the ruthless enemy. A malevolent grin contorted the face of the human shadow, anticipating the next act of cruel amusement. The first blow of the sword pierced the general's chest, eliciting a desperate cry from his son, who was held mercilessly by a shadow. A fountain of blood sprinkled the ground as the blade left his body, and a sobbing Woo-jun was desperately tearing towards his dying father. The next blow severed his arm at the elbow, continuing the brutal countdown of the last moments of the general's life. His shoulder separated from his body with the third blow. The mighty warrior began to slump backwards, losing his last strength. Helpless tears rolled down Ho Woo-jun's face, forced to watch the agonizing death of his only parent. The seventh blow cleaved the great demon commander's body, splattering blood but not breaking his indomitable spirit. Despite his severe wounds, the general gathered his last strength, trying to rise to his knees, wanting to meet death with dignity. The son, kneeling behind his father, tearfully begged to be spared, forgetting his own pride. The princess and the exhausted Wei Ming lifted their heads from the ground, becoming unwilling witnesses to this heartbreaking scene. Lu Bingyi, slightly raised up and leaning on her trembling hand, silently dropped tears as she watched the tragedy unfold. The human race commander's shadow leaned toward the bleeding Hoan, pondering with sadistic pleasure over the choice of victim for clemency. The majestic general froze with his head down, his gaze fixed on a single point on the floor, hiding an incipient plan of action. With a sudden jerk, Hoan raised his body, deliberately thrusting himself onto his opponent's deadly weapon, shocking everyone present with his decision. The general's crying son was desperately tearing toward his father, trying with all his might to prevent his parents' imminent tragedy. The warrior's last words were a plea for Woo-jun's release, spoken through blood as he approached the enemy's face. The irritated shadow brushed the blood from his face, resenting the willfulness of the dying general before his own death. The silhouette violently yanked the blade from his body, causing a new fountain of blood to flow, and the general's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The human army commander coldly uttered the words of changing his mind as Hoan's body prostrated at his feet. The man began to slowly pronounce his verdict, stretching each word with grim satisfaction. Without waiting for the speech to end, Ho Woo-jun rushed at the man with his fist raised, seeking revenge for his dead father. Silhouette cold-bloodedly stabbed the demon with his sword, almost identically replicating his father's recent murder, announcing the start of a new game. The wounded Wu Jun lost his former confidence, leaning on the sword sticking out of his body while the princess watched in horror. Liu Bingyi and Wei Ming sat in tears, realizing the tragic loss of not only the general, but also the possible loss of another comrade. At the man's gesture, massive iron chains decorated with needle-sharp spikes began to emerge from the ground. The chains swiftly rose upwards, grabbing the surrounding demons by the arms and suspending their gutless bodies in midair. The painting reminded him of gory scenes from the past, with many disemboweled animal corpses hanging on ropes after his own hunt. He Wujun let out an agonized cry as the man abruptly began to extract the sword from his wounded body. The demon shuddered several times, blood dripping from his mouth, strength leaving his exhausted body, his head slumped listlessly. The man drew his sword fully, causing a fountain of blood to spurt from the warrior's body, watching the limit of his victim's endurance with sadistic interest. The executioner turned to Jita's dragon, gesturing for it to come closer for the next act of cruelty. The dragon, realizing the fatality of disobedience, obediently approached, bowing its head to its master. The man solemnly announced the imminent end of the celebration, carelessly slinging his bloody sword over his shoulder and placing his foot on the beast's muzzle. The warlord perched himself on a makeshift throne, nonchalantly summoning the deputy captain, clearly having had enough of the bloody spectacle. A sinister smirk contorted the commander's face as he ordered the entire army forward through a disconnectable headset. The sudden sound of a riot in the earpiece made the human army captain strain to listen to what was happening on the other end of the comms. Confusion reflected on the commander's face as he demanded an explanation of the missing Bao Li's whereabouts through the headset interference. An unexpected exclamation behind him interrupted the flow of questions, causing the man to freeze in suspense. The instinct of self-preservation made the commander turn around sharply, realizing the unnaturalness of what was happening around him. The protagonist majestically towered over Bao Li's corpse, holding a shiny piece in his hand, tacitly demonstrating the obviousness of the situation. The young man crushed the small object in his hand, condemning the baseness of his opponent's actions and his lust for power, the shards flying in all directions. The demon lord coldly stated the destruction of all the enemies without showing a single bit of emotion. The commander continued to sit with his head turned slightly, his raised eyebrow expressing a mixture of bewilderment and wariness. Ganleo disdainfully dropped a phrase about the eternal childishness of beasts, finally realizing the true state of affairs. The demon declared with unwavering seriousness the need for accountability for the atrocities committed, piercing his enemy with a hard stare. The human warrior muttered the words disdainfully about another scum, rising slowly, leaning on a sword stuck in the floor. The commander of the human army made a powerful leap with his sword drawn, intending to finish off the protagonist with one crushing blow. A wry smile contorted the commander's face, anticipating another demon kill and savoring every moment of the coming reprisal. In an unexpected turn of events, instead of throwing a punch, he was hit hard in the face, shattering his glasses and causing blood to splatter. The powerful blow threw the victim back, but the protagonist, without wasting a moment, rushed after for a final attack. With a lightning-fast movement, the young man pressed his mighty hand against the neck of his defeated opponent, pressing him into the ground as he tried to figure out who this guy was. Clutching his enemy's throat with an iron grip, the protagonist grimly announced the beginning of the reckoning for what he had done. Ganleo grimly enumerated the enemy's crimes: mutinies, abuse of women, looting, and treasonous murders of comrades. The man pinned to the ground radiated a mixture of rage and feigned incomprehension, trying to portray ignorance of the atrocities committed. The awakened Bao Li watched from afar as the protagonist held the commander in the huge dent in the ground created by the force of the impact. The wounded deputy head, barely opening one eye, whispered his suspicions about the demon's unusual awareness of human nature. Memories brought Bao Li back to the recent events when he had captured the demoness mother and ordered his subordinates to exterminate the others. The pervert savored the helplessness of the crying demoness, reveling in her fear and disgust at his touch. The rapist shouted furiously to his subordinates not to touch the little demon, wanting him to see all the abuse of his mother. The maniac continued his perverted caresses, enjoying the victim's suffering and the screams of the helpless child. Suddenly, the puppet holding the baby shattered with icy shards that flew towards the shocked rapist. The protagonist destroyed the enemy with one crushing blow, freeing the little demon from captivity. Bao Li reacted angrily to the appearance of the new demon, annoyed at the interrupted entertainment. Ice streams burst from the outstretched arm of the enemy, forming a new threat to the protagonist. A giant ice puppet materialized behind Ganleo's back, grabbing the attention of the young man and the little demon. The deputy commander smiled wickedly as he explained that half of his blood and power had passed to the puppet he had created. The young man, without listening to the boastful speech, swiftly attacked the newfound ice opponent. The crushing blow punched a huge hole in the icy creature, allowing the hero to be directly above the human foe. Horror contorted the face of his opponent, who had not expected such a lightning-fast break through his icy defenses. The main character's crushing blow landed on the enemy's face, knocking out a tooth and nearly squeezing an eye out of its orbit. Having thrown the enemy a considerable distance away, the protagonist found himself next to his little brother's mother, receiving a system alert about the reward. The system notified the hero to level up and gain the unique ability to copy the skills of defeated opponents. The soul of the defeated warrior almost left the main body as the relieved mother rushed to comfort her sobbing son. Ganleo grimly announced the time for the truth to be revealed, gazing at the lifeless body of his former comrade in arms. The story of Betrayal began when the 511th Squadron was commanded by Sha Fengliao, with his deputy Wenhua hosting the fateful banquet. The captain's absence from the celebration created the perfect opportunity for the two warriors' treacherous scheme to come to fruition. The drunken revelry allowed the conspirators to infiltrate the camp, tie up the deputy, and tell of a devious plan to frame the captain. The invaders offered a deal: power in exchange for betrayal, lured by the prospect of a joint stand against Yungo. The bound deputy captain Wen Hua vehemently rejected the insane suggestion to break the sacred rules. After the young man's refusal to betray Sha Fengliao, Bao Li began a cruel game with the captive's bride, turning her suffering into a perverted performance. The rapist abused the girl in front of her bound fiancé, whose head was forcibly held by an accomplice, adding sarcastic comments. The deputy captain's anger materialized in the form of a frightening purple-black energy emanating from his body. Poisoned by the poison in the alcohol, he collapsed, bleeding to death as his enemies mocked his futile attempts at resistance. A sharp knife fell in front of the face of the defeated deputy captain, as if it were his last chance to change his fate. Xin Jibiao once again invited Wei Hua to join the conspiracy against Sha Fengliao, giving him one last chance to save himself. True to his principles, the groom rejected the traitor's offer, shouting his last words of defiance. Wenhua met death without fear, sharing a tragic fate with his beloved wife, who was killed immediately after making love to Bao Li. The bloody body of the loyal warrior remained kneeling in front of the bed, pierced by multiple knives as a testament to his devotion to his captain. The traitors left Sha Fengliao's personal belongings at the scene, gathering the stunned witnesses in front of the gruesome picture of two bloody bodies. Xin cunningly told the arriving warriors the story of Wenhua's last breath and the captain's hasty flight from the scene. Placing all the blame on Sha Fengliao, Xin Jibiao led the army towards the camp, preparing to finalize his treacherous plan. The captain's absence from the camp came as a surprise to the conspirators, disrupting their carefully laid plan. The staged escape looked convincing. Even the captain's favorite gear and weapons were left untouched in the camp. Xin obtained a search warrant, accusing Sha Fengliao of plotting mutiny and murder, gloatingly appropriating the exile's weapons. The army found a new leader in the person of Jibiao, whose appointment was secured by the recommendation of an influential father. The battered Bao Li interrupted his story, suspiciously wondering the reason for the demon's attention to human intrigue. Ganleo gloomily inquired about the fate of the others, realizing the depth of the betrayal. The suspended traitor laughed gloatingly as he recounted the brutal massacre of all dissenting fanatics. Bao Li expressed his bewilderment with the army system, trying to justify the need to do things differently. The cocky deputy offered a bargain for his life, not noticing the sinister glint of the knife in the demon's hands. A sudden blow between his legs made the traitor forget his arrogance. His cries of treasure drowned in a fountain of blood. The stream of scolding and threats was interrupted by the appearance of an unexpected guest, who called out to the demon from behind. The crying demon girl held out the battle uniform once given to General Wei Ming in anticipation of the coming crisis. In a trembling voice, she relayed the general's last will to save the demon's hope, holding out a purple business briefcase. The girl's tears intensified at the mention of the message Wei Ming had just received, foreshadowing his tragic fate. Dressed in the equipment of a demon lord, the hero gained incredible strength, speed, and protection. His face was hidden by a mask of demonic scales. The activation of the demon transformation skill changed the hero's appearance in front of the startled Bao Li, emitting a powerful dark aura. Ignoring the girl's cry for retreat, the young man moved forward with the warrior's body resolutely, rejecting the very thought of fleeing. The guy announced his intention to face Xin Jibiao, while the warrior, dragged by his hair, called him a madman unable to stand up to the captain. The toothless mouth of the deputy commander was spewing furious screams, trying to intimidate the protagonist with predictions of imminent doom. As he continued to beat up the 511th squad leader, the protagonist caused the deputy's growing bewilderment with his interest in human affairs. Bao Li's desperate thoughts were darting around trying to unravel the true essence of the mysterious demon. Suddenly, the commander disappeared from the impact site, materializing behind with an ominous yellow aura next to his deputy. The deadly sword in his opponent's hands was aimed at the demon's back, ready to slice through anything in a single motion. Xin Jibiao restored the broken points with the power of the equipment, regaining the ability to read the characteristics of his opponents. The goggles scanned Gan Leo, identifying him as an elite demon with special parameters. The commander laughed when he saw his opponent's unimpressive stats. An ordinary elite demon with a speed half that of his own. Confident of victory, he summoned 2 shadow clones, directing them to attack the demon from different directions. Mentally analyzing the weaknesses of an opponent relying only on luck, Xin watched his clones approach their target. The demon remained motionless until the last moment, after which it lightning struck 2 synchronized blows. The shadow clones flew away, and their creator froze in shock at the impossible speed of the enemy. Fear distorted Xin Jibiao's face as he realized the true power of the mysterious demon. The protagonist straightened up to his full height, emitting a deadly aura, and grimly announced the beginning of his turn in this deadly game. Xin Jibiao froze beside the majestic dragon as he watched his shadow copies slowly rise after the crushing blow. The warrior plunged into thought, comparing combat characteristics. His stats were far superior to those of his opponent. His gaze stopped again on the main character, who was nonchalantly adjusting his suit while the magic goggles scanned his features. Careful examination revealed a strange anomaly. Enemy relics appeared to be inaccessible to scanning, raising disturbing suspicions. Assessing the weapon stolen from the former captain, the warrior mentally compared the stats. 4,102 versus his enhanced 5,424. A serious look assessed the speed parameters. The demon had only 1,477 units against his impressive 3,732. Confident of his superiority, the warrior assumed a fighting stance, preparing for decisive action against a slow opponent. The fierce shadow copy, blazing with yellow flames, was the first to rush into battle, eager to avenge the previous humiliation. The shadow attacked lightning fast, coming within millimeters of the young man's head, intending to deliver a fatal blow. The situation suddenly changed. The demon seized the initiative, grabbing the attacking shadow with a lightning-fast movement. The puppet creator hid behind the dragon in horror as he watched his creation being mercilessly beaten, while the other copies froze in fear. Enraged by the invasion of demon territory, the protagonist ruthlessly massacred the enemy, despising their limited capabilities. As he continued to deliver crushing blows, the hero showed off his hidden advantages, a characteristic bonus unknown to anyone. The sky lit up with a yellow glow as thunder rumbled, heralding the arrival of more shadow creatures. The newborn shadows rushed toward the demon, forming a deadly attack wave. One of the attackers let out a furious battle cry, full of disbelief at what was happening. Gan Leo easily repelled multiple attacks, throwing back the first opponent and curving out for the next strike. A lightning-fast leg kick sent the second opponent flying, demonstrating the guy's superiority. The third attack was repelled with the same ease, showing the tirelessness and superiority of the protagonist in battle. The last opponent, thrown back by the mighty blow, drew several somersaults in the air, raising a cloud of dust as he fell. The hero stared seriously off to the side, preparing to continue the battle. The defeated enemy rose swiftly in a cloud of dust, assuming a fighting stance with a sharp sword at the ready. The shadow radiated self-confidence, boasting of superior speed before the decisive attack. His opponent's confidence was replaced by terror as he sensed the enemy's presence behind him before he could react. The protagonist grabbed the cocky young man, tossing him into the air in a powerful motion, forcing him to perform several forced somersaults. The puppet creator, taking cover behind the two copies, realized the impossibility of determining the true characteristics of the enemy. Shin continued to hide behind the silhouettes, mentally dismissing the significance of his enemy's hidden skills as one of his spears dissolved. The devious plan was revealed when a shadow materialized behind the back of the suspended Princess Liu Bingyi. Silhouette triumphantly announced the capture of the mistress, separated from the protagonist by an army of flaming shadows and a dragon. Shadow Jibiao showed his seriousness of intent by hurting the girl and making her cry out. The wounded and restrained Ho Wujun watched in disgust at the use of sneaky tactics against an invincible opponent. The malevolent shadow wrapped a chain around the girl's neck, slowly increasing the pressure and radiating unspeakable rage. Ganleo leisurely approached his opponents, showing complete calmness in the face of the threat. The shadow yanked the chain around the neck of General Hoan's son, eliciting an agonizing cry of pain and threatening to massacre the rest of the hostages. The situation worsened when the enemy wrapped the chain around the princess's neck a second time, casting a viciously defiant look at the enemy. Silhouette mockingly provoked the hero, using the four restrained companions as human shields against his might. Jibiao contemptuously grinned, mockingly challenging the self-proclaimed strongman, testing his resolve at the critical moment. The shadow yanked the chain with the Ho family air, reminding him of the advantage of multiple victims over the speed of a single hero. The sinister figure roughly grabbed the princess by the hair, showing a willingness to kill any hostage at the slightest attempt to save another. The enemy continued to mock the choice, but the young man maintained an unwavering stance, and his gaze radiated determination. Clenching his fist until his knuckles were white, the hero, lightning fast, snapped out of his seat, rushing forward at an incredible speed. Horror was reflected on the face of the enemy, who realized the reckless bravery of the attacking warrior. The wounded Ho Wujun desperately shouted out a plea to save Madam, hoping to guide his comrade's actions. Without slowing down, Ganleo raised his head and stretched his arm forward, preparing for a decisive action. In a lightning-fast movement, the hero reached one of the shadows guarding the hostages and firmly grasped his intended target. Bewilderment distorted the face of the Hio family's heir as he watched the demon's unexpected choice. The main character was the first to shove away the shadow standing beside Wu Jun, surprising everyone with his decision. The rescued demon expressed mixed feelings of gratitude and reproach, reminding her of the priority of saving her mistress. An enigmatic smile appeared on the young man's face as he pointed a finger behind his back, hinting at a parallel development. The ice puppet general, acting with incredible precision, cut the chain and picked up the princess in her arms. The demon general methodically cut the remaining chains with his sharp sword, demonstrating his mastery of the blade. Holding the princess, the puppet froze, waiting for the order of the protagonist, who commanded the rescue of the rest of the captives. The sword sang in the air again, slicing through the strong chains like thin threads, releasing Gan's companions one by one. Baoli, lying in the distance, couldn't believe his eyes, seeing the skillful control of the puppet considered impossible for others. Confusion gripped the mind of the observer, unable to realize how anyone else could have mastered this unique technique. Shin Jibyo, refusing to admit defeat, directed the yellow glowing silhouette to attack the puppet, drawing his sword over his intended victim. The ice creature, without turning around, threw its arm back lightning fast, repeating the protagonist's recent grab with the same deadly precision. Ganleo mentally noted the identity of the forces as he watched his creation one-handedly seal his opponent into the ground. Memories of the battle with Baoli surfaced in the demon's mind. That was when the copying skill that required careful target selection was discovered. A look at the past situation confirmed the correctness of the decision, building confidence in the chosen strategy. The defeated deputy commander of the 511th Squadron was horrified to realize the fact that the technique had been copied, unable to believe his eyes. The human race warrior analyzed the Blood Ice puppet's new skill, noting its power and hidden weaknesses. The first vulnerability of the technique was the need for a water element to activate the deadly skill. The second weakness lay in the considerable blood consumption to create and maintain the vitality of the ice creations. Reflecting on the equal power of the puppets led to the question of the creator's blood volume as he watched the shadow beating. A new realization dawned on the warrior at another glimpse of the protagonist, giving rise to disturbing assumptions. A shout to the captain about the pointlessness of fighting a puppet and attacking the demon himself interrupted the warrior's troubled train of thought. Xin Jibiao, sheltered behind the dragon's body, listened intently about the technique the protagonist copied from his weakened comrade. The captain mentally put all the pieces of the puzzle together, watching the young man's back and comprehending the deputy's words. Jibiao's body was filled with determination. One precise strike should put an end to the demon. Ganleo stood back, immersed in a semblance of meditation, with his eyes closed as if detached from reality. The captain of the human army, seeing the perfect moment to attack, rushed forward with his sword drawn. The thrown blade pierced through the young man's body, flying out the opposite side directly into the thrower's hands. Shadow landed gracefully in front of the protagonist after a swift jump, reveling in the supposed victory. The triumph was interrupted by the familiar voice of a bitter enemy, whose words about continuing the battle made one go cold with terror. Jibiao's face reflected extreme surprise and disbelief. His deadly strike was useless against an invulnerable opponent. The command one more time served as a signal for the shadows, who synchronously rushed towards the target with new attacks. The first shadow dealt a crushing blow with 300 damage, demonstrating the incredible power of shadow creatures. The second shadow's attack was weaker, dealing a critical hit of only 100 damage to the enemy. The young man stood nonchalantly with his arms crossed over his chest as the enraged shadows continued to shower him with blows. The shadow creator activated his scanning vision, trying to comprehend his opponent's incredible resilience. The shocking revelation of Ganleo's incredible blood supply made him cry out in horrified disbelief. The enemy watcher continued to keep a close eye on the demon as he activated the mysterious Heaven Demon illusion skill. The commander of the human army noted the unique characteristics of the enemy, as well as an unusual character different from other demons. The protagonist defiantly shouted Shinjibiao's name, completing the formation of the huge blue sword in his hand while simultaneously mocking the opponent's tactics. The expression on the enemy's face changed rapidly, realizing the inevitability of defeat in the current state and the need for immediate retreat. The enemy instantly gazed into the sky, deciding that this was the only escape route from imminent doom. The abundance of thunderclouds gave confidence in the ability to create multiple spears capable of facing a single opponent. Ganleo activated the ancient skill Blood Ice Puppet, grabbing his own sword by the blade before blood appeared. Quiet words of trust were addressed to the giant ice puppet preparing for a mystical transformation. The giant ice creature remained on guard beside its creator's companions, providing protection for them. Bao Li, while continuing to watch the enemy's advance, mentally reproached himself for his late realization of the demon's extraordinary interest in human problems. Horror reflected on the face of the deputy head of Squad 511 as he realized that the enemy was fluent in all of their captain's skills. Looking at his opponent, the warrior pronounced with dismay that the latter knew his techniques better than all of them combined. The young man's true nature was revealed after he said that the weather, be it rain, snow, or clear skies, doesn't matter. Bloody, icy body parts burst from the ground as Ganleo continued on his way, confidently claiming enough water. The copies turned their attention with furrowed brows and fury in their gaze to the enemy, who proclaimed his authority over each of them. An impressive army of ice creatures lined up behind the protagonist's back as he mocked the arrogance of the enemy. The ice creatures engaged in a fierce battle with the shadows surrounded by yellow glow, repelling their attacks with relentless determination. One of the silhouettes angrily questioned the inaction of the majestic dragon, which remained motionless despite its alliance with the humans. Distracted by the conversation with the creature, the silhouette didn't notice the lightning-fast approach of the protagonist, preparing a crushing leg kick. The black-blue glow of the celestial demon illusion began to envelope Gan's forward-facing fingers, concentrating the deadly energy. The glow transformed into an incredibly powerful knuckle in a matter of seconds, emitting a murderous aura. The protagonist, bringing his hand closer and raising his gaze, silently resolved to end the protracted battle once and for all. The silhouette creator and main opponent continued to hide behind the dragon's paw, cautiously watching the battle unfold. The realization of his own powerlessness in direct confrontation with the demon forced him to look for another way to win. Mentally assessing his opponent's capabilities, he cast a wary glance at the trusty sword clutched tightly in his hand. Xin Jibiao finally realized, despite the incredible regeneration, the attacks would still drain the demon's life force. The commander mentally went over the properties of his muse weapon, an energy storage device capable of following the wielder and delivering a decisive blow. The fatal mistake of letting his guard down allowed the ice creature to appear behind his back and pierce through Shin's body with his sword. The commander grasped the protruding blade and enveloped it with a yellow energy reminiscent of rolling thunder. Jibiao easily destroyed the ice blade and left the confused attacker behind in one leap. His incredible speed allowed him to glide between his own shadows, confusing the trail of movement. The certainty of invulnerability with the instantaneous switching between copies filled the warrior's mind, who was now in comparative safety. Baoli, prostrate on the ground, had figured out the captain's tactic, using thunder and lightning to create elusive spears. The wounded warrior noted the temporary restraint of the ice puppets, watching their deadly dance in the air and on the ground. The 511th Squad deputy arrogantly proclaimed the captain's invincibility without realizing the coming threat. The protagonist, by capturing his opponent from behind in a death grip, disproved the claim that he was incapable of winning. Squeezing the captive's neck with increasing force, the hero reminded of the inevitable punishment for every atrocity committed. The gasping silhouette's face contorted in a soundless scream, eyes ready to pop out of their orbits. A picture from my childhood came to mind, a figure with huge medical scissors over the bound corpse of an animal. The creepy smile and plea to the dying kitten to prolong the monstrous game is forever imprinted on my memory. Blue with rage, the protagonist's face contorted as he proclaimed multiple retribution for each crime. The promise to return all the pain caused sounded the final verdict for the doomed villain. The hero continued to inflict pain with one of the spears, while the others froze in a daze, as if sharing in their fellow man's suffering. Shinya's thoughts were torn by the agonizing question of the source of his opponent's knowledge, as one of the shadows bled out behind him. Gan continued the onslaught, listing all the crimes: treason, violence against women, abuse of children, betrayal of comrades. By clutching the enemy's head, the hero asserted the insufficiency of even death to atone for all the atrocities committed. The shadow creator clutched his head and began to physically feel each atrocity committed on his own body. The ice puppet demonstrated a new level of pain, mercilessly tearing another of Shinya's silhouettes into two pieces. The protagonist, cutting another shadow, made the enemy feel every moment of agony. The warrior, landing in front of the frozen deputy commander, recalled the pain of all the victims with increasing fury. Baoli was horrified to realize Ganlio's true plan not to kill the captain, but to exact subtle retribution for all the atrocities. Jibiao let out a desperate cry, feeling the strength leave his pain-ridden body in the face of imminent death. The 511 Squad Warlord's last hope is to put all the energy into the sword stuck into the ground in return, absorbing the thunder energy. The realization of the importance of the moment pierced the mind. Either the SSS rank weapon strike would reach its target, or there would be imminent death. Shin Jibiao's face lit up with demonic joy as he raised a blade blazing with thunderous energy, ready to destroy the demon clan. The miniature light dragonkin moved gracefully between the trees, constantly looking around with a wary expression. The creature's every leap was incredibly distant, and its sensitive ears picked up the slightest sounds of the surrounding forest. The two pursuers were discussing the missing thunder dragon, unaware that their target was very close by. The hunters continued their search in the forest thicket, not realizing that the object of their hunt lurked at the top of the nearest tree. Distracted from watching the humans, the dragonkin flinched in surprise when he noticed the young Sha Fengliao sitting on the same branch. A frightened growl was instantly replaced by a fighting stance, but the young dragon prepared in vain to attack. The teenager seemed to show no hostility. The young man nonchalantly pulled a few cookies from his bag and held them out in the open palm of his hand to the surprised creature. The young man spoke thoughtfully about the war between humans and demons over the magic crystal, bringing hunger and suffering to both sides. The little dragon, touched by the sincerity of the words of peace, crouched down next to the lad, sharing his dream of a quick end to the conflict. The enemy froze in front of the protagonist, directing a stream of energy into the sky through the magic sword raised above his head. The young man's calm gaze met the attentive eyes of the dragon, who tilted his head slightly, studying the unusual demon. Ganlio resolutely extended his hand forward, activating the return spell without so much as a glance at the cocky enemy. Shin, engulfed in the joy of a working blade, did not notice the triumphant smile on the face of the true owner of the weapon. The kidnapper's triumph was short-lived. After activating the return spell, the stolen weapon began to fall apart. Numerous sword fragments rapidly separated from the thief, as if obeying the invisible power of the true master. The parts of the blade obeying the magic returned to their rightful owner, coming together in his confident hand. The human army commander's face, covered in blood and dirt, contorted with shock and disbelief at the sight of a weapon beyond his control. The protagonist cast a piercing glance at his opponent, thanking him with cold irony for the unwitting enhancement of his blade. Intercepting the recovered weapon with his other hand, Gan moved confidently toward his opponent, surrounded by the ominous shadows created by his dark magic. With a few decisive steps, the blade surged upward, only to immediately come crashing downward in a crushing blow. A powerful vortex formed around the demon, drawing all the shadow copies created by the main opponent into its vortex. The merciless force of the hurricane swallowed everything in its path, continuing to rotate with increasing intensity. The energy dome soared toward the heavens, reaching incredible proportions above the epicenter of the magical confrontation. Suddenly, it transformed into a concentrated stream of wind, cutting through the darkened skies and letting in bright light. Bao Li, prostrate on the ground, continuing to watch Ganlio and the ancient dragon towering over him, began to shout an incoherent speech about recognition in astonishment. The mighty beast, once the same frightened cub the hero had fed as a child, bowed its head in acknowledgement. The main opponent, stunned by the revelation, finally saw in the demon the former captain whose legend was known to every warrior. The realization of the truth came to the enemy the moment the flames began to devour his body. The legendary Sha Fengliao was indeed standing in front of him. The fire elemental mercilessly destroyed the remaining copies, leaving them no chance to exist. Ice puppets surrounded the fallen enemy as his shadows disappeared and the thunder clouds dissipated, leaving him alone in defeat. The gaze of the defeated enemy at the guards surrounding him gave away the realization of his inevitable fate. As he approached the enemy, the protagonist pointed a glittering blade at the defeated foe, marking the end of an epic battle. On the mountain peaks of Shenghua State 2 years ago, a man excitedly pointed out the fall of a mysterious demon at a distant point. 16-year-old Sha Fengliao persistently called out to his grown dragon companion to explore the crash site, despite the creature's apparent reluctance. The dragon shook his head negatively, sighing heavily, while the young man teased him with a sly grin for his dog-like behavior. The young warrior corrected his words with a smile, emphasizing the dragon's noble nature, meeting his companion's serious gaze. The offended dragonkin defiantly turned away, but the affectionate stroking and words of eternal friendship, like the ancient bonds of humans and dogs, softened him. The thunder dragon Jita let out heartbreaking screams from the unbearable pain caused by the activated mechanism on its neck. The wounded Xin Jibiao rose to his feet and activated the dragon control device, using his last chance to escape. The protagonist coldly pointed out the lack of thunder, robbing the enemy of their last hopes of winning this confrontation. Ganlio, surrounded by the ice creatures, took a few confident steps forward with the massive weapon on his shoulder, letting the enemy know the hopelessness of the situation. The wounded human army commander, holding the control mechanism, hoarsely recalled the Thunder Dragon's incredible speed of over 10,000 units. Desperately pressing the control mechanism, Shin ordered the Thunder Dragon to accelerate, hoping to escape through flight. The threat of the explosion made Jita obey the order, despite the excruciating pain piercing every part of his body. Bright yellow rays burst through the suffering dragon's scales, accompanied by its heartbreaking scream. Tears streamed from the majestic creature's eyes, staring into the heavens as the flames tormented him from within. The first Dragon Master cried out in horror after realizing the terrible truth about the bomb planted in Jita's body. The mighty dragon bowed its head, allowing Shin to climb up as it desperately shouted commands for immediate takeoff. The creature soared upwards, protecting the human army commander, leaving behind a screaming Bao Li, begging not to forget about him. The beast took off, leaving behind puffs of dust and the puzzled looks of the demons and the deputy commander. The warlord, sitting on the muzzle of the Thunder Dragon, mentally cursed the Scum clan, comforted only by gaining an important element. Wei Ming quietly announced to the gathered demons his observation that General Gan's speed was strikingly similar to their flying opponent. The motionless Leo silently watched Jita's receding figure, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Sitting behind him, Huo Wujun tried to penetrate the thoughts of his silent companion as he observed his frozen figure. The demon's face contorted with a grimace of rage and irritation, but he continued to remain grimly silent, ignoring the question of further action. The heir of the Ho family watched the departing dragons in bewilderment as he pondered over his comrade's strange inactivity. The young man bowed his head, resigning himself to the inevitability of the situation as the dragon flew farther away and became just a dot on the horizon. A sudden voice in his mind spoke words of trust, making the hero flinch in surprise. Gan abruptly raised his head, instantly recognizing Jita's mental voice, soothing him with strange words. The commander of the human army, perched on the nose of the dragon, was cautiously trying to move higher up on the scaly head. The dragonkin was reminded of past games and dropped the hated man with a sharp motion, opening his jaws to catch him. Sharp teeth sank into Shin's body. Blood gushed from the wounds, but the dying man managed to remind himself of his power over the dragon. Jita's mental voice reached the true master standing on the ground, urging him to continue their long-standing game. With a hint of his next actions, the dragon promptly rushed downstairs where the protagonist was already waiting for him, clutching his weapon tightly. Jita challenged, and the young man instantly adopted a fighting stance, bringing his sword above his head like a baseball bat before a decisive strike. Shinya's last words were barely audible from the dragon's grinning mouth, filled with the bitterness of the inevitable. A cold mechanical voice announced the activation of self-destruction. Jibiao managed to trigger the mechanism a moment before the device slipped from his hands. The blast indicator rapidly reached 90%, forcing the creature to accelerate its flight toward the ground, realizing the criticality of every second. The dragon was approaching the battle-ready Gan Leo when the blast progress reached a threatening 97%, making the final act of the confrontation inevitable. At 99.5% progress, the beast's true master made a desperate leap, preparing to fulfill his final plan. In a lightning-fast motion, he cracked the device around the animal's neck, which began detonating immediately after separating from its host. The dragon's landing was accompanied by a massive explosion that enveloped the creature in an impenetrable cloud of dust and debris. The main character's companions were straining to see the outcome of the confrontation. The deputy commander of the 511th Squadron was the first to break the silence with a cry of explosion, his voice shaking with concern for his best friend. Jita joined her close comrade's friends, gazing into the dissipating dust until they spotted an approaching silhouette. The bloodied Shin Jibiao lay on the blood-drenched ground without raising his head, his broken voice begging for release. The commander's fingers clutched the ground convulsively, his voice trembling with impotent rage and incomprehension of what was happening. Despair burst out in a furious cry at the injustice of his opponent's survival, causing the departing young man to turn around. The main character's impassioned answer about the price of betrayal sounded like a cold verdict, devoid of any emotion. Wounded, bleeding Shin asked endless questions about the betrayal, his fading mind refusing to accept the truth. The majestic dragon silently took a position behind the protagonist's back, emphasizing the seriousness of the moment. Memories transported Gan Leo to the past, where Sha Feng Liao stood face-to-face with Jita, drawing his sword and giving his last order. The request to apologize to Wenhua for the events of that night echoed in the minds of those present. The human race commander's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the legendary Sha Feng Liao in the young man. The words of coup d'etat and rebellion were accompanied by the deadly swing of a sword cutting through the space around him. The next accusation of rape was accompanied by another merciless slash of the blade. Blue trails of cut air surrounded Shin's body as the accusation of torture rang out. The accusation of killing his comrades turned his opponent's face into a ghastly mosaic of cuts resembling plasticine cut with thread. Fury overwhelmed the young man, causing him to draw his weapon with both hands, preparing to avenge all the wrongs he had accumulated. The accusation of stealing weapons and harming G2 was accompanied by a barrage of lightning strikes, destroying the human form of the opponent. The sentence of the merciless creature sounded over the warrior's mangled face, ready to crumble into many pieces. Before the death sentence was announced, Sha Feng Liao's mind flashed through all of the rogue's crimes, strengthening his resolve. Baoli's trembling voice gave away his shock at realizing the true nature of their demon captain. The young man's fixed gaze was looking more and more like that old acquaintance, proving that their captain had never been in hiding. Haljina stood by a cylindrical capsule filled with a mysterious liquid where an unconscious body was floating. The gentle promise of the return of weapons, equipment, and dragon was addressed to the lover in the capsule. Pressing her palm against the glass, she added a promise to wait for him with a smile, like a true chosen one, completing her monologue. The messenger interrupted the peaceful fishing with news from the front line, his voice trembling with the importance of the news. The tragic news of the defeat of the 511th Unit of the 21st Army froze on the lips of the messenger, not daring to finish the sentence. The Divine Army warrior struggled to utter words about General Shinji Biao's sacrifice while addressing his father, Shin Chung. The father nonchalantly inquired about the presence of his son's body, casting a new rod while the warrior reported no remains. Shin Chung indifferently ordered the empty coffin to be prepared, continuing to watch the float with inhuman calmness. The tale of his son's heroic death was interrupted by the sudden movement of the float, momentarily shifting the father's attention. Shin Chung's delighted cry of a beaking fish overshadowed the grief of losing an heir, turning the tragedy into a ridiculous farce. The dead man's younger brother Shin Ling joined the fisherman, his appearance adding tension to the atmosphere. Lin's multicolored eyes glittered with fury through his palm-covered, scarred face as he vowed to destroy the Yungo demons. The majestic Fengguo Palace was buried in the greenery of trees, surrounded by a monumental fence that emphasized its status. Inside the luxurious palace, a man sat on a throne, listening attentively to a subordinate's report. The messenger was careful to announce the arrival of a letter for the Alliance Conference, inquiring about the choice of a candidate from their state. Ruler Fengguo, the head of the Dao Maiden Demon Clan, pondered tiredly about his inevitable participation in the Repentance Conference. Internal conflict was tearing the ruler between preserving valuable A+ rank demons and the deadly dangers of the conference. The demon messenger hesitantly repeated the decision question, feeling the tension building. A plea for more time froze on Dao Maiden's lips as the demonic shadow loomed over the trembling old man. The creature cold-bloodedly ended the ruler's hesitation by piercing its head with a tentacle as a sign of its final decision. In Youngho's throne room, the envoy standing before the princess reported the arrival of the letter from the Alliance. The news of support from Yangho sounded with surprise. No one expected Youngho to survive the last days of the ordeal. The wounded Liu Bingyi, covered in bandages, tiredly expressed her gratitude, her voice sounding with a note of sadness. The messenger respectfully bid the lady to rest before deciding on the participants of the upcoming conference. Leaving the room, the Demon Clan's grand event required Youngho to be rebuilt, and demolition of old buildings was boiling everywhere. The young demon used his power to destroy the building, methodically working on every part of it. The hard work wore the little demon down, forcing him to stop periodically to catch his breath and wipe his sweat. One of the construction workers called out to the tired Tian Xiao, relaying the message that General Zhang was looking for him. The bandaged Du Cao, who was being wheeled in a wheelchair, warmly noted the young laborer's diligence in rebuilding. The demon child bowed low, expressing his endless gratitude for saving his mother thanks to the transplanted heart. The general, with kind eyes, explained how his dying heart had saved the boy's mother, recognizing her duty to him. Philosophical musings on good and evil among humans and demons accompanied the work of the construction workers carrying away the debris of the building. The mention of the cowardly Bao Li begging for mercy and vowing never to go near the clan served as an example of retribution for atrocities. The traitor's hysterical screams were still ringing in his memory. The wild beast was inexorably approaching him with murderous intentions. Retreat did not save the deputy commander. A pack of wild beasts surrounded him on all sides, beginning a brutal massacre of the enemy demons. Xiang Dukao told the attentive little boy about their clan's credo of reward for good and punishment for evil, not regretting the death of his renegade brother. A thunderous cry of "No!" suddenly interrupted the general's speech, causing him to flinch in surprise. Tian boldly looked into his interlocutor's eyes as he began the tale of his brother's past, a once terrible demon. The excited little kid's voice spoke of Changdepang's selflessness during the human attack, not sparing himself for the sake of others. Memories came in a flood. The general's brother rushed them, realizing that the precious heart wouldn't survive long without a body. A fateful meeting with the commander of the human army changed everything on that fateful day. The desperate cry of the general's younger brother to save his heart resounded in his memory, reminding him of his self-sacrifice. Qiangdepan made the decision to stay. His gaze full of hatred and determination was fixed on the approaching enemy. Tianxian passionately defended the dead demon's honor, shouting about his self-sacrifice for the sake of her and her mother's lives. His shout was full of gratitude and devotion. The little demonkin's words about a savior struck his interlocutor to the core, causing him to stand in stunned silence. Tears gushed from Chang Dukao's closed eyes, his trembling voice acknowledging the incomprehension of Dupan's action. The ghostly silhouette of his younger brother growing up appeared before the general as he recalled their shared childhood. The magical element, Yungo's sacred energy source, had kept the country's protective power for 2 centuries, giving incredible strength to the greatest demon and hope of the clan. The 3 great demon generals unanimously decided to hand over the mighty cube to General Gan, and Wei Ming solemnly held out the artifact to the Chosen One. Ming, standing at the dragon's tail, narrated the incredible power of an artifact that could bestow the S rank and grant the wearer extremely powerful abilities. The protagonist, contemplating the majestic expanse of Yunguo, coldly inquired about the reason for not wanting to use the element to restore his native land. A slight turn of the head accompanied the fateful decision to leave Yungho, uttered with unwavering determination. The general's indignant shouts were met only by the rolling of the young man's eyes, realizing his immortality at the current turn of events. Tortured by thoughts of human suffering due to the coming changes, the demon felt an urgent need to return to the mortal world immediately. Memories of the princess and loyal companions reinforced the realization of belonging to the human race, rejecting the demonic essence. The warm memories of a strong friendship with little Tian Xiao emphasized the gulf between 2 worlds that should not cross. The sad confession about wanting to find humanity after death reflected a deep understanding of the incompatibility with demonic existence. A familiar voice in his mind, reporting Princess Hao's safety, caused him to lift his hazy gaze. Jita uttered words of loyalty, meeting Sha Fengliao's gaze, sealing the silent oath. A sincere smile lit up the young man's face, his eyes radiating genuine kindness and acceptance of the situation. The dragon, ready for a new adventure, inquired about his companion's next destination. Wei Ming's desperate cry cut through the air as General Gan began his sudden movement. The great lawmaker remained below in a cloud of dust, watching the dragons soar into the sky, taking with it their hero and all unspoken questions. Ho Wujun, sprawled on the bed, was pensively massaging his bandaged leg, immersed in thought. Dusky shadows played across the warrior's face as he slowly sank to the edge of the bed, sinking into an abyss of heavy thoughts about the future. The metallic gleam of the prosthetic arm caught his attention, making him once again wonder about the timing of the delivery of the new mechanism. In the hospital room, the father, entangled in the tubes of an oxygen mask and in possession of a single prosthesis, watched his son's obsessive restlessness with dismay. A thoughtful gaze drifted upward, accompanying another question hanging in the air. The dark fabric of the cloak enveloped his son's figure as he rose silently from the hospital bed, preparing to leave after wishing his father peace. Leaving the sterile space of the chamber, Ho Wujun was immersed in the memories of the first encounter that had forever changed the face of the demonic world. A sudden insight pierced through his consciousness. Ganleo's true identity had never belonged to the demon race, hiding a deeper secret. The agonizing truth about the human soul lost in the embrace of death revealed the tragic fate of an enigmatic being. The mysterious forest greeted the travelers with a new system alert. The return of human form is possible only through death at the hands of strangers. The dragon watched wistfully as his companion once again reread the unchanging message of fate. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, the warrior pondered his incredible regeneration, making death an almost unattainable goal. Hope flickered at the thought of meeting an equally ranked demon lord capable of interrupting this endless cycle of existence. Memories of his only encounter with the Lord in the Tower caused the hero to turn to the dragon for help in finding a way to reach death. Jita, a creature of contract and loyalty, expressed confusion at the strange request to help his master find a path to destruction. The mountaintop that served as an observation point suddenly shuddered as a huge boulder broke away from the slope, rushing downward. The protagonist remained immovable as the deadly block approached his head, maintaining a distance of mere centimeters. A lightning strike from the dragon's tail turned the boulder into a scattering of small stones, saving the unresponsive friend from imminent doom. Instead of gratitude, the air was littered with Sha Fengliao's angry cries of unnecessary protection and demands to stop protecting him from danger. A sudden rustle in the bushes interrupted Ji Yu's understanding words about his friend's death wish, causing him to strain to listen. The huge bear, bursting out of the thicket, lightning fast covered the distance to the dragon, pointing its deadly paw towards the protagonist. His loyal friend's instinctive reaction was expressed in a stream of flame that instantly pierced the beast's head through and through. Sadness darkened the dragon's face at the sight of the beast's soul separating, but the frightened lad hurriedly reassured his protector with soft words. Dusk enveloped the travelers, forcing them to stop and build a fire to cook part of a downed bear for dinner. The demon, tossing the nibbled bones toward the fire, leaned back contentedly, acknowledging his overindulgence in the meal. Rising to his feet, he carefully offered to share a meal with the reclining dragon, eager to share the spoils. The sudden appearance of a multicolored spark in the night sky that transformed into a mysterious rhombus caused both creatures to turn their attention to it. Ganleo, methodically dismantling his sword into its component parts, announced his intention to head west at dawn in search of another magical tower. The dragon voiced a logical doubt about the success of the western journey, watching as the wielder clutched the last piece of disassembled weaponry. The hero grudgingly acknowledged the inevitability of his chosen path to the west, where the humans dwell, hiding the last element of the sword in a special place. The dragon's telepathic warning of the stranger's approach caught the hero distributing weapon parts into hidden pockets. A familiar point suddenly pressed against Ganleo's neck, accompanied by a rebuke for impolitely disappearing without a farewell. Ho Wujun reproachfully recalled the festive banquet in Yungguo, questioning the reasons for the hero's hasty departure. Ganleo, despite the death threat at his throat, remained remarkably calm as he inquired of his interlocutor as to the reason for not celebrating. A furious exclamation from the son of the majestic general cut through the night silence, expressing the accumulated irritation. Sharp questions about the identity and purpose of Ganleo's visit were accompanied by a slight turn of his head, still feeling the coldness of the blade on his neck. The dragon telepathically calmed his host, noting the lack of true intent to kill the alien in anger. Tense questions about the connection to the humans and the source of knowledge escaped the lips of the uninvited guest, demanding immediate answers. Wujun's resentment grew with each new observation. The mysterious dragon, the strange weapon, everything was suspicious. With a lightning-fast movement, the young man spun around, intercepting the blade sticking out of his enemy's hand with incredible strength. Astonishment and fear mingled on Ho Wujun's face, shocked by both the revelations and the inhuman grip of his opponent. Gan bowed his head slightly, holding his comrade's hand, his quiet words about the impossibility of killing hanging in the tense air. Releasing his grip, the distrustful warrior instantly removed the blades from his hand, continuing to watch his opponent's every move warily. Fury and incomprehension distorted the face of the Hio family's heir, who had realized his savior's true intentions all this time. Anger roiled in the demon's chest, listing all the instances of salvation: his father, the dungeon, the battle with the humans, while his hand clutched the former human's neck. The words about returning to a human body through death rang out quietly, revealing the truth about the accidental rebirth of a human soul in the body of a demon. The red-haired demon clutched the lad's throat with increasing fury, demanding explanations about killing allies and saving those who could be left to die. Confusion was tearing through Wujun's mind. Why not let the humans win? Why help the demon clan when there was a chance to return to being human? The young man averted his gaze to the lower right corner, mentioning the complexity of the situation and the importance of principles in his decisions. Wujun's face took on a bluish hue when the words about hating those who do evil were spoken. The grip on his throat loosened as the continued phrase about the ongoing rampage was uttered. Wujun recounted the human race's invasion of their territory and the death of his mother while his interlocutor listened intently to every word. The uncontrollable hatred for humans burst out in a fierce scream, spewing out years of accumulated pain. The demon's gaze rose slightly as he directed his fury at his interlocutor. Bitter disappointment was reflected in the tightly clenched eyes of the Ho family's heir, wishing that reality was only a bad dream. The silent Ganleo watched the demon suffer, while the dragon telepathically communicated the depth of another's pain to him. The protagonist moved away, leaving behind a slumped companion, heavy silence and unspoken words. A mental dialogue with Jita revealed the master's reluctance to interfere in the affairs of demons, emphasizing the lack of friendly ties. The heir of the Ho family spoke abruptly, reporting the upcoming crucial meeting of the Union of 18 Demon Countries in a week. Turning his head slightly, he spoke of the Tournament of the Strongest, where each country was represented by 2 chosen demons. The mention of an S-ranked demon brought a look of surprise to the face of the departing former human, his eyebrows furrowed in thoughtfulness. The red-haired warrior, after waiting for Gan's emotions to subside, suggested using the tournament as the perfect chance for a desired death. The son of the majestic general continued his story, standing with his back to his interlocutor and warning of the Yungo's power despite their peaceful policies. The world collapsed in the listeners' eyes when there followed a brutal confirmation about authorized killings in the tournament for the sake of proving the desire to win. The dragon telepathically confirmed the veracity of the words, causing the demon to turn around to face the protagonist, sensing something more behind what was said. Wu Jun offered a mutually beneficial deal, helping Youngho win the competition in exchange for helping him achieve the coveted death. The words about the difficulty of killing a demon lord emphasized the need for their mutual support in accomplishing their goals. The general's son was deep in thought, his face reflecting the seriousness of the situation. Ganleo froze in thoughtfulness, his features reflecting the intense work of thought. The sudden change of mood transformed the warrior into a joyful child as he found himself beside his interlocutor and grasped his hand in agreement. The majestic demon alliance was an empire that united 18 kingdoms, both large and small. Ancient legends spoke of 10 mysterious power regions of the world, where the demon clan ruled over the second region. The Alliance Conference had two main goals. The first was to gather leaders to discuss the future and unite the remaining demons. The second goal was to elect a new alliance leader through a tournament competition held every 3 years. The wisdom of this choice lay in the importance of identifying the strongest leader in a world where power was paramount. Over time, the arena of competition became a theater for demonstrations of each side's strength and power. The sad truth about the alliance told by the princess revealed a lack of unity, where each country pursued its own interests by sending the fiercest generals. The grim statistics of the last tournament, 5 survivors out of 36 participants, foreshadowed the emergence of powerful S-rank fighters. The bitter memories of her father's fallen warriors were interrupted by a sudden insight that made her leap from her throne with a desperate plea. She wanted to refuse to participate right away, but the word candidates froze on her lips as the silhouettes of 2 perfect warriors for the upcoming challenge appeared before her eyes. The protagonist's admiring gaze stared out the window at the approaching Yangho, a city that in his past life had only seemed like abandoned ruins. Their transport, a dragon with an attached cockpit, made abrupt maneuvers as they approached their destination. After another turn, the view that opened up struck the traveler with its unexpected beauty, shattering all previous notions of the city. Landing in the capital city of Yangho, the travelers were left alone on the street, watching the dragon carrier fly away. Liu Bingyi commented admiringly on the changes in Baidi, rolling her suitcase ahead of an annoyed Wu Jun and mesmerized by the views of the protagonist. Suddenly turning around, the princess let out a loud exclamation upon discovering the absence of her companions behind her. Genleo froze at the fruit tent, marveling at the unseen variety, while the general's son commented scornfully on the naivety of the people. The red-haired demon irritably reminded his companion of the inevitable finality of their pact, marring the moment of admiration for the city. While Gon studied the fruit, Wu Jun stopped outside the store, scrutinizing the signboard with mysterious symbols. The young man excitedly examined a striped melon known to him only from books, arousing the seller's surprise with a question about the buyer's origin. The vendor cut open the mysterious fruit, showing off the bright red flesh of the watermelon and offering a taste of the unfamiliar treat. The merchant extolled the magical properties of the fruit, while the general's son perused the impressive array of high-ranking weapons in a nearby store. Inside the shop, the visitor's gaze rested on the rich display case, where many exquisite blades from his hometown were displayed. The shrewd salesman silently approached the buyer from behind, instantly identifying his origin from distant Yungguo by his characteristic features. The smug merchant began to extol the superiority of Yangho over Yungho in every aspect, from national power to economy to territorial possessions. The salesman's mocking smile at the question about the competition was replaced by amazement when the red-haired demon coldly identified himself as a contestant. The girl at the neighboring shop window involuntarily gave away her presence with a loud exclamation upon hearing the stranger's unexpected statement. Warmaj Xianglin, Yugo's representative, contemptuously assessed the situation, noting Yugo's deplorable situation with the selection of candidates. Anger distorted the features of the red-haired Yungho representative, ready to respond to her rival's provocative remark. The arrogant girl imperiously ordered the selection of top-ranked weapons with delivery to the hotel, not tolerating any delay. The vendor burst into mocking laughter at Yungguo's fate, accepting the payment card from the hands of the approaching Xianglin. A pink glow enveloped the figure of the warrior, who had decided to test the weapon in the center of the room, while the vendor and the young man watched from a safe distance. The confidence in the superiority of the Yugo country was evident in every movement of the girl, demonstrating her strength in front of her opponent. Ho Woo-jun carefully analyzed Xianglin's powerful energy, mentally noting her belonging to the elite rank of demons. The travelers followed a graceful glass passage floating above the city streets, like a crystal bridge reflecting the starry sky. Annoyed by the locals' arrogance, Ho Woo-jun received a calm admonishment from the princess walking ahead, while Ganleo enjoyed the juicy watermelon behind them. The history of the 18 states changed dramatically from the equal position of the countries to the domination of three mighty powers, Yan, Yu, and Lei, between whom victory passed for decades. The might of the strongest states was backed by the laws of alliance competition, granting the winner the Stone of Advancement, the key to the development of the highest-ranking demons. The triumphant contestant received not only the command of the combined army of 18 states, but also the mysterious key to completion, strengthening the power of his country. The victorious state would gain formidable power over the fates of alliance members and access to the precious resources of the Forbidden Territory. The protagonist, with his face stained with watermelon juice, was amazed to realize the true meaning of the mysterious place the princess had spoken of. Liu Bingyi reverently pointed at the majestic building, shining with many lights, and towering above the demon clan like a beacon of strength and power. A sudden question from behind the travelers made them wary and interrupted their contemplation. Turning around, they saw a young man accompanying a girl in a carriage, and behind them, a haughty Xianglin with a disdainful expression. Xianglin's arrogant muttering about unwanted guests was accompanied by a sizzling gaze full of unconcealed contempt. A white glow flashed in the eyes of the enraged Ho Woo-jun, ready to destroy the arrogant person. But the princess held him back, warning him of disqualification for aggression. The friendly dialogue between the protagonist and representatives of Hugo's country unfolded against the backdrop of the princess's desperate attempts to restrain her bloodthirsty comrade. A modest bow and a courteous request that he not be spared in the arena elicited a startled shudder from his interlocutor, who hesitantly promised to honor the wish. Exhausted by the tense atmosphere, the princess tried to lead her companions away from the unpleasant encounter, but abruptly fell silent. Her sudden scream resolved the silence. The magical power of an unknown enemy had ripped the backpack off her shoulder. Panic gripped Liu Bingyi as the cherished backpack with the invitation documents was swiftly swept away by an invisible force. While the protagonist marveled at the unknown machinery, the red-haired demon boiled with rage, demanding that the audacious kidnapper be identified. The representative of Hugo's country swiftly moved the baby carriage with his companion back to his recent interlocutor, preparing to do something about it. Concentrated energy enveloped the warrior as he closed his eyes, and sharp ice crystals began to form across his lashes. Blue lightning streamed from the fighter's eyes as he slowly spread his arms out to the sides without opening his eyelids, filling with power. The thunderous energy pierced the air around his back in long glowing streaks, forming a vortex of incredible power. Finishing preparing the technique, the warrior put his hands behind his back and opened his eyes while the magical vortex gradually quieted down around him. Ice crystals swiftly snapped from his eyes, transforming into deadly weapons. Obeying the wave of his hand, huge ice spears flew in the direction indicated, ready to catch up with the target. The kidnapper turned around at the noise behind him, his face contorted with anxiety at the sight of the impending threat. The thief's bewilderment was replaced by horror as the stolen backpack became covered in a multitude of ice crystals, restraining movement. Distracted by the search for his pursuer, the thief didn't notice the approach of green flowers suddenly hitting him in the head. The majestic Ho Woo-jun materialized in front of the dazed thief, leaving him no chance of resistance. The enraged participant, who had been holding back his anger all day, grabbed the trembling thief by his clothes, forcing him to beg for mercy and promised to return the stolen goods. The delighted protagonist exchanged approving glances with the girl in the wheelchair, watching the young warrior's masterful execution of the technique. After handing over the backpack to its rightful owner, Gan returned the baby carriage to the girl's brother and inquired with interest about the rank of his demonic power. Leji's modest reply about aspiring to reach S rank resounded against the cries of a begging for help from the captured thief that Woo-jun was dragging to the guards. The mysterious figure on the second floor kept a close eye on the commotion going on downstairs of the hotel, remaining unnoticed. The watcher noted the arrival of the new candidates, following the procedure of checking invitations from the princess and her warriors. The mysterious man was leisurely drinking coffee, anticipating the soon-to-be grandiose events. As he continued to watch, the stately stranger noted the impressive line at the front desk, indicating a mass arrival of guests. Weary of the long wait, the princess glanced anxiously at the wall clock, realizing her imminent tardiness for the gala banquet. Absorbed in his own thoughts, the protagonist stared absent-mindedly ahead, as if not noticing the irritated grumbling of his companion. Throwing a glance back, he saw his new acquaintances laughing carelessly, mentally perplexed by their indifference to the rules of passing handicapped people. Relief flashed through his thoughts as only one fragile girl remained in front of them, separating them from their cherished goal. The princess graciously let Laji and her sister pass forward, causing genuine gratitude to appear on their exhausted waiting faces. The administrator's irritation spilled out with a loud shout about the need for pre-prepared documents, bombarding the confused guests. Laji held out the sheet lying on the table with an apologetic smile, but received a sharp refusal. The invitation card did not replace the required documents. The sudden excitement at the entrance attracted the attention of the queue. Enthusiastic cheers heralded the arrival of a famous person. The majestic personage, seated in an armchair, released her hands, handing the empty cup to the servant, and began to watch with even greater interest. Lin Li, the Lego candidate, appeared accompanied by an entourage and a woman in a chair, causing a wave of admiring whispers about his power. The woman in the wheelchair sent the guard a silent but eloquent glance, instantly understood by the latter. The massive figure of a guard rushed forward, clearing a path through the crowd under the pretense of letting the disabled pass. Almost reaching the front desk, the man encountered Laji's stare, forcing him to turn around. The young representative tensed, finding himself face-to-face with an imposing figure in a black suit and dark glasses. With a powerful movement of his hand, the guard threw the representative of Hugo's country aside, accompanying the action with an imperious shout. The sibling in the wheelchair desperately reached for her brother, nearly losing her balance from the sudden movement. An unexpected hand on her shoulder stopped her fall, drawing the girl's attention to her unexpected savior. Turning around, she saw their new acquaintance, the protagonist, radiating calm confidence and steadfastness. The previously haughty receptionist instantly transformed, flatteringly inviting Lin Li and his ailing mother to pass through the green area. The caring son corrected his sliding glasses, instructing his brother to escort his mother upstairs while he finished the formalities. The young lord's majestic pose was cut short by a sharp blow to the back from the protagonist, causing his body to wriggle from the unexpected attack. The guard barely had time to pick up the discarded body as Ganlio resolutely drove the girl to the counter, proclaiming the equality of everyone in line. The hero's menacing gaze pierced the shrinking receptionist, a silent order demanding immediate service for their group. Fear paralyzed the woman behind the front desk, robbing her of the ability to utter a word in the face of such unbreakable will. The majestic stranger, silently watching the scene unfold, mentally marked the beginning of the inevitable conflict. A discerning eye noted not only his opponent's star status, but also his hidden capabilities while he remained motionless. The first exodus of the demon cyclone, the representative of Lego, slowly rose from the blow, kneading his hands with a threatening hint of revenge. Lin Li appeared behind the protagonist's back, emitting a threatening aura in response to his subordinate's insult. The irritation of the hero demanding to check the documents made the receptionist covered in cold sweat, rendering her speechless. Representative Lego, tired of being ignored, placed his hand imperiously on the defiant young man's shoulder, demanding attention to his person. Ganleo restrained his seething rage without noticing the irritated Ho Woo-jun, who had materialized from the side. The star demon tightened his grip on the recalcitrant young man's shoulder, his patience wearing thin with every second of defiant defiance. The son of the illustrious general could not stand it. His quiet order to remove his hand sounded like a warning of an impending storm. The demon, laughing at the audacity of his opponents, ripped out the support beam next to Ho Woo-jun in one motion and tossed it to the side. The red-haired demon mentally assessed his opponent's impressive energy, adopting a fighting stance for a possible clash. Lin radiated demonic excitement, his eyes lighting up with interest in his unexpectedly strong opponent. An elegant hand in a snow-white glove rose, recalling the disqualification for premature battles between contestants. A short, overweight man offered the VIP immediate clearance, bypassing the tedious wait. The hotel employee sprinkled in promises of luxurious accommodations without having to wait for other guests. The employee's disdainful gaze slid to the window, where the dilapidated buildings of the neighborhoods were visible, hinting that those places were for commoners. The VIP condescended to agree, clearly pleased with the offered privileges of her status. Lin departed with his entourage, accompanied by a bowing short man, leaving Ho Woo-jun and Gan Leo to escort him with tense glances. The enraged demon unleashed his wrath on the woman paralyzed with fear until the short man's coughing drew everyone's attention. The small receptionist took the initiative, taking the documents from the shaking female employee. After studying them for a second, he coldly said about Laji's sister's impossibility of living, causing the guys to freeze in shock. Fury boiled up in the voice of the young man from Ugo, but the short man coldly rejected their papers, demanding further proof of parentage. The haughty hotel employee disdainfully mentioned the standard rooms for Youngho representatives, emphasizing the priority of only the tournament participants. The protagonist watched carefully, picking up on the obvious provocations in the smug administrator's words. Ho Woo-jun grabbed the insolent worker by his clothes, yanking him upwards in righteous anger at the humiliating conditions for the candidates. The petty administrator exuded the venom of superiority, provoking violence and threatening disqualification from the tournament. The candidate forcibly loosened his grip, allowing the smug employee to adjust his wrinkled clothes with a look of complete superiority. The irritated man recalled the purpose of their arrival, defiantly adjusting his bow tie in front of the bowed demon. The poisonous words about blessing for children from a poor country made Sister Laji squirm in her wheelchair, holding back tears of humiliation. The red-haired demon, holding back his rage, muttered words about the disgusting land of Yanggo, where cowards hide behind disqualification rules. The hotel worker, intoxicated with impunity, continued to insult the countries of Yungo and Ugo, pointing his finger and shouting that they should be expelled from the alliance. The demon's patience broke. His huge palm covered the defiant man's face, silencing him under his piercing gaze. Pink energy enveloped the space as Woo-jun lifted the trembling man above the floor with one hand, tightening his grip on his face. The goggles flew off the administrator's face as the enraged demon began to rock his body, preparing for the next phase of punishment. With a precise throw, the Heio family's heir sent the servant flying straight toward the princess, surrounded by pulsing violet magic. Liu Bingyi intercepted the flying worker and icily indicated her non-tournament status with an icy tone. Ruler Yungguo threw the insolent man to the floor with such force that the buttons of his shirt flew apart. Her title as the successor of Liu Yun, the first leader of the Great 18 States Alliance, sounded like a roll of thunder. Liu Bingyi's face contorted with righteous fury as she asserted her right to decide the fate of the impertinent administrator. The half-lying shorter man gingerly raised himself, cradling his injured cheek with a trembling hand, and his frightened whisper about Yang Ho dissolved into thin air. The ancient treaty of the 18 great powers, sealed with the blood of the first demons, became a symbol of the unbreakable unity of the lands. The fierce cry of the Yungo ruler echoed through the hall, proclaiming the sacred right to destroy any threat to her clan's well-being. The calm voice of the ruler reminded the audience of the Alliance Conference as an ancient symbol of the unity and prosperity of the lands. The chilling notes in the ruler's measured speech made the shrunken little man feel the approach of imminent retribution. Fury distorted the princess's beautiful face, causing the terrified hotel employee to fall to his knees, pleading for mercy. The sudden appearance of the head of Shambhal's company was accompanied by mocking applause and ironic commentary about the marvelous performance. The sobbing runt crawled on his knees to the mighty Shungmin, choking on his tears and begging for salvation. The head of the company briefly apologized to the demon assembly for his subordinates' oversight in this unpleasant incident. The synchronized taunts of the princess and the red-haired demon emphasized the worthlessness of the management and incompetence of the hotel staff. Sungmin smoothly reached for the inside pocket of his jacket, diplomatically mentioning that luxury suites are always reserved in advance. The apologetic gesture was accompanied by the presentation of 2 precious key cards to the presidential suite to the dignitaries. Leaning toward the girl in the wheelchair, Sungmin generously offered a private rooftop apartment, surprising her and her frozen brother. The majestic panorama of Yanggo from the top floor mesmerized Laji and the girl with the beauty of the ancient city's opening horizons. The head of the company elegantly smoothed out the resulting conflict, hoping for understanding from the highborn candidates from the warring clans. A strange smile slid across Seungmin's face at the mention of the upcoming banquet as his gaze stopped on the main character. The indignant Gan pointed at the shivering runt, demanding just retribution for his unforgivable insolence. The hard question of forgiveness hung in the air as the repentant employee continued to beg for mercy behind his interlocutor's back. Ominous words about the excessive simplicity of mere absolution were accompanied by the appearance of the cold glint of a revolver in the speaker's hand. The ominous click of the weapon echoed through the hall as the cold-blooded performer inserted 5 rounds, leaving one chamber empty. The experienced hand of the head of the company slammed the drum shut, spun it in a measured motion, and took the weapon off the safety. Seungmin pressed the cold metal against the trembling forehead of the crying runt, coldly announcing the odds of survival in the death lottery. Fingers ruthlessly squeezed the trigger while the gunner's eyes stared indifferently past the shaking victim. The click of the empty chamber caused a flood of appreciative sobs and bows from the lucky man who had escaped death. The thunderous voice of Shanbal's head ordered him to never show up at the hotel again, as his former administrator continued to sprinkle in his thanks. The resolution of the conflict allowed the participants to disperse to their rooms, leaving only a select few important people in the room. A quiet whisper of thanks for the intervention from the reception girl reached Seungmin's ears as he stood with his back to the speaker. A satisfied smile slid across the face of the head of the company, watching the dispersing participants in the recent drama. The protagonist mentally turned to the powerful Jita, feeling inexplicably uneasy about the suspiciously easy farewell to the staff. Reflections on Seungmin's strange behavior tormented Seungmin's mind as he tried to unravel his true motives. The ancient dragon shrewdly pointed out the similarities in the nature of Sun and Gan, while his cautious master discreetly tried to assess the situation behind. Min's confident figure towered behind him, exuding a slight sneer and muffled laughter. Memories of the brave intercessor of the girl in the wheelchair awakened the head of Shanbal's company to quiet words of hope for a future meeting. A devoted servant bowed respectfully to the long-haired blonde beauty, offering another portion of the exquisite drink. The elegant girl discreetly declined the offer as she continued to leisurely sip the rest of her tea, mentally wishing Xiaofeng good luck. The great competition was divided into 2 stages. The first was a qualifying test, and the second was a full-scale tournament. The 36 chosen warriors from the 18 powers, with the exception of one who refused, were divided into 7 groups of 5 fighters each. The cruel rules of the contest stated that only one warrior from each group would be able to continue on to glory. The 8 strongest qualifiers will meet in doubles matches, determining the worthiest among equals. An inner fire flared in the soul of the protagonist, realizing his chance of death and rebirth, as there would only be one winner in the end. Hwujin gloomily pondered on finding the path to perfection, remembering yesterday's incident that had thrown him off balance. Memories of the registration and hopes for the evening's festivities swirled in his head as he remembered the 3 of them in their festive outfits. The abrupt stop in front of the VIP lounge guard caused the company to run into each other, causing a wave of irritation. The unperturbed guard explained that VIP access was only allowed to candidates from Yango, Yugo, and Lego, sending the Yungo representatives to the 2nd level. A frown and a contemptuous expression accompanied the guard's words about the immutability of the established rules. The enraged red-haired demon was leaving the store with his purchases, ignoring the sales clerk's friendly exclamations of happy trails. The warrior's pensive figure froze at the entrance to the store, mentally going over a list of necessary equipment and potions. A sudden scream from a dark corner caused the demon to turn around, seeing an armed robber pinning his victim against the wall of the building. The victim girl's calm voice noted the paradox of robbery thriving in a developed country, while her hands gripped the strap of her purse tighter. Memories of his brother at the joust were replaced by the angry cries of an impatient robber demanding immediate action. The threats spewed from the mouth of a member of the Black Gold criminal gang, known for robbery and drug trafficking in Dogo. The victim calmly activated the blue magic energy with a relaxed hand, intending to destroy the criminal abusing the stealth ability. A joyous glow lit up the girl's face as her eyes noticed something unexpected away from the confrontation. A surprised exclamation of "Joyer" escaped her lips when she saw a frozen Ho Woo-jun silently observing the situation. The desperate call for his brother's help made the thief shudder fearfully, realizing the seriousness of his situation. The Dogo candidate's furious screams were drowned out by the rustling of green petals that mysteriously appeared around his head. Without noticing the growing swirl of flower petals and Ho Woo-jun hovering above, the culprit continued to spew threats. Retribution came in the form of a crushing knee strike to the face from an angry demon. The furious scream of the Ho family heir accompanied the flight of the criminal's body, and the wave of force from the impact made the girl lose her balance. The warrior's lightning-fast reaction allowed him to pick up the falling princess by the waist, preventing her imminent fall. Supporting the rescued, the demon expressed concern for her lonely walks as she admired the beauty of her protector. Princess Shueguo, Mi Shuer, the mysterious cloud element mage, blushed embarrassedly, expressing her joy at seeing her brother unexpectedly. The black gold villain's partner cautiously peered out from behind the building, perplexed by the appearance of the unexpected protector. The third member of the group, lurking on the roof, eagerly urged his partners not to miss the rich prey in the form of a beautiful girl. The cloaked man's sudden scream drew a worried question over the headset from an accomplice. Panic gripped the perpetrator as he discovered his leg was covered in ice from someone's mysterious ability. Michuer mentally cursed the interference to her happiness, snuggling closer to her savior after activating the cloud element. At a concerned question about her condition, the princess began to cry and snuggled even tighter to the hero, praising his timely appearance and rescue. The demon eyed the defeated thief in surprise, puzzled at his escape from the guard's supervision after yesterday's incident. The joyful voice of the rescued princess suggested forgetting the unpleasant incident and going on a shopping spree. Ho Woo-jun's joking warning of molestation dissolved into a cheerful reply from the girl, drawing him away to his favorite candy store, while the body of the criminal from Dogo remained immobilized by the icy shackles. La Ji froze with his sister in her wheelchair at the crosswalk, waiting for the moment to cross the busy street. Gathering his remaining courage, the brother sorrowfully apologized for his helplessness. But his sister interrupted his self-abuse with words about the exorbitant prices of medicines. A fiery promise to take first place and cure his sister burst from the lips of a boy whose eyes burned with determination. Anxiety about her brother made the girl insist on buying protective gear and healing potions instead of expensive medicines. His brother's sudden insight into the need for strengthening potions was met with his sister's objection, begging him to focus on protective gear. The protagonist's mental dialogue with the dragon about potential assassins among the contestants was left without a clear answer due to the lack of observation of the past champion's winner. Rumors of the immense power of the warriors from Yuigo echoed in the mind of the pondering hero. The powerful energy of the hotel manager and the candidate from Lego was hopeful, though their true potential remained a mystery until the battles began. Ganleo, sprawled on the bed, pondered the complexity of the situation, grimly wishing for a simple ending instead of an agonizing wait. A sudden idea caused his eyes to open abruptly, jumping up as if lightning had illuminated his clouded mind. The idea of getting hit on made the owner excited, despite the dragon's skepticism, interested in the whole plan. Hours later, Ho Woo-jun was still in the store with Princess Shueguo, awkwardly refusing the generous gift of a full set of top-rank elite equipment. The hotel owner sank into deep meditation, surrounded by pulsing streams of energy. A tense atmosphere of preparation engulfed the participants. Some spent endless hours in the gym honing their skills. The grand opening of the 18-nation conference was accompanied by colorful fireworks and a live broadcast of the candidates' appearances. The host's welcoming speech started the event that was destined to change the fate of the Demon Clan forever. The majestic Shiming, the head of Yango, sat in a chair, his blonde hair and mustache lending a special solidity to the ruler observing the ceremony. The anticipation of great change was in the air, as new salutes lit up the sky over this year's most important event. The powerful voice of the host rang out over the arena, calling the qualifiers to ascend the majestic stage. The silhouettes of the warriors slowly appeared in the spotlight, until only their energy auras were discernible to onlookers. The cameras focused on the first group of participants from Huigo, Huanggo, and Shuanggo, where the mighty warriors Aji and Toto stood out. The thunderous announcement of the appearance of Xuan Wu, the illustrious defender from Yango, caused a wave of enthusiastic cheers from the audience. The head of Yango, Xie Ming, grinned contentedly, anticipating the display of his country's might already in the first fight. The flattering words and enthusiastic nodding of an advisor came from the side, foretelling the inevitable victory in the tournament. The bright light of the spotlights illuminated the first group of participants frozen on the stage in solemn silence for the last time. The appearance of the last participant, Gan Leo from Yungo country, drew everyone's attention to the protagonist, whose aura radiated an inexplicable power. A mental dialogue with the dragon about upcoming behavior was interrupted by the lad's emphatic declaration of the return of true identity. The underground club was filled with the shouts of spectators betting on the outcome of the upcoming fight. The atmosphere was heating up by the minute. The bookie was hurriedly accepting bets from the excited crowd. Many were confident of Xuan Wu's victory, whose strength was considered truly legendary. The men at the betting board were discussing the unquestioned superiority of the favorite, specially known among the people of Yungo country for his indestructible power. An image of Yungo's representative, Gan Leo, appeared on the screen, eliciting derisive comments about the hopelessness of his country's opposition. The sudden appearance of company head Xianbao, accompanied by a short aide, and his incredible bid of 5 million caused everyone to stare in amazement. The bookie couldn't hide his shock at the sight of the dignitary, and his surprised exclamation echoed around the room. The gentleman exuded a calm confidence, carelessly mentioning a slight deviation from the schedule for the sake of interesting entertainment. The crowd erupted into approving laughter, supporting Shengmin's decision as the excitement in the air became almost palpable. The former administrator was anxious about the preparations, but the head of the company radiated confidence in the leisurely progress of events. The seriousness of Shengmin's intentions to see the performance in person emphasized the significance of the upcoming event. The 5 contestants took their positions in the circle of the arena, the announcer vigorously announcing the imminent start of the competition to the enthusiastic shouts of the audience. The countdown began. The contestants exchanged hostile glances, ready for a deadly battle for victory. The strongest defensive player stood out in particular, a giant with a laser gaze inspiring terror with his mere presence. The tense anticipation of the participants contrasted with the pensive posture of the protagonist, who carelessly placed his hand on his own shoulder. The deafening start signal provoked an immediate start of a furious battle between all the competitors. Wen Wu activated the Black Star armor, instantly strengthening his defense by 1,000 units, preparing for the upcoming confrontation. The rest of the warriors refrained from activating special skills for now, limiting themselves to basic magic at the start of the battle. The representatives of the 3 countries engaged in vigorous combat, with S-rank demon Heng Wu standing out in particular with his incredible technique. Most of the attacks concentrated on the transformed Xuan Wu, whose intimidating appearance became even more sinister after the transformation. The 3 united warriors watched in amazement at their opponent's invulnerability as they continued to attack the giant with redoubled vigor. Lying on the chair, Lin Li shrewdly noted the typical strategy of the weak to unite against the strong to increase their chances of victory. Ho Wujun and the princess watching the fight turned their attention to the speaker, interested in the comment about wasting energy. The interest of the representative from Lego shifted to the 5th fighter, whose unusual behavior stood out amidst the general chaos of the battle. The protagonist was quietly performing warm-ups away from the main battle, preparing for his entrance into the arena. The dragon confirmed the recovery of his strength as the young man nonchalantly completed the last exercises of his warm-up. Huo Wujun carefully watched the former human representative of Yungguo, trying to anticipate his next move. The majestic posture of the warrior and the glowing ball of energy in his hands marked the beginning of the demonstration of the fighter's true capabilities. Ganleo let out a deafening battle cry, drawing the attention of all the participants to his figure, radiating indomitable energy. The fighters froze synchronously, their perplexed gazes fixed on the last participant, whose presence they had almost forgotten in the heat of battle. Bright spotlights illuminated the figure of a guy whose imperious gesture in order to activate the higher defenses took the enemy by surprise. The strongest Yangho player expressed contemptuous indignation at the unknown upstart's insolent order, eyes flashing with rage. Representative Yungguo swiftly swung his shining blade, preparing to demonstrate the true power of his strike. A crushing swing of the weapon swept across the arena, splintering the floor and lifting shards of stone into the air with its incredible power. The enemy's defenses crumbled under the power of the attack, their vitals plummeting rapidly, requiring immediate cover. The Yangho head's face took on a livid hue at the sight of his strongest fighter being thrown back by a blow from an unknown youth. A powerful explosion split the arena in two, creating an apocalyptic picture of destruction at the site of a recent battle. Hua Wujun and the princess froze in amazement as they watched the incredible development on the stage. Clouds of dust shrouded the arena in an impenetrable veil, over which majestic dragons circled as if trying to see something. The three former allies who had united against the strongest now lay lifelessly among the rubble of the shattered floor. Wenwu, the once invincible warrior, sat bloodied, his protection gone, his armor deactivated, and his body covered with deep wounds. The shocked announcer enthusiastically announced the incredible accomplishment of Representative Yungo, who had defeated 3 opponents with 1 punch. The protagonist, skidding a gleaming ball over the last surviving opponent, prepared to unleash the full power of his force. The wounded champion Yango hastily admitted defeat, preferring to keep alive to continue the hopeless fight. Outraged shouts from the audience filled the arena, expressing everyone's disapproval of such a cowardly decision. Shiming and his advisor broke out into angry cries, unable to believe such a shameful surrender by their champion. The shocked spectators of the underground club, who had lost all bets, were perplexed by the favorite's retreat before the incredible power of the mysterious blade. The defeated warrior, still seated in the arena, quietly acknowledged the uniqueness of his opponent's weapon, capable of ignoring any defense. Zhuanwu once again cast a glance at the mysterious enemy, realizing that a strike of full force could destroy the entire room. The judge solemnly raised the hand of the winner, Gan Liu from Yongo country, officially ending the first competition to the enthusiastic shouts of the audience. The wounded Xuan Wu, stunned by his opponent's unprecedented strength, noted his striking difference from the other A-rankers. The live broadcast from the arena was shown everywhere, and the underground club was no exception. Patrons watched as an angry man waved away a persistent reporter with a microphone. The head of Xianbao Company mentally noted the incompleteness of the speech as he listened to the demon behind him sobbing, all snotty from losing his savings. The protagonist, coughing slightly, drew the attention of the gentlemen and demons present to his important statement. There was a tense pause as the warrior lowered his head, gathering his thoughts before his next words. A contemptuous challenge was made to the 3 countries. Yango, Uigo, and Lego, which Gan called scum, demanding that the true S-rank candidates be shown. High-profile personalities and participants showed ostentatious contempt for the statement, masking growing anxiety. The red-haired demon covered his face with his hand, his gesture expressing an understanding of the situation mixed with shame at what was happening. The princess watched her comrade Gan Liu's inexplicable behavior in horror, anticipating the impending storm. The deafening shout of the protagonist spread across the arena, proclaiming his superiority as the strongest man in the demon clan. The defiant announcement was broadcast on city screens, causing passers-by to flinch at the thunderous announcement. The guy's calm smile and welcoming words contrasted with the previous heat of passion, creating a mysterious atmosphere. The enthusiastic shouts of Yungo residents echoed around the town square, where the crowd watched the broadcast of General Gan's brilliant performance on a huge screen. Grateful citizens recalled with enthusiasm the saving feats of their hero, feeling proud of their native country. Weiming and Hoan were quietly discussing General Gan's momentous appearance in Yongguo, realizing the magnitude of the changes to come. Leo's stunning performance thrilled the state, but the ceremony continued as the next contestant, Linley of Lego, was called to the stage. The incredible ease with which the warrior dealt with the 2 opponents made a lasting impression on the audience. The camera captured the moment of triumph for the winner, whose confidence in winning first place seemed unshakable. The enthusiastic girls showered compliments on their idol, while the silent Shuego remained the only island of calm in the sea of emotions. General Hoan bitterly reflected on such outstanding opponents that made Yongguo's victory previously seem like an unattainable dream. One of the 3 great legislators was pensively musing about the revival of the country's former greatness, thanks to the appearance of General Gan and Wu Jun. Wei Ming, sitting next to the majestic general, anticipated Wu Jun's appearance in the 3rd round of the competition. The arena was filled with renewed energy as the announcer introduced the 5 contestants for the 3rd round of the competition. The first to come out was the representative of Feng Guo of Kaitian, a dark-haired warrior with a black beard and scars covering his face and neck. One after another, Dao Lan from Zaigo, Nain from Leigo, and Wang Feng from Changguo entered the arena, radiating a fighting attitude. The last to be introduced was Ho Woo-jun from Youngho, whose appearance caused a special awe among the audience. The princess turned anxiously to Ganleo sitting next to her, worried about the increased attention on their representative after the special introduction. Ganleo, without taking his eyes off the arena, calmly noted Daolan's superior level, expressing confidence in his comrade's vigilance. The young warrior analyzed the balance of power in the qualifying round, noting the lack of S-rank demons and Wujin's superiority among the A-plus class. Mi Juier, like a professional cheerleader, vigorously waved her pom-poms, shouting words of encouragement to her idol Wujun. Observers were surprised to note the unusual behavior of Princess Huego, who supported a foreign country instead of her own. Upon the announcer's signal to start the competition, Ho Wujun instantly adopted a fighting stance, preparing for battle. The sudden attack of the two opponents targeting Representative Yungguo created a tense atmosphere in the arena. Legendary flower magic surrounded the warlord heir as he grinned mischievously at Ganleo, whose skill had turned him into a coveted target for every warrior. A deadly wave of petals rained down on the attackers under the presenter's enthusiastic comments about the might of Second General Yungguo. On the opposite side of the arena, Dolan beheaded the Kaishan representative in cold blood, showing his ruthlessness. The arena froze in anticipation of the final battle between the ruthless Dao Lan, standing over the decapitated victim, and the proud representative of Yungguo, Wu Jun. The majestic general's son involuntarily admired the incredible strength of the A-rank opponent, whose malicious face was distorted with rage. The red-haired demon, mentally noting his opponent's combat experience in human wars, rushed into a swift attack. The green copy of the hero found himself impaled on a huge spear of the enemy, while the real demon, who had become much stronger, was behind his back in a lightning-fast movement. The opponent's astonishment at the incredible speed was replaced by pain as Representative Yungho activated the poisonous garment and pierced him with his blade. Casting an explosion spell, the warrior instantly jumped away from the bleeding Daolan, ready to explode at any second. The calmness of the victor, who had retreated to a safe distance, was emphasized by the announcer's solemn declaration of Ho Wujun's crushing victory. The red-haired demon clenched his fist in a victory gesture, confident in his superiority even over an S-rank opponent. A sudden noise behind him made the triumphant man freeze, wary of the unforeseen threat. A sharp pain pierced the warrior's body, forcing him to realize through clenched teeth the continuation of the deadly contest. Horror gripped Wu Jun as he turned around slightly and realized the unbelievable. The decapitated Kaidian was somehow still alive. In a lightning-fast circular motion, the red-haired demon severed his opponent's blade-shaped arm, knocking his body back with a powerful blow. Princess Liu Bingyi watched in amazement at the incredible sight of a headless warrior fighting. The protagonist's discerning eye caught the strange anomaly in Kaitian's being, realizing the unnaturalness of what was happening. The spectators held their breath as they watched Representative Yungguo soar into the air for another attack on the enemy, whose severed part had already recovered. Anger and determination filled the gaze of a warrior, realizing the responsibility to the nation and the impossibility of defeat at this point. With a series of deep dissecting blows, the demon jumped back, but the shredded body of his opponent, contrary to the laws of nature, continued to hold as one. The red-haired demon landed behind the back of his defeated foe, not noticing the ominous changes occurring to his foe's shredded body. Kachin's eerie laughter echoed around the arena as thin stems and leaves wove together the disparate parts of his body like threads of fate. Representative Yungho, confident in his victory, started to turn around to look at the result of his crushing attack, but he was in for a surprise. Horror contorted the warrior's face as he saw the impossible. His eyes widened and his skin took on a bluish hue from shock. The fully regenerated opponent, including the severed head, rushed towards the frozen in a daze Wu Jun. Astonishment gripped the red-haired demon as he recognized his own unique combat skill in the enemy's attack. Kaidian turned into an exact replica of Wu Jun, mirroring his techniques and even transforming his hand into an identical blade. The heir to the great general continued to fight, dodging blows and launching counterattacks with incredible agility. The demon stepped back after another attack, amazed by the unwavering power of his opponent despite the wounds he had inflicted. The protagonist's gaze snatched every detail of the battle, gradually putting the pieces of the mysterious puzzle together. A desperate cry about the strange energy in his opponent's body and a call to stop rang out across the arena from the protagonist. The bloody red-haired demon was irritated by the cries of retreat, especially from Ganleo. The Ho family heir's gaze was fixed on the approaching enemy, whose contorted body with flexible branches sticking out moved in unnatural jerks. Ho Woo-jun adopted a fighting stance, his voice full of determination echoing around the arena, rejecting the very thought of surrender. The bitter memories of helplessness in front of Shinji Biao, who had bullied his father, filled the warrior's heart with a fierce determination to prevent the past from repeating itself. The young man's eyes flashed with the scarlet flame of determination to defend his people. The readiness to finish the battle here and now read in his every movement. The unwavering will to protect Young-ho continued to be reflected in the warrior's blazing gaze as he concentrated magical energy for the next attack. The magical transformation enveloped the fighter's body in a protective suit as he vowed to reach the pinnacle of power or perish in his quest to become an S-rank demon. The opponent succinctly expressed his determination to win by pointing a huge blade toward the recalcitrant warrior. The red-haired demon glowed with green light, concentrating magic as his opponent rapidly reduced the distance between them. Ho Woo-jun's mighty roar heralded the release of the legendary demon lord, Dragon Breath. Green dragon flames rushed in a powerful stream towards the fleeing Cadian, illuminating the arena with a ghostly light. An astonished spectator from the arena staff noted the destructive power of the Young-ho fighters as the crowd parted in panic before the all-consuming attack. A smokescreen concealed the ruined arena, through which the outline of a kneeling figure and flaming cracks in the floor showed through. The cameras captured a horrifying picture. Keichin's body was torn to the waist, the smoldering remains testifying to the monstrous force of the attack. The host interrupted the announcement of the winner, noticing a strange tree-like formation growing from the remains of the defeated fighter. The enemy's mangled body began to recover with unnatural precision, regaining its former form. A new head, identical to the previous one, materialized on the resurrected warrior's neck, causing the observers to gasp in horror. The red-haired demon watched with growing horror at his opponent's complete recovery, feeling the imposed state of weakness. An alarming scream from the protagonist cut through the air, foreshadowing the impending disaster. The recovered Keichin stretched out his arm, emitting an ominous red energy, preparing to apply the deadly dragon breath. Like an ancient dragon, the warrior spewed out a stream of incredible energy, channeling all the power directly at Ho Woo-jun. The desperate cries of the generals mingled with the tears of Ho-an, who watched the broadcast of the fateful moment of the battle. The princess shared everyone's shock when the announcement of Kadian of Fengguo winning the third rank of the competition was heard. Princess Mi Shuai-er bent over the defeated warrior, supporting his head on her lap while a crying Liu Bingyi and the protagonist froze by her side. Gan Leo summed it up. Instinct saved the warrior from fatal damage at the last moment, though the attack still achieved its goal. At Guy's command, the princesses immediately picked up the wounded warrior, rushing to bring him to the medical room for assistance. In hindsight, the protagonist noted to himself the unexpected problematic nature of the Fengguo candidate beyond all expectations. The referee solemnly declared victory for Kaixian of Fengguo, drawing the attention of the triumphant man who slowly raised his head in response. The enthusiastic warrior hurriedly reported the glad tidings of the victory of Representative Fengguo to Dao Madan, the Demon King. Horrifying events shook this country sometime in the past. Decapitated warriors, seated on their knees, bled to death in eerie stillness. A monstrous insect like a giant scolopendra with sharp fangs and many hairy limbs fearlessly explored the lifeless bodies. The hideous creature was reaching through decapitated necks and into the corpses, as if performing some sinister ritual. The creature plunged all the way down to the lower abdomen, performing unknown and frightening manipulations on the bodies of its victims there. After a gruesome experiment, heads were returned to their places, giving new life to the dead, which is how Kaidian was reborn as well. Next to him was another one similarly resurrected, Dao Madan himself, who shared his fate. The two warriors bowed to a mysterious hooded figure whose sinister laughter foreshadowed their future as puppets. Even after a time, the two continued to report back to the hooded stranger on their first assignment. The creature's sinister, chuckling laughter echoed off the walls as Kadian continued to stare in amazement at its silhouette. In the throne room sat a hooded creature surrounded by similar figures from the Misi spirit clan, whose true rank remained a mystery. The arena continued to host new bouts, unaware of the ominous events outside of it. The fourth round ended with a convincing victory for Xianglin, representing Yuguo. The camera captured the majestic smile of Mr. Xiongmin of Yangguo as he won the fifth round over his defeated opponent. While the Demon Clan remained unaware of the impending threat, the announcer thunderously announced the start of the sixth round. The new entrant was Jasmine from Lego, a beautiful girl with blonde long hair who stepped gracefully into the arena. Lin Li, an experienced competitor, was puzzled by the appearance of a previously unknown female from the same country as him. The protagonist froze with his mouth open upon hearing Jasmine's name as memories swept through his mind like a raging torrent. The memory brought him back to the age of 6. A small boy standing in the woods clutching a bloody blade with trembling hands and tattered clothing. A blonde-haired girl his age tried to calm the frightened boy, while two men armed with assault rifles loomed behind her. Left alone, the girl inquired about his memory, and the young hero frankly confessed complete oblivion of the circumstances of his appearance. The stranger showed unexpected care, treating the wounds, bandaging the injuries while the boy tried to remember at least his name. Curiosity overwhelmed the young hero with questions to his new acquaintance about her origins and name, wanting to know more about the mysterious savior. The girl hesitantly began to make up a story, looking away from the piercing gaze of her new acquaintance. Her hesitant introduction was interrupted by a sudden realization, and she hurriedly identified herself as Jasmine, as if fearing something. An armed guard disrupted their conversation, excitedly urging the young princess to return to her worried mother. The little girl cast an angry glance from behind a tree, her quiet but commanding tone silencing the guard in consternation. 12-year-old Hao Jing, driven by childish curiosity, plotted to sneak into a holiday celebration in need of a trusted ally. Young Sha Fengliao, the same age as the brave girl, offered his help with genuine enthusiasm to overcome the high walls of the forbidden territory. Every time they met, she insistently reminded him of the use of secret names, causing the young man to stare intently, studying her from beneath her long bangs. The young warrior turned away sharply, trying to hide a traitorous blush, but with irritation he spoke the agreed-upon name of his companion. A shocking realization pierced the protagonist. The mysterious contestant named Jasmine could be the same Nana who always used this alias when leaving the capital. No sooner had the girl reached her position in the arena than her opponent swiftly began to attack her with his blade in a leap. Jasmine, remaining calm, folded her arms across her chest and began humming a tune that spawned sharp ice crystals all around her. The audience admired the unique technique of the contestant, allowing her to effectively attack her opponent from a safe distance. The cloud chanting technique spread painful waves of energy over a certain distance, affecting everyone within range of her magical voice. The protagonist froze in amazement as he recognized Jasmine as a rare singing demon whose skills were strikingly similar to those of another person he knew. Watching the girl's every movement carefully, he noticed her resume her meditative pose, preparing to deliver a new surprise. Gan's amazement peaked when, instead of singing, a green magic circle materialized behind the girl's back, granting her fairy wings. The staff's powerful strike against the ground spawned a giant swamp-colored creature with writhing leaves, astonishing in its size. A realization pierced through the young man. Jasmine possessed not only the song, but also the rare ability to control the elements of nature. The plant-like creature, like a huge ball of intertwined threads, unfolded in all its glory, sweeping away its opponents with its powerful leaves. The camera captured the triumphant face of the winner to the thunderous congratulations of the tournament host. The protagonist did not let go of the premonition. The singer of clouds, the mage of flowers, all the abilities of Jasmine exactly replicated the skills of Nana. The shocking coincidences of abilities plunged Galileo into a state of deep confusion and doubt. The hero's gaze followed the departing figure, while the mind was tormented with questions about her true identity and demonic transformation. The sixth round winner calmly headed for the arena exit as the announcer continued to praise her performance. The protagonist, driven by a desperate desire to solve the mystery, rushed in, not noticing the onlookers accidentally caught in the way. Reaching the arena doors, he shouted the name Nana, freezing, waiting for a reaction. The thought of a possible rebirth of an acquaintance in the body of a demon seemed incredible, but there were no other explanations. The empty hallway raised many questions about the true reasons she was here. Dragon interrupted his friend's musings, noting the stranger's resemblance to Princess Nana, pointing out the difference in energy. Turning around to leave, Gan had no idea that the person he was looking for was lurking behind the nearest cover. Listening intently to every word his old acquaintance said, Jasmine's quiet whisper gave away her sadness and regret at not being able to reveal herself to Xiaofeng sooner. Hiding the identity was necessary to confront the most sinister clan in history, taking over the leadership position. The disturbing realization of the demon clan's control over the situation made the coming events all the more important. Preventing Kaitian's victory became the main goal of her secret mission. Jasmine was convinced that Xiaofeng Liao was the one destined to become the true king. The power of the opponents demanded caution. Any premature disclosure threatened irreversible consequences. Jasmine looked longingly after Xiaofeng, who had left, promising to meet soon and reveal all the secrets. The protagonist thoughtfully pondered the transformation of the world after his mysterious rebirth, noting the strange changes in reality. The chaotic rebirth coincided with Xinji Biao's attack on Yongho, forcing the protagonist to stand up to the latter's defense, triggering an irreversible butterfly effect. Anxious thoughts of mankind's coming troubles plagued the mind of the reborn warrior who did not give accurate predictions. The ancient dragon inquired about action after the failure of the conference, to which the young man strongly hinted at the only path left. 7 contenders advanced to the final stage of the tournament, 6 through the qualifying trials and 1 received a free pass. Liu Bingyi scrutinized the list of participants, noting the last available spot in the standings. Tension peaked in the last elimination round, where the 2 fighters battled it out for one last trip to the finals. A rank A plus elementalist Ugo confronted the powerful S-rank demon Dogo, the head of the Black Gold Crime Syndicate. The huge Lao Bai, radiating terror and fear, loomed over the young opponent, accusing him of attacking his subordinates. The stands shook with the excited shouts of the fans supporting Lao Bai in the decisive bout. The potential top-ranked champion fiercely warned his opponent of the consequences of facing Black Gold. The princess studied the list of contestants thoughtfully, pondering the upcoming round and its possible outcomes. Gan coldly assessed Laji's chances, noting the huge gap in strength despite the young man's past help. The protagonist, like an experienced tactician, confidently predicted the inevitable defeat of a weaker opponent. The frail girl in the wheelchair continued to believe in her brother, clenching her fists and whispering words of encouragement. Laji, driven by the desire to save his sister, was determined to fight for first place until his last breath. A young fighter willing to risk his life for a loved one fearlessly challenged a superior opponent. The gloomy arena, lit by torches on chains, was filled with the screams of the spectators, thirsty for the blood of the Shenghua Little Devil. Memories overwhelmed the protagonist, a 12-year-old boy, W. Rang, standing against a mob that wants him dead. The young fighter's determined challenge came in response to the introduction of the arena's most ferocious beast, the legendary mammoth. The giant A-Rang warrior leisurely approached his opponent, taunting his impending easy prey. 12-year-old Hao Jingye, suspended in a cage above the arena, screamed desperately to her savior, begging him to retreat. Fury overwhelmed the young man who had staked his victory on freeing his captive, knowing the rules of the arena were inviolable. The spectators raved, cheering the strongest gladiator and mocking the audacity of the B-rank fighter who had sworn to save the girl. The protagonist's pensive gaze was fixed on Mammoth unwinding a spiked ball on a chain, pondering the limits of human possibility. Gan recognized in Laji's determined gaze a reflection of his own past, when he himself had confronted the mighty mammoth in similar circumstances. The ice spikes created by the Cloud Element Boy stabbed into the furious Lao Bai's elbow, breaking off from the sudden movements and returning to the creator. The mighty opponent, as if not noticing the icy damage, touched the ground, releasing electrical discharges that instantly paralyzed Laji's body. Lao Bai's triumphant roar echoed around the arena as the giant raised his hand for a crushing blow on his helpless opponent. Memories overwhelmed the hero, a bloody fountain from the impact of the mammoth's metal ball, breaking the silence of the ancient arena. The powerless body collapsed to the ground, unable to find the strength for even the slightest movement under the weight of his wounds. Encouraged by the bloodthirsty crowd's shouts, Mammoth approached the defeated Xiaofeng Liao, preparing to deliver the final blow. The giant, stretching his mighty arms, thrust himself at the prostrate young man, exactly repeating the events of the past before the observer's eyes. The princess' desperate cry echoed from the suspended cage, expressing boundless concern for her comrade's fate. The sobbing girl in the wheelchair cried out, "Little brother!" with the same piercing pain that once resounded in Hao Jina's voice. The giant's arrogant growl merged with the memories of the protagonist, observing the mirror image of his own past in the present moment. The fierce gaze from the bottom up united Laji and the young hero of the past, challenging the superior opponents. The impatient enemy unleashed a crushing blow, turning the arena into an epicenter of destruction, scattering floor shards in all directions. A young fighter summoning the ice element appeared behind Lao Bai's back, with a resolute cry of indestructibility of his spirit. History repeated itself. The protagonist recalled how he himself avoided a fatal blow by getting behind Mammoth's back and delivering multiple striking blows. Memories crystallized as the huge sword pierced his opponent's head, driven by determination to save a dear one. Laji, driven by the same desire to protect his sister, delivered a crushing blow, surpassing his own limits. The little boy's breakthrough was marked by reaching the status of an S-rank elemental mage, surpassing all expectations. The ancient wisdom was confirmed. The impossible becomes achievable when the life of a dear one is at stake. Amazed cries from the audience filled the arena. A demon reaching S rank without the help of a magic stone seemed like an impossible miracle. Gan Leo's memory resurrected his own breakthrough after the fatal blow, mirroring the young fighter's accomplishment. The princess wistfully noted the historical event of the first S-rank demon appearing in the land of Ugo, achieved right during the competition. The protagonist pondered the path of becoming lords with a slight smile as he watched the succession of power. Golden energy rippled in Laji's hand, marking the acquisition of new strength as the announcer enthusiastically announced his triumphant victory. Photos of the 8 chosen contestants who had passed a brutal selection process and were ready for the decisive battles were shown full screen to an enthusiastic audience. The majestic organizer announced the conditions of the final stage. 3 rounds of doubles where everyone would fight one-on-one in a battle not for life, but for death. The finalists marched triumphantly through the ancient arena, following the tournament steward into the sacred drawing room. Gan, following almost closely behind Jasmine, could not take his eyes off her silhouette, immersed in a whirlpool of tormenting thoughts. The image of Nana surfaced in the warrior's mind at the sight of the girl, and the dragon noted the stranger's striking resemblance to the legendary princess. Exhaustion began to take over the young man's body, causing him to contemplate an urgent return to his true form. Ji-ta telepathically shared her thoughts on finding a strong ally, her attention drawn to a mysterious hooded participant whose power remained unexplored. Hope still flowed in the guy's heart, encouraging him to move forward and explore new possibilities. The lot determined Gan's number 1, meaning participation in the opening bout against the holder of number 2. Worry was reflected on the young man's face. The opponent was the newly elevated Laji, who, due to obtaining the highest rank, was not yet able to kill Gan. The head of Jianbal's company, who was trailing behind with number 5, scrutinized the large ball of a guy who didn't hide his number. The son expressed disappointment looking at the number that fell out, finding the layout uninteresting. A sinister smile appeared on Min's face as he closed his eyes, concentrating his internal energy. Mystical gears whirled in the tossing balls under the mental command, "Let's switch," foreshadowing the changes to come. The protagonist continued to look at the ball with the first number, mentally reiterating his position in the tournament grid. Sung Min approached the young man, displaying his orb, enjoying his opponent's confusion. The heir to Xianbal's company continued to hold his number 2 ball, scoffing as he searched for a worthy assassin for his opponent. Silent astonishment froze on Gan Leo's face as he stared at the fateful lot uncomprehendingly, not understanding how it happened. The tense silence was broken by the ceremonial bow of his interlocutor, who placed his hand over his heart with a promise to try to kill his opponent. A solemn voice announced the end of the draw and the start of the first round with 2 exciting bouts. The majestic head of the Yanggo country's army, Jie Qing, appeared on the podium in ceremonial attire, his scars adding a special sternness to his appearance. 4 silhouettes froze in the arena, separated by ancient magic circles, ready for a deadly confrontation. The host introduced the dark horse, Gan Leo, and his opponent, Shi Ming, contrasting the sleepy detachment of one and the piercing attentiveness of the other. The next pair of fighters were the mysterious Xiang Lin and the mighty Kaidian, who froze while waiting for the signal. Violet energy flowed from the fingers of the head of the Yangho army, creating a protective barrier around the arena for the dangerous battle ahead. Genlyo froze, shrouded in a magical veil, watching the unfolding events with intense attention. Army Chief Xiejing announced the start of the first duel on the highest stage of Yanggu country, where the opponents had already taken their positions. A majestic statue of a winged woman served as an arena for mortal combat, surrounded by soaring guardian dragons. The protagonist stood in front of Sai Ming, shrewdly noting the activation of the enemy's special ability aimed specifically at him. The attentive gaze of his interlocutor betrayed surprise when the young man mentioned the use of abilities since their first meeting. Memories of the empty revolver and the fatal lot surfaced in Gan's mind, forming a coherent picture of what had happened. The boy tapped himself on the temple, reflecting on the bombastic game that had become a test for a worthy opponent who was strangely not eager to win. A challenge sounded in the hero's words, picking up on the odd choice of opponent when other, stronger opponents were available. The head of Xiambala Company let out a quiet laugh, covering his face with his palm in a theatrical gesture of superiority. A sinister smile appeared from under his arm as he recognized the unusualness of the clan representative, eager to see his true abilities. Philosophizing on his life experiences, he tilted his head with a smile, admitting his boredom with the predictability of each battle. The lack of enthusiasm on the young man's face only irritated his opponent, who recognized the pleasant uncertainty of the outcome of their confrontation. Ximing dramatically pointed at himself with his hand, reveling in the rare uncertainty of his own victory. The young man spread his arms out to the sides, closing his eyes and bowing his head, voicing the only condition for victory, a public deadly confrontation. Abruptly opening his eyes and pointing at his opponent, the hero, alerted with a challenge to broadcast the first major defeat of the Xianbao clan, head himself to the world. A red laser light shone in his opponent's eye as the arena began to crumble into floating rocks beneath his raised hand. Sudden shock and confusion replaced the confidence on his opponent's face, his movements frozen halfway through. Tired of waiting, the main character carelessly hurried the frozen Shungmin, exuding calm confidence. Drops of sweat dripped down the enemy's face as he closed his eyes and immersed himself in visions of the 4 possible outcomes of the battle. The foresight showed different scenarios, but each inevitably ended in the defeat of the mighty Shungmin. Irritation and incomprehension distorted the features of his face when, for the first time in his life, all predictions pointed to an inevitable loss. Violent rage energy filled his eyes as he began to feverishly calculate 16 new scenarios. Despair gripped the warrior, who fell to his knees when hundreds of calculated variations of battle invariably led to his defeat. His soaked face contorted with shock as he looked up at the protagonist in disbelief, realizing his defeat in all 256 calculated variations of the battle. The S-rank demon's amazement bordered on admiration, for the first time in his long life, there was a warrior who could surpass his divine skill. The ancient legend of immortality, which was considered a bug in this world, suddenly made sense when the exhausted Shungmin leaned on his trembling leg and tried to stand up.